Не, покажите, где им стоять.
Вот прям перед камерой, вот где свет.
So Jake, they want us to, they're going to start the broadcast, they want us to fill the time by just talking until the first match starts. So that could be a while. We're going to have to chat, but we need to move this table and so we can look. It's like, see, nothing is ready. So
No. Там микрофоны есть, вот камера там стоит.
Сейчас приготовят.
Это вообще, это не их, вот микрофон.
А, все.
Да. Нет, там, вот там.
Саня, объясни, пожалуйста.
Там.
Я думал, им объяснили уже.
Cadê a peça que eu te dei? Aquela peça que eu te dei, o microfonezinho. Ah, eu dei pra... Você não me deu. Eu dei ali, ó. Vê aí, Yasmin. Fala com o Lucas. O que você quer? Eu tinha um microfone sem fio que eu dei pra pra eles. É pra trazer de volta. É pra trazer. Eu dei um microfone pra... Não, corre rápido. Vai gravar aqui? Vai gravar ali. Precisamos de uma... Não, tá, eu dei um dos câmeras ali.
Sim, eu sei, eu acho que ele devolveu e ia estar.
Não devolveu, se tivesse na minha mão. Dá um microfone.
Não, luz esquece. É só que ela tá fazendo ruim.
Marcelo, tá batendo o áudio daqui no seu transmissão? Acho que é isso que vai pedir.
Vê.
Bota na 4.
No, it's check. But it's not for inside.
Okay.
Only for the.
Make sure this is literally a
Testa
microphone.
o som.
Qual que é o problema? Qual que é o problema com ele?
Ele tá ok.
Não, mas esse cara aqui, problem. Light.
Where's the guy?
Quem quer dar luz?
É o Elder. E aí? Vê.
Run stuff.
Hã?
Run stuff.
Pegar e ver the lights. It's coming later.
Это что, другие, да? Свет это другие.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Well, welcome to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the AIGA Champions League qualifier. I'm Halti, joined by my broadcast partner, Jake Watson. We're very excited to be back in Brazil, but here in Brazil for the first time with AIGA. Now, of course, this event started in Central Asia, born in Kazakhstan, but the AIGA Global Champions League, this is an important part on the journey to deciding who will compete for the prize of $1 million in 2025. This is the second of the 4 continental qualifiers. Now, Jake, you were there for the first one in Turkey earlier this year. You must be really excited to be back here here in Brazil for what is the second of a very exciting series of events.
Absolutely, Hal, and it's really exciting to be here all the way in Brazil. I mean, going to Turkey was one thing. It was very professional. AIGA puts together a exciting, professional, well-done show, as everybody saw for the Turkey qualifier in FloGrappling. And to be back here in Sao Paulo, I can just tell that this is going to be a movement going forward that no one's going to be able to stop. It's very, very exciting for AIGA.
It is. Now, I was there in Kazakhstan for the Champions League semi-finals and finals in 2023. Very, very interesting format. This may be a little bit different to what you've seen before. And if you weren't able to catch the action in the last season, then let us explain. So, AIGA is a teams event. What happens is you have multiple teams that bring together athletes representing different weight classes, and then the team will face off. Now, whoever wins the team versus team series advances, just like in a regular tournament, but it's the team that goes through rather than individual athletes. Now, you can have multiple athletes per weight category. You can switch them out. You can have alternates. You can have reserves. We'll find out exactly who's competing a little bit later. We have the list of names confirmed for this today here, and we have more action tomorrow as well. But, Jake, why don't we go through it first of all? We have various teams. Why don't you let me know, is there anybody in particular that you're excited to see in action?
I'm excited to see that not happen again, Hal, I'll tell you that much. But here's what I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see Kasai grappling team. It's been the talk of a lot of people who've been following along with the Brazil qualifier. Kasai is full of many reputable champions who have done amazing work down in the States, whether they're Brazilian nationality or American nationality, and I'm very excited to see that team compete here on the stage. A lot of teams in contention for that top spot, but Kasai is definitely, I would say, amongst the fans, the one to watch.
Yeah, so important to note, of course, that even though we are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, that this is not an exclusively Brazilian affair. We have teams from Brazil. We have teams from South America as well. An idea is, of course, the Andino's team. So Andino's is made up of grapplers from Argentina, Chile, and Peru. Andino's referring, of course, to the Andes, the mountain chain that links those 3 countries together. Then, of course, we have the Luta Livre team. Luta Livre is a well-known no-gi grappling style that was born here in Brazil and was historically a rival to that of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Nowadays, the 2 arts have put their differences aside. Of course, all the competition stays firmly on the mats. As Jake mentioned, we have Team Kasai. We also have a team made up of athletes representing Damian Maia's school, the famous, of course, ADCC champion, IBJJF world champion, and former UFC middleweight as well, and welterweight fighter. Damian Maia, of course, a very important figure here in Sao Paulo Jiu-Jitsu. He's put together a squad of athletes. We have Team Untouchable, which is largely made up of alliance athletes, but a mix of various different athletes in and around Sao Paulo. We have Team Vuk Elite. We have Team Pyramid Grappling Association, and very interestingly, Team Melky Galvão. Now, Melky Galvão, a very well-known name on the not just the domestic Brazilian scene, but internationally, of course, as well. He is the father and coach of the phenomenon that is Mika Galvão. And I think that interesting to note that he's going to be bringing some younger athletes from his extremely large stable of fighters to compete here at AIGA for the first time. Now, I asked you earlier, Jake, about whether there was any particular teams that you were excited to see. Are there any particular athletes that you would like to see, or that you were hoping to see later?
Well, one thing I'd like to say about the Melky Galvão team is that I had been speaking to some of the people who are here at the event, and they said you got to watch out because these kids are not messing around. They did amazing work at the ADCC Trials event down in Brazil. They were absolutely rocking the jiu-jitsu scene, sending waves throughout the world that we enjoy watching here on FloGrappling, and I'm very excited to see that team. I know I talked about Kasai, and I'm about to mention an athlete from Kasai, but I am excited to see Melky Galvão's team go. Now, the athlete that I think I'm looking forward to most, and who has been perhaps the most intrusive in his division, is Andrew Tacket. Andrew Tacket has displayed, and we were talking a little bit about this yesterday, kind of off air, Andrew Tacket has displayed this creativity in jiu-jitsu. It almost seems like he's not doing jiu-jitsu at times. It seems like he's transcending and just coming up with creative things. Seeing that on the AIGA stage with the AIGA format is going to be very, very exciting. I'm interested to see how he approaches competition here today.
So Jake mentioned the format. Why don't we break down a little bit about the rules here in place at AIGA? Because it's very different to what you may have seen at other events. AIGA rules were designed specifically for this event. It uses a 5-minute round with 3 possible rounds per match. But very interestingly, a little bit of a hybrid from what you may have seen in other events. The first 2 minutes of any 5-minute round, only takedown points will score. So you can pull guard, you can pass the guard, you can get mount, you can get the back. None of those points are worth anything. Only 2 points for the takedown will score in those first 2 minutes. But after that, it's of course regular points that you would get for any position of control, any takedowns, any sweeps, reversals, and so on. And that, of course, if you go to the end of the 3 5-minute rounds and there is no winner, then what they'll do is the judges will take a look and they will decide a winner based on that match as a whole. So very different rule format that favors maybe some style, some grapplers with specific styles, and maybe a new challenge for others.
I would absolutely agree. What we saw in the AIGA Turkey qualifier was the Dagestan Combat Club. Everybody came in, they said Dagestan is going to do some amazing work, and they did. But when they came against Eurotrash in the final, which by the way, Eurotrash moved on to the group stage in that affair, they won 5-1 in the AIGA rule set because they were able to utilize the rule set. They were knowledgeable about it. And we've seen it in competitive jiu-jitsu throughout the years. If you don't know the rules of the tournament you're in, you are subject to potential failure. And that is very important. I think all the athletes are very aware of that after seeing the Turkey qualifier.
So the event in Turkey was very interesting. As Jake said, we had Eurotrash qualify for the final, the Champions League final, which will take place in Kazakhstan in 2025. Now we'll have 8 teams compete for that place from this particular trials. And now we're going to introduce one of the team captains, one of the team managers, I should say, Michael Langhi, of course, from here in Sao Paulo, the very well-respected Jiu-Jitsu world champion and the manager for Team Untouchables. Now, Michael, this is a different competition to what you have competed in the past, something new for your athletes. What do you know about the event, and how have you prepared for this challenge?
First of all, just to have me here, it's a pleasure to be here. I just want to say congratulations, AIGA. It's an amazing show. To be honest, I just fought, in a pretty similar rule set in ACB. It was like a 3 rounds match. And it's totally different because if you won the first one, it means nothing. There are 2 more to go, so have to keep focus. I think that's the most important thing in this kind of rule set. You have to keep your focus on the mat, on the whole mat, so have to thinking about to win, like 1 round at a time.
So you brought together a team of various athletes, not just from your gym here in Sao Paulo. You also called a few different athletes to represent. Why don't you just give us a quick overview of some of the athletes that will compete here today?
Yeah, to be honest, the no-gi is growing up. So here in Brazil, it's not very popular as no-gi is in United States. But I mean, it's growing up, like day by day. So we have many different athletes. We have like a Kooy. Kooy is doing a great job, fighting all the no-gi competitions. Also, we have Nasibi brothers. They are dedicating themselves only for the no-gi game, so they are sharp. And I have one more, Fernando Reis. This guy is a machine. He was like a successful in the lower belts, and now he will be back in action. So yeah, I trust those guys. I'm sure they're gonna put a great show on the mat.
So the first round, the Team Untouchable, you're going to go against Team Vokelite. Can you tell us, what do you know about your first round opponents, and how have you prepared or discussed the strategy for this first round?
Yeah, it's very hard you're talking about strategy. Of course, we just work something, like a specific train, for this match. But I think the strategy is just get there, man, and try, kill everybody up, so that's the point. Sometimes if you're thinking about one strategy and the strategy is not going on, sometimes you're going to get frustrated. That's the biggest mistake, one fighter can make it on the mat. So the point is, the strategy is show up, and it doesn't matter what's going to happen, you have to put our best.
So I want to ask you, we've seen in the jiu-jitsu scene right now the emergence of other rule sets such as AIGA, kind of breaking away from the traditional tournament format that a lot of us have seen, and you've been incredibly successful in yourself, by the way. What do you think about that? What makes you excited about the direction jiu-jitsu's headed?
I think, you know, in my time, you know, back in the time, you know, jiu-jitsu was more like a martial arts. Now it's like a show. So the public that just show up to watch, they want to see, you know, like action, you know. So the rule set is good just to push, you know, all the athletes to give the best, you know. So I was talking with some of athletes here, and they are not thinking about in strategy just to hold a fight. They just want to, you know, like kill each other. So that's good for the public, you know. Yeah, I think that's the way, you know, the jiu-jitsu can improve even more.
Thank you.
Yeah, Michael, honestly, it's great to have you here. It's great to see the team that you've put together. We're very excited to see you in action. Is there anything that you can tell us, maybe a little preview of what to expect here this weekend? Like, which of the athletes on your team should we be most excited for to see?
You know, as I said, Kooy, man, this guy is very tough. You know, Fernando Reis as well. You know, the Nassib brothers. We have Bull. You know, he's like a brown belt. He's going to fight next week at the Worlds. But, man, this guy's on fire. So I believe him. I know, you know, there are a lot of tough teams over here. You know, Kazai, you know, the team is amazing. A lot of great fighters. But, I mean, we're going to try our best as always.
Oh, there you have it, guys. So, very exciting. The first round matches will take place very soon. In the third round, you will see Team Untouchable go up against Team Vuk Elite. Michael, always great to have you here. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So just to continue our preview of the event while we're still making our last-minute preparations here inside the arena. Now, we talked a little bit about how we have teams from all over Brazil and representing different academies. Some of these teams are what you would consider super teams, Jake, because whereas some are based out of one specific gym, they're based out of one specific team of athletes. But in some cases, we've had guys break open their book of contacts and call in some high-level athletes to put together almost like a superpower team.
I think so, and like we're talking about with Kasai, right? Like Kasai is sort of that deal. And also, I want to say that there's some teams that have alternates on alternates, and they have an entire roster of potential athletes that could step in, and other athletes are limited to just their 7. They don't have any alternates, and they're going to have to go throughout this entire 2-day stretch, possibly fighting over and over again, maybe getting injured, and that is a possible problem. So I think that not just the super teams, but also the preparation that went on the coaches, right? And I think that you're totally right. Kasai is sort of the super team coming into this event, but I love the confidence that Michael Langhi has in his competitors and the competitors that are just on his team that aren't necessarily a part of his academy. But to see that makes me very, very excited because no one's going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have 8 very competitive teams here, and all of them are coming in with the intention of going home as the qualifying team for the 2025 Champions League finals, where they can fight for the chance at the $1 million prize funds. So, speaking of the teams, we had Michael come in and talk a little bit about his team, Team Untouchable. Now we're going to bring in Rich Buer, representative of the Team Kasai, and the guy who put together this super group, let's call it. Rich, come here and stay in the middle with us right here. Thank you very much. Rich, great to see you. And very interesting team of competitors you've put together. This is definitely an interesting mix of talents, and a lot of guys that you have a strong relationship with.
Absolutely. We're so excited about Team Kasai. I think, Howell, it's a combination of, some of the best grapplers on the planet, but more importantly, as you said, it's a team. I think teams that get along and are good people and people that you kind of know and love to kind of go through wars with are usually the most successful. And in our case, just a couple of examples. Renato Canuto, our team captain, 2-belt Kasai champion. Kainan Duarte, our heavyweight champion. William and Andrew Tacket, both Kasai multi-tournament veterans. And I think most interesting of all, Junio Casio, Pedro Mourinho, literally their debut on the kind of public stage was they were both Kasai trial winners that qualified them for the big night, as was Mateus Luchas, who's our team manager. So, we've supplemented that with some other folks that we know really well. So we're excited.
So looking at the team of athletes that you have competing here today, you have a number of athletes representing different weight categories. Is there a specific athlete maybe that the public hasn't seen too much of yet, but there's maybe a rising star among your team that they should look out for?
Sure. Well, I think a lot of our athletes are fairly well known. It's hard to pick favorites. It's like a mother choosing amongst her children. But Dorian Olivarez, who I think burst onto the stage at the trials where he won and took the crown over some really impressive names, Gianni Grippo, Ethan Krellinston. I think he's going to turn some heads here. Sebastian Rodriguez. Sebastian's a world champion, so it's not without having been noticed. But Sebastian's fighting 83 kilograms, and not only is he super talented, but he's one of the most exciting fighters you have, I think, around. And you add that to the mix called Talk About Exciting Fighters, Renato Canuto, Andrew Tacket, Roberto Jimenez. I mean, these are some of the most exciting fighters I know. And then maybe the last guy I would name would be, it's hard to say Fabrizio Andre is going to be a breakout star. He already is a breakout star, so maybe we'll skip him. But Junio Casio. Junio just won the Worlds, no-gi, and is, I think, one of the most dangerous grapplers on the planet. If there's a loose limb anywhere on that mat, he's going to find it.
Yeah, that is a hell of a roster. And, you know, we joke about these super teams and stuff, but that really is like, you know, they're bringing together the Avengers. It's like, you know, a super group made up of superstars from various teams. But with the team being as strong as they are, there is, of course, one factor, and that is the rules here at AIGA. Because so far, I believe that only Fabrizio Andre has experience of competing on the AIGA stage. Now, the strategies and the techniques that will be employed, how has the team discussed the challenge that is in front of them when they actually step onto the stage?
So when you're on a Kasai team, we kind of take it fairly seriously. We had a rules meeting yesterday, and the guys listened to the rules meeting, but they kind of knew all the answers already because we had been through it with them. There's some very specific things about AIGA rules. I know you've gone through it with the audience, that tactically, I always feel like if those who build their game around a rule set, you know, have an important advantage. And here I think that's very much the case. For example, the ability to score 2 points in the first 2 minutes from a takedown, it's the only way you can score points. Our guys are pretty well aware of this mat today. It's got some unique sort of slippery category, aspects to it. May favor a guard player, and you know, just thinking through that. But as far as the rule set, we love the idea of the 3 5-minute rounds because we can kind of talk in between and, you know, rethink strategies if we see some vulnerabilities that aren't obvious during regular time.
So you yourself have had one of the most professional fight promotions in the United States for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Kasai Grappling was an absolutely, I would say, professional. It was like the gold standard of no-gi super fight shows. And I think a lot of people have followed that example. What excites you about the direction AIGA is taking? I kind of asked this question to Michael Langhi as well, but I want to hear it from your perspective. Shows are getting more and more flashy, done up. And I would say there's fireworks associated with every single showcase. What excites you about the direction that Jiu-Jitsu's headed?
Well, first of all, let's talk about AIGA. I think this tournament is super exciting. I mean, I can't demonstrate that any better than the fact that we brought our team here, and this is our only focus, you know, right now. The tournament's exciting. It's global. It's got some, you know, great athletes. Look at the past years. Team Modalfo was incredible. Maybe, I don't want to look past anything we have to do near term, but maybe we get a chance one day to face Team Modalfo. But this tournament is building reputation, and I think there isn't literally a country that they go to recruit from, you know, in the qualifiers that doesn't scare us. As far as you could easily lose any match against any of our guys, no matter, you know, how much hype, you know, they may have. As far as the direction of the sport, we have ADCC coming out this year. We have the new Craig Jones event. We have a lot of things going on. And who knows, maybe even a Kasai event one day soon.
Oh, that would be something else. I'd love to see that happen. Rich, step up in the middle for us, if you would, please. Now, I have a question, of course. You look at the list of opponents today. Now, your first round matchup, Team Kasai is going against Damian Maia. First of all, what are your thoughts about this first round? And then, looking forward, which other teams among the others in the lineup have you paid specific attention to or are particularly aware of?
Okay, well, we obviously look through every team. Every team here is extremely talented. Team Damian Maia seems like a fairly young team. We're not we don't have a lot of matches against a lot of their opponents to look back on that we can share sort of notes with. So a lot of the research we've done is through you know, just looking up matches and watching fights. So each guy, we've gone through strategy about, you know, each guy they're facing. They look like a really good team, and I would never take lightly any team that Damian Maia specifically is sponsoring. And some of these guys are really well credentialed and young in particular, like our guys. I mean, I think that'll create some really exciting footage. As far as other teams, I mean, there's 7 other great teams here. Team Pyramid, if I'm pronouncing that right, and Melky's team are the 2 that we thought about the most, but maybe that's only due to lack of knowledge or some ignorance about some of the other teams. But those are the 2 that we were thinking that we might, you know, face in subsequent rounds.
Yeah, of course, not sleeping on anybody. Everybody here is in with a chance, but interesting to know how the team captains and the team managers are looking at the list of lineups. Well, Rich, thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to catch up with you.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you and your team later. We'll see you later.
Yep.
So, just continuing with our analysis, like I said, while we make our last-minute preparations before the start of this event, I think that something interesting about AIGA, of course, is that we do have a lot of experience, a lot of other events that we can look back on in AIGA, specifically, of course, the season that took place last year, the season 2 of the AIGA Champions League, and the earlier qualifying event that we had in Turkey this year. Now, Jake, you were there, Matt side, for the event in Turkey. What was your overall impression of the way that the athletes approached the action at the AIGA Champions League qualifier?
You know, some of them approach it in a way that you think they might. The Dagestan competitors were very wrestling focused. They weren't very submission oriented. There were some of them that were very submission oriented, but not all of them were going for the kill. They were playing the long game. So some of the competitors were thinking, okay, this is 3 5-minute rounds. I'm going to win each round, and I'm going to get a unanimous decision victory is what they're essentially going for. But then you have some of the athletes, like Eurotrash, who are going out there, and it might go to a 3 5-minute decision, but they are trying to submit you at every single term throughout the 5 minutes. They look at it like, I would say how a lot of people might look at a 5-minute ADCC match, where it's 5 minutes, I don't want to go to overtime, right? And so they're looking at every single round like that. All in all, though, competitors come out to AIGA, and I think the spectacle, the showcase, and the fact that they have the chance to compete in the center of Eurasia for a $1 million prize pool, the winner getting $500,000 of that team, I mean, you're going to come out here and you're going to show out because you know that the entire world is watching.
Now, of course, Jake mentioned it a little bit about the technical approach and the styles that we saw from some of the other teams, specifically referencing, of course, the team from Dagestan. Now, one thing that we have seen throughout the experience of AIGA is the fact that we have various styles of grappling represented by these different teams based on their origin, let's say. So, of course, the teams from Central Asia that competed in the past, teams from Kazakhstan, teams from Russia, teams from Dagestan. These guys have a very unique style of grappling that is, let's say, wrestling first. But it's not that they don't know jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu technique is very good. It's just applied differently. Now, of course, we're here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, the home of Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Brazilian jiu-jitsu was developed here, but of course has evolved immensely in recent years, especially so in the no-gi in the last 5 to 10 years. Now, it's almost a completely different martial art to what it was previously. And just like Michael Langhi said, you know, the game has changed so much since he was an active competitor. Now, what can we think? What can we expect to see from the action here today? Do you have any thoughts about the kind of techniques, the kind of grappling, the style of jiu-jitsu, or in the case of the Luta Livre guys, the style of no-gi grappling that we'll see here in Sao Paulo?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of great wrestling. Wrestling has developed in Brazil. The competitors are getting better at taking the match to the ground. We are going to see guard pulling. Of course we're going to see guard pulling. And the development of leg locks in the no-gi game has only increased. It's only gotten more complex. It's only gotten more proficient. We're definitely going to see that. Out of some of the competitors, like you talked about, we might see like some of their origin come into play. You got a team like Kasai. It's a mixed bag of people from different teams. Really, they all competed on Kasai, or they're known by the head proprietor, and that's why he brought them all together. But you will see the influence of the coaches. I think what we're going to see today, we are going to see a lot of leg locks. That's my prediction. I think that we're going to see a lot of people tap to things like Aoki lock, which is becoming very popular here in the no-gi scene. We saw that at a lot of different tournaments. We're going to see a lot of leg entanglements, particularly the outside heel hook. We might see some straight foot locks, kind of few and far between nowadays. People are getting better at that technique too. But one thing I think we're going to see a lot of as well is we're going to see a heavy emphasis on pressure passing. People are getting better at that to combat the leg locks, and I think we're going to see those two styles from top and bottom.
Very interesting indeed. Of course, you know, we look at some of the teams, and Rich Buer mentioned that his team Kasai, this is a team of well-established superstars who have a lot of experience competing in different events, Kasai, ADCC, even AIGA Champions League in the past seasons. And then you contrast that with somebody like Team Melky Galvão. Now, you mentioned it earlier, Jake, about how they turned up at the ADCC trials here in Sao Paulo earlier this year. And overall, the average age is much, much younger than we may have seen in other teams. And some of these kids are literally 16, 17, 18 years of age, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that is such a awesomely scary indication of the future, right? Like, the next generation of jiu-jitsu competitors are so powerful that 16-year-olds are out here and they have a chance to take this whole thing. Make no mistake about it. We've been talking about Kasai, we've been talking about some of the other competitors, Michael Langhi's team, so on and so forth. But those kids, they don't come to mess around. If you go back and you watch the videos on demand of the competitors from Melky Galvão's team at the ADCC trials, you're not going to think that these kids are old enough to be in high school. You're going to think that they are adults who have been seasoned competitors training for a long time. People are starting jiu-jitsu younger, they're getting serious about it younger, and coaches are getting more intelligent. And I think Team Melky Galvão is an indication of that.
Yeah, the average age so low compared to other teams, but really a sign of the work that Melky Galvão was doing in building up this grassroots squad and then taking them out and showing that work at the major competitions like ADCC trials earlier this year and like AIGA Champions League here. Of course, if he's put together a team, Jake, then he's going to have some confidence in the athletes he's selected for this, because he's not showing up just to make up the numbers.
No, I mean, and as Melky Galvão, you don't make an athlete, and I wouldn't say make an athlete, but you don't grow an athlete like Mika Galvão to be as absolutely awe-inspiring as his jiu-jitsu is, let's just say it, without having some prowess. And I think it's going to be really cool to see the other competitors here in the group stage, or at least in the group qualifier, like how his influence affects them as well. It's special. We see it with like John Danaher, we see it with Mario Hayes, we see it with different people. Cicero Costa is another person who a lot of people come from this gym, and you can see the influence that that level of coaching, that level of teaching has on an athlete. And I think Melky Galvão is one of those figures in this community.
One particular team that has been very intrigued, but I have to say it's a huge question mark, because it's one of those teams that, even as commentators, even as analysts, even as, we follow the sport very, very closely, and we do as much research as we can before every specific event to know as much as possible about these guys. But there is one team that I feel that it's going to be a bit of a surprise, not just for us, but maybe even for the opponents on the mat, and that is the Luta Livre team. Because, as we said a little earlier, Luta Livre is a style of no-gi grappling that has existed here in Brazil for a very long time. It was traditionally always a rival art to that of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's always been a no-gi grappling art. And back in the day, way, way, way back in the day, I'm talking decades ago, these guys were pretty much the only no-gi grapplers, because Jiu-Jitsu was just Jiu-Jitsu in the gi. There was Vale Tudo, of course, MMA, the early MMA, but the Luta Livre guys were the original no-gi grapplers. Now, the popularity and the explosion of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu across the world basically shoved the Luta Livre guys into the shadows. And for many years, they were forgotten about completely. A handful of athletes made it through onto the world stage, competed in major events. I'm talking about guys like Cacareco, who made it through to ADCC. There's a handful of names you can think of. There's Alexandre Pequeno Nogueira, who is actually here today with the Luta Livre team. He was very successful in Japan as a mixed martial arts champion, and also had some success in no-gi grappling matches too. But Luta Livre is, let's say, somewhat of a different community to that of Jiu-Jitsu. So we don't really see these guys compete too much on the tournament scene that we follow, being fans of grappling. But that's not to say that they don't have a chance of coming in winning, because Jiu-Jitsu, grappling, Luta Livre, whatever you want to call it, they're all, let's say, different expressions of the same face.
Can you make someone tap? Right? Doesn't matter your origin story. Will they tap when you put the submission on them? And you're seeing a little bit of the influence. When you spoke of Luta Livre, it made me think of Diogo Reis and how he's kind of donning that Luta Livre style, where he's wearing the black belt when he competes no-gi. Mika Galvão has paid homage to Luta Livre instructors as well. And so there is a little bit of that influence coming back or being pulled back. And one thing that I noticed about these guys, just yesterday at the weigh-ins, almost every one of them were so intense and so fired up at that weigh-in. They are of one accord. They are a unit. And I think that there's a sort of unity that comes with being on the Luta Livre squad and having that pride, having that honor of like, I'm a Luta Livre competitor. And I think we're going to see a little bit of that out there too. There's something about the mentality of somebody that sort of like tribal mentality that I think is very powerful in a tournament system like this.
Yeah, and that's actually something that you will notice, as a spectator, as a fan watching this event. You will definitely see that, because what happens is you have all the other teammates right here at Matt's side, while one guy is out there representing that team in the middle, and they all get behind their guy, and that energy is contagious, right? That they can spur their guys on to do great things, or they can support them during tough times. So the team element is something very different, is very unique, it's something that I'm particularly a big fan of, and I'm sure that you guys will be too. Well, we're just minutes away now. We're getting closer to our first match here at AIGA Champions League qualifier. Is there anything else you would like to add here, Jay?
No, it's going to be a great show. I'm very excited. They're starting to get the athletes sort of lined up right now, so I'll be taking the center of the mat and doing the ring announcements. Hal and I will be your guys' commentary for this entire event, and you guys can expect some great action. You guys can expect some quality calls from Mr. Howell T here. And I'm just very excited. I can't say it enough. This has been a great pre-show, full of a lot of different twists and turns, of course.
Yeah, we do apologize if it's a little bit chaotic during this, whether there are people passing in front of us or if there's maybe some noise in the background. Definitely one of the most intriguing and interesting situations we've been broadcasting live during. But hey, that's live TV, right? That's what you can expect.
It makes it good. It's a viral moment. So, no, it's going to be great. And they already have everything all set up now. It seems like the stage is set. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not watching, if you're going to stay tuned on FloGrappling, we'll be right back, I believe, with the action.
Yep, well, we're going to take our places. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Catch you later.
Welcome to São Paulo, Brazil for the AIGA Champions League qualifying round, brought to you by Açaí Republic.
Senhoras e senhores, estamos dando início ao torneio de fase classificatória do AIGA Champions League, apresentado por Açaí.
8 teams will battle for the chance to compete in the group stage for a chance to compete in the center of Eurasia.
8 equipes vão disputar uma vaga para a final do evento ano que vem para conseguir prêmio de $1 milhão.
The teams are Andino's grappling team, Team Untouchable, Team Vuk Elite, Team Kasai, Team Piramide Grappling Association, Damian Maia team, Luta Livre Brazil team, and Team Melky Galvão. The prize pool for this season of the AIGA Champions League is $1 million, with the winning team taking home $500,000 and the title of Best Team. Before we invite the first couple of teams, let me introduce you to our panel of judges. Chief Judge, Oshas Doshanov. The side judges, Amir Bekbov, Damir Sadirov. Our mat side referee, Arnaldo Bueno, Renato Sogino, and Max Kuznetsov. And now, we invite the first couple of teams to the mat. First,
e vamos chamar agora as duas equipes que vão dar início ao torneio, fazendo a primeira batalha. Primeiro,
Team Luta Livre. In the 60 kilogram division, Joran Magalhães. In the 65 kilogram division, Marcos Paulo. In the 70 kilogram division, Claudinei de Souza. In the 76 kilogram division, Jefferson Pontes. In the 83 kilogram division, Gabriel Alves. In the 91 kilogram division, Felipe Borada. And in the above 91 kilogram division, Luis Fabio. And their opponents in the blue corner, Andino's grappling team.
E os seus adversários no corner azul.
First, in the 60 kilogram division, Tomás Ignacio. In the 65 kilogram division, Lucas Tomás. In the 70 kilogram division, Lucas Galbusera. In the 76 kilogram division, Pierre Paulo. In the 83 kilogram division, Lalo Morato. In the 91 kilogram division, Nicholas Thorn. And in the above 91 kilogram division, Alan Magenzo. And now we would like to invite the manager of Team Luta Livre to the stage.
E convidamos ao tatame o manager da equipe Team Luta Livre Brasil.
And we would like the manager of Team Luta Livre to give the official introduction.
Convidamos o manager da Luta Livre Brasil para dar as boas-vindas ao início do torneio.
Obrigado. Obrigado a todos presentes, obrigado a todos os atletas. Estou aqui hoje representando a comunidade da luta esportiva, em especial a Confederação Brasileira de Luta Esportiva. E é uma honra muito grande poder trazer a verdadeira luta de grappling do estado do Rio de Janeiro, que é a luta de short. Estamos aqui hoje presente. É uma honra muito grande ter recebido esse convite e mostrar que a luta livre esportiva, ela existe, é verdadeira e é potente. Hoje nós vamos dar um show aqui, mostrar o que é a luta livre esportiva raiz brasileira. Muito obrigado. Obrigado a todos os presentes, obrigado a todos os atletas e obrigado às outras equipes que também vão duelar aqui, representando o esporte, tá bom? Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our first bout takes place in the above 91 kilogram division. All the athletes may have a seat. Senhoras e senhores, a primeira luta de hoje na categoria acima de 91 quilos. Os demais atletas se retirem do tatame.
All right, guys, so we're live now with our very first match here in the AIGA Champions League qualifier here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The first match between the Luta Livre team and the Andino's grappling team in the green and yellow, representing Luta Livre Brazil team, is the rather large figure of Luis Fabio. And then in the red and black is is Alan Magenzo. How do you say that?
It's going to be Alan Magenzo.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you. Yeah,
you're very welcome.
Some of these names do catch me. I'm pretty good with the Brazilian names, but when you're bringing in athletes from places like Argentina, Chile, Peru, as is made up here of the Andino's grappling team, they brought together guys from all over South America. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky.
Big guard pull from Magenzo here at the very start of the match.
So just a reminder here at the AIGA Champions League that when you have these matches, it is a possible 3 rounds of 5 minutes. And the first 2 minutes, the only points to the score are those for takedowns. So if you see sweeps, if you see positional control, if you see back control, all the stuff that you see in a regular jiu-jitsu match, those are not point-scoring positions here. It's a submission-only period, but it does value the wrestling takedowns. But after the 2 minutes is gone, and we're into the final 3 minutes of the round, then all positions will score. Sweeps, takedowns, reversals, you name it. But that doesn't seem to be much of the strategy here so far, Jake, because on bottom, you have Alan, and he's trying to play a high guard against a very strong Luis Fabio.
Yeah, you know, he's throwing this rubber guard over and over, something we don't really see around the heavier weight divisions all the time. But it's interesting to see. He's not getting his hip out to the left. Oh, but look at the flexibility. It doesn't even matter. Bringing his foot all the way across. Luis Fabio easily pulls the arm out. He seems like a very imposing figure, though, on top.
Yeah, interesting that he went back from the open guard into a closed guard. Considering he wants to hold his opponent, he wants to keep him close. There is a warning.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, that's good work going to the omoplata, but manages to find his way out. Does Luis Fabio.
Yeah, Fabio's going to need to find an opportunity to, I think, take advantage of how low Luis Fabio's being. Because the techniques like that, when you have somebody who can pull their arm out in that way, just as strong as Luis Fabio is able to do it, you got to be very careful to keep your options open. And right here, this is what Fabio, I think, wants, is sort of positions like this where he can smash. It's going to be difficult to get him off balance, even inverting like this.
This first round is, of course, in the over 91 kilograms. And the way that the AIGA Champions League works, these teams, that the teams, they bring together athletes representing the different weight categories. But they can have multiple athletes in the same division. So when it actually comes through into the matches, they choose the right guy for the right match. Isn't that right, Jake?
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of the things in AIGA, just from a production standpoint and from, you know, what they're trying to accomplish with this tournament series, it's trying to be professional across the board, and the integrity is trying to be maintained through the fights, right? So, I mean, Damir Sadirov, referee in the center of the mat, has been involved with AIGA since its inception. And so, definitely some stalling calls given by Damir, the referee. Oh, look at this armbar. Oh, my goodness, arm straight.
Armbar attack. That is a deep attack there. That forced a very, very strong reaction from Fabio Dutra. That arm was completely hyperextended there for a moment. He rolled over. They're back now into a similar position. But that goes to show that Alan's strategy of attacking from guard, well, he's obviously got something that he's looking for. Took him a little while to find it. We're into the final minute of this first 5-minute round. But one thing that Fabio Dutra is going to have to be very careful of is that so far he's been issued a stalling penalty for his perceived inactivity, or whatever you want to call it from on top, his holding tactics. And that is an incentive that he has to get busy, because if there is no submission, of course, these rounds, they are scored on their points. Right now, he's down.
In some different tournaments, maybe this could be an effective game plan, but just in the AIGA rule set, they want action. And so this slow grind, I don't think that necessarily Luis Fabio is trying to stall or trying to play anti-jiu-jitsu, as we see right here, speaking of jiu-jitsu.
Alan is very aggressive in his attacks. He's working together a number of different entries here. He's going completely upside down.
Look at this.
Going for the legs. Now, he used the threat of the upper body attacks to open up the lower body, but look at this.
Oh, this could be a problem,
Fabio Dutra is staying extremely heavy on top, is basically trying to maneuver around into a top position, but that was a good recovery from Alan Mangenzo.
Yeah, great retention right at the end of the round, too.
Well, time will expire in this first round of 5 minutes. There is a 1-minute break, Jake, in which the athletes go back to their corners. They can have a rest, they can have a drink, and more importantly, they'll talk to their corners. And this is a crucial moment where they have an opportunity to game plan, because 3 5-minute rounds, it's almost like 3 individual matches, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that when it comes to something like training, right? When it's 3 5-minute rounds and you're training, there's not the adrenaline associated with it. But when you have the adrenaline that is flowing through your veins in a tournament setting, you have to take a time to recover. I mean, look at them shaking out the arms of their competitor. We see Team Andino's doing that. They're shaking out his arms, massaging his forearms, giving him the game plan. It's a different look at the tournament format. It's not like one and done. You have multiple rounds for your teammate to get very involved as well. And I imagine Team Luta Livre, just the attitude they've had the entire tournament, they're going to be very involved.
Well, there's some real encouragement going on in the team of the Andinos. They are really slapping, and I think they're trying to get Mangenzo to be a little bit more aggressive in this second round, because one thing that we saw, Jake, is that Mangenzo had some really good technical entries in that first round. But maybe he's trying to play a little bit too much technique against a very physical opponent. And I think by slapping him, trying to get him a little bit more aggressive, they're saying, hey, you can get this guy, but you've got to get after it. Because so far, Fabio Dutra has proved to be a very solid opponent, very defensive. But there's a similar guard pull, just like in the first round, and Alan Mangenzo is going to probably look for similar attacks. But if he's listened to his corner, maybe with a little more urgency.
I would think that jumping guard has been a part of the game plan coming in, at least in this first match. Will we see it, assuming who moves on to another round? I don't know, but jumping guard against Fabio Dutra does seem to be part of his plan.
I would imagine that. You have to think that the Luta Livre guys, on paper, would have an advantage when it comes to the stand-up portion of the match.
Maybe that's a part of the game plan. I mean, right here you see Fabio Dutra's response to this throughout the match has basically been to pull that arm out very strong. But he has a pretty deep bite. I mean, his arm is trapped behind the armpit of Alan Mangenzo. He's trying to turn this into a triangle look by pushing that arm through. But you see how he just got that power.
He does, he does. He manages to keep his elbows nice and tight. I was just thinking, I'm watching that entire sequence right there, and I'm just thinking what our friend Brandon McCaughrean, who has also been here at the AIGA Champions League, what he would make of that. Because this rubber guard stuff, it really is, you know, classic 10th plant style. But look at this. That is a very nice use of the threat of going into the legs, caused the reaction, and has given Magenzo a sweep. But, Jake, important to note, in the first 2 minutes of the round, so even though he's reversed the position, he doesn't score for that.
Yeah, but conventional wisdom in all combat sports would tell you put the big guy on their back. And we've seen, you know, the athletic and creative guard of Alan Magenzo throughout this match. We haven't seen Fabio Dutra on his back. We'll see what Fabio does.
So you can see Fabio is building a little bit of height here. He's trying to come up. And you can see that the forward pressure of Alan Magenzo, he's framing out with his left leg, driving forward. But, you know, it's that big guy thing. Do you think he's trying to set up possibly a deep half from bottom here?
I think so. He's turning away from the knee very intelligently. That gives him space with his right arm. You see, he's trying to dig for it, but Alan Magenzo's doing a good job keeping that right elbow tight. He wants to bring that right hand in between the leg, potentially, if Magenzo's center of gravity goes too high up, and then he can turn it into a deep half. But as I say that, Magenzo's turning his hips back in perfect response to it.
This is nice top control, and we're in the point scoring period now. We're about just now halfway through this second round. No points on the board for either man, but you have to say that this power ride, this kind of top control here from Magenzo, it must feel good when you spent the entire first round on your back looking from the, you know, for attacks from the guard. Now he's on top, even though he hasn't scored yet. I mean, this is significant.
Are we 100% that he won the first round, Alan Magenzo?
He did, yeah. The referee pointed to him because of the penalty, so he definitely took the first round. But looking to go to the back here, wasn't able to establish hooks. No points for the back control. And he does slip in the far side hook right on the restart. They're going to go back into the center of mat in the same position. So if one hook is in, you have to think that Magenzo is halfway to scoring the points for the back.
Yeah, it's a very crucial moment here for Fabio Dutra because he's already down one round. It's currently tied. In the event that it remains tied, it'll be a draw round. So it'll go neither way, he's still in the match. But if he gets the point, right now he's got the hooks. Got the hooks in. Interesting that the points still haven't been given.
I could see that the ringside mat referees did take a moment to discuss, but yes, the 3 points are on the board. Of course, a little bit like ADCC. See that the communication between the central referee and the side judges, that they're the ones who actually put the points on the board. But that's a nice escape there from Fabio Dutra. You can see this is a guy, he obviously is quite comfortable in wrestling out from bad positions. Not too uncomfortable with somebody attacking his back. At no point was he under any threat of submission there, Jake.
No, he did a good job defending himself. Unfortunately, in this format, giving up points can yield a lost round, right? But good on him. I mean, the more he's able to stay in this match, the more chance he has to make some comeback happen here in the last round. Let's say he survives. He's doing a great job bellying out, very difficult to turn over.
Makes that Anaconda front headlock choke attack series very difficult, and is something that I was just wondering, how ironic would it be if somebody from the Andino's team with representatives from Argentina, Chile, and Peru, how cool would it be if he hit a Peruvian necktie?
That would be very cool. That would definitely be very fitting, very iconic. But right now,
we got 6 points to 0 and just 25 seconds remaining on
armbar.
the board, and an armbar attack.
The arm is extended, and that's it. Alan Magenzo gets the tap.
Winner by armbar in the second round. It took a little while for him to crack those defenses, but with just 22 seconds remaining in that second round, the first win here goes to Alan Magenzo of Andino's grappling team.
And your winner by submission, representing Andino's grappling team, Alan Magenzo. Vencedor por finalização, representando Andino's grappling team, Alan Magenzo.
So that makes it 1-0.
It does. So the heavyweight match from that first series is in the books. A A second round armbar at 4 minutes and 38 seconds for Alain Magenzo against Fabio Dutra. Puts it 1-0 for the Andino's team. Now this is of course the first of 7 matches. The next match will take place in the 83 kilogram division. And that will be coming up just shortly.
Up next in the 83 kilogram division, representing Luta Livre Brazil, Gabriel Alves.
Próxima luta, até 83 quilos, representando Luta Livre Brasil, Gabriel Alves.
And in the blue corner, representing Andino's grappling team, Morato.
E no corner azul, representando Andino's grappling team, Morato.
Wow, I'm just looking at the face of Gabriel Alves. That is a guy who looks extremely focused. And he looks ready to go. Look at that face. He's so aggressive, like basically snarling. And they've only just made contact at the start of this match, Jake.
I believe yesterday when he weighed in, he pounded his chest 3 times and yelled at the top of his lungs. Like, actually, there was a decibel hit that I didn't know humans could reach.
So, as you heard, this is the 83 kilogram division. Alves weighed in at 82.1 against Lalo Garcia Morato, who weighed in at 10.9. And there is takedown from the Luta Livre stylist, who, interestingly, used that pull to sweep. But hey, here's an interesting question. Of course, under the AIGA rules, is that considered one sequence that would lead to a takedown? And the referees are discussing that, because you think of a traditional takedown, you think of a guy who shoots a double leg, single leg, finishes the takedown, gets on top. But he shot, pulled, went underneath, reversed his opponent, and then finished on top.
You know, if you're thinking about it in terms of initiation, he initiated a takedown, but then the guillotine stopped it. He conceded guard, and so he was not initiating a takedown at that point. He stopped initiating it, sat guard in response to the guillotine, ended up on top, yes, but it wasn't a takedown any longer.
Yeah,
the guillotine was key there.
And that is why it is still 0-0. So a little nuance to the rules here that the fans, if you're new to AIGA, it is a little bit different to some tournaments.
Oh, look at this. Armbar straight out.
But
and the knee bar.
Leg lock. Flash armbar from Lalo Garcia Morato on bottom from Andino's, but quick leg lock counter from Gabriel Alves.
Counter flash technique with another flash technique.
Alves seems a little, no, I wouldn't say hesitant, but he's definitely wary of the guard in front of him. And I think that armbar out of nowhere, whether he knew what his opponent had waiting for him or not, he's going to be extra cautious in going back in after that.
Absolutely. He does possess the ability to counter, so I think that he can be a little more confident coming in, knowing that, hey, watch out for the arm bars coming in, because he knows if he brings his arms too close, he is susceptible to that attack from Lalo Garcia. But I'm interested to see how he approaches passing the guard. So far, it's been only around. Ever since the takedown situation, it seemed like he was really looking for passes on the outside. The moment he tried to get tight, that's when he was in danger.
Playing a very active open guard from bottom is Lalo Garcia Morato, but he's not chasing after his opponent too much, and I think that's smart, because he felt a little bit of the wrestling earlier, and right now he seems to be content in playing that game of drawing his opponent into his guard rather than trying to chase after him. This first round, it does give them an opportunity to feel each other out and then potentially adjust that strategy as we go into the second round. Right now, see a little bit of going around on top, and down to his knees is Gabriel Alves. Oh, there's a nice pass attempt. That's pretty good. He managed to clear the knee line there for a moment. Briefly looked like he was going to settle down into north-south, but a nice recovery. Late-stage defense from Lalo Garcia Morato. Nice pass attempt here. He's getting around the hips there. A little more aggressive here from Gabriel Alves. Good recovery.
He needs to keep the hip. When he goes to that double under, you need to secure the hip as tight as you can so that stuff like that doesn't happen. The fight for the person on bottom, or rather, yes, the person on bottom, in response to the double under pass is always to get their knee back. And so your responsibility as the passer on top is to keep that hip crunched so that you can move to the side freely. I like this grip. I think he could do more of this. This grip on the ankle in order to set up his passing situations would be great.
As I was saying, the really important thing about this this format is that this 5-minute round, then we're in the final 45 seconds of the first round. It's like a giant feeling out process sometimes. If the guy has a taste of, something, he kind of, it's intelligence gathering. He can come back out in the second round with a completely different strategy.
And possibly another opportunity to take the fight to the ground, which we saw he definitely has that in the bag. Now trying to pass to the side yet again, getting a little more active.
Well, Alves took a look at the clock, and I think he was like, okay, I've got about 30 seconds left at that point, and he got on the gas. He was making a little bit more of an effort to try and pass, because to end the round with points on the board rather than a draw, well, that helps a lot, right? Going into the next, and the overall result, should there be no submission. But as time expires, it is going to be 0-0, so that first round right there is a draw.
Round one is declared a draw. Primeiro round declarado empate. Round one declared a draw. Primeiro round declarado empate.
So, Jake, as the corners talk to their athletes, and based on that first round, and with it being a draw, I do wonder whether we'll see a different strategy here, because Alves had pretty good moments from top. He had some really good passing sequences, came close to clearing the hips. Nice, late stage recovery from Lalo Garcia, but I do wonder whether we'll see Garcia maybe try and work from top. Oh, well, okay. He's answered my question very quickly.
Absolutely.
No, he won't. Pulls guard.
Look at that. Look at that little foot sweep into Spider-Man stance. That was pretty funny. But, no, what I would like to see out of this round, Hal, is Gabriel Alves. I think that he could stand to – I mean, he could come forward. He could still come forward. He actually ends up sitting. So me and you should probably just stop making predictions because they're – I think they're listening.
I mean, this is intriguing that the Luta Livre representative, Gabriel Alves, has said, you know what, I'm getting a little bored of just defending. I kind of want to attack as well, and he's going to try and attack for some leg locks. And we'll see, maybe, Garcia Morato will try and counter with some barambolas here, but it is interesting that the Andino's representative has decided just not to take the bait. He does not want to come up on top.
It is interesting. Maybe it is in response to what I was talking about earlier. We had mentioned that, as soon as Gabriel Alves came forward in that first exchange and he almost got caught in that armbar, yeah, he threw the submission on the back end of it to defend. But that does kind of get in your head a little bit when you're trying to pass the guard. It's almost like the submission, it didn't work for what we wanted it, but it still worked in a way because it stopped him from passing the guard in the way he was most comfortable, right? And now we see him going in on a leg entry, back on that knee bar. Good response.
The knee line was clear, but he's doing his best to try and draw it in closer. It's a little bit low for the heel hook. If he can adjust during this roll and catch that knee line, but...
It looks like he's going through.
He is. Now, that's better. He's got the knee line now. This is better, causing them to roll here. I'm not quite sure if he got it. It does look like he's got a decent bite, but... Because these spats add so much more friction, Jake.
That's one element of AIGA that I actually think is very interesting and plays into the game plan of some of these competitors is the spats add a new element to the leg entanglement game.
Yeah, it really does. It makes it much more difficult to just slip out from the heel hooks. It makes it much more difficult just to slip out from single leg takedowns. That added friction, of course, while still being a no-gi match. You can still attack for that kind of stuff, but it's not so easy just to slide out anymore. But nice defense from Lalo Garcia, and that heel hook sequence started off looking pretty loose to me, but kind of almost got tighter as they rolled. He managed to catch a knee and draw it in.
And you've mentioned on a couple different occasions how it's the wrestling and the top game prowess of the Luta Livre competitors that is sort of trademark for them, right? But to see Gabriel Alves go out there and show the sort of, I mean, he is efficient in the leg lock game, something that maybe we wouldn't think about for a Luta Livre competitor. But
well, I mean, the thing is, if you think about it, you know, going way back into the history, the annals of history, that for a very long time, the only guys who really did leg locks were Luta Livre guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because leg locks were kind of not by any means forbidden technique, but they were looked down upon by jiu-jitsu guys as being almost cheap attacks. And, you know, the Luta Livre guys were pioneers in developing the heel hooks. This is, of course, way, way back. But now, and just a really important and essential part, foundational part of any body who's working in, you know, any kind of grappling competition. But we've just really been here now in this kind of guard versus guard leg battle for, I'd say, over 2 minutes at this point. And we talked about the difference in strategy from one round to the next. And here's a clear example of that the Luta Livre representative, Gabriel Alves, has decided that he is going to attack from bottom. But now that gives Lalo Garcia Morato an opportunity to pass with just about a minute and a half remaining on the clock. He decided to come on top. And then, you know what, Jake? It's not bad forward pressure. Look at that. Knee slide.
A good recovery on the bottom by Gabriel Alves, bringing that knee back in, but not out of trouble yet. I like this game plan switch by Lalo Garcia as well with this time that he has.
Oh, he's falling into the leg, though. This is good work from Alves.
Oh, very interesting. And this could turn into a pass or a back take.
Wow, nice escape there from Lalo Garcia coming up into this leg drag here. There is back exposure potentially. If he can free his left leg, it is out of danger of the leg attack. If he can break that grip around his leg with 45 seconds remaining, he could pass the guard here, Jake.
Absolutely. He needs to really squeeze that left arm and try to get his head in line with Gabriel Alves in this situation. If he's able to bring his head on top and get his arm closer to his own face, he'll have more power. He needs to continue to straighten that leg to put pressure on the grip of Alves as well. And there you see it right there. Gets his head right underneath.
Nearly breaks the grip, but Alves manages to clasp those hands together again. It's basically going to close the door to that. Oh, nice little smother being employed there from top by Gabriel Alves. That is a legal technique. Nothing wrong with that. You see Alves kind of asking from bottom. It's like, hey, what's up with that? But that's a legit attack.
Absolutely. It's only illegal if you cover the nose, correct? He's coming only
you
in the
pinch the nose. You can cover, but you can't pinch.
Oh.
All right, so they got another draw. Second round goes 0-0.
Second round declared a draw.
Wearing some different hats here, Hal.
So, after that second round, very, very different to the first.
Yes.
My question is now is that what's going to happen in the third? Are we going to see a completely different match again? Because we finally saw some top game from Lalo Garcia, and we saw some good leg attacks employed by Gabriel Alves. And I'm wondering if we're going to see a different strategy employed from both, because maybe Alves is thinking, you know what, those leg lock attacks just weren't enough to get the job done. Maybe Lalo Garcia's like, hey, I felt good on top. I'm going to push it a little bit more.
Yeah, we saw more of a change out of Alves that round because, I mean, he completely switched the game plan. He went from, I'm going to take the match to the ground, to, I'm going to pull guard. There is literally no bigger change you can make in a single game plan than that.
Well, already we're seeing a little bit more time on the feet. Of course, you can't pull guard unless you make contact with your opponent. Will Lalo Garcia, if he can make grips, will we see him pull guard again, or will we see him shoot a takedown this time? Alves didn't even have an opportunity to shoot a takedown in the second round, Jake.
No, Lalo really pulled guard very fast on that one. Calf kick attempt.
Okay, there's a guard pull. Now down to the very familiar position in this match so far. This outside kind of defensive posture from Alves, the seated guard from Lalo Garcia Morato. This 83-kilogram match, the second of 7 matches in total in this series between Luta Livre Brazil team versus Andino's grappling team. Andino's, oh, go and look at that, going high with the omoplata. That was really nice. Omoplata rolls through, still on it.
Omoplata is difficult to hold in no-gi, but in a position like this where he's already got his left arm firmly secured around the back, Alves, I mean, it's an unconventional way to escape, but he's almost got his arm in a position where at least he's not going to get tapped. But as I say that, right
nice
arm comes around.
Hooking the leg, while also looks like he's got a seatbelt around the upper body. This is a really good, powerful shoulder lock attack.
Oh,
He
that's it!
Submits omoplata in the 3rd round. And the 2nd win in a row for Team Andinos. Well, that was a very nice entry. He stuck to it, rolled through, and got the win.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner by submission from Andino's grappling team, Morato. Senhoras e senhores, o vencedor por finalização da Andino's grappling team, Morato. O resultado parcial até agora, 2 vitórias para Andino's grappling team.
Omoplata win for Andinos, thanks to Lalo Garcia Morato, puts Andino's team 2-0 in this series, and that submission came at 1 minute 43 of the 3rd round. God, that really was very different. You know, using the open guard and going for the upper body attack after a little period there of just seeing the options that were available. Nice work there from Andinos.
Our next bout in the 70-kilogram division, representing Luta Livre Brazil, Claudine de Souza. No torneio feminino, na categoria até 70 quilos, representando Luta Livre Brasil, Claudine de Souza. And in the blue corner, representing Andino's grappling team, Lucas Galbusera. No corner azul, representando Andino's grappling team, Lucas Galbusera. And your referee, Andino.
Okay, underway here now with our next match.
2-0 for Andino's grappling team.
You know what? Might feel like they've picked up some momentum, but when it's only 2 of 7 matches, that tide could turn very quickly. We've seen that, Oh.
Possible
Oh,
back
look
take.
at this. Early attempt to take the
Oh,
back,
my
but
goodness.
almost counters with the leg lock there.
What an interesting response to the Berimbolo.
So Claudine Javier in the green rash guard, and then you have Lucas Galbusera in the red and black. Well, a flurry of activity in the final sort of stages of that 1st round. I feel that even though Galbusera defended well and was able to come up into a passing position, just kind of, right there at the last few seconds, but Claudine Javier, showed maybe some intent, because he went on those legs, Jake. He managed to get that clamp around the thighs above the knee line. And we saw a very similar attack sequence just last weekend in Paris, France, when Giovanni Martinez of 10th Planet used that exact position to catch an inside heel hook. So it's a pretty good spot from which to launch your attacks.
And one thing that I noticed about this match, Hal, is that the last 2 matches before this seemed to be more physical. There was a lot of physicality involved, a lot of strength. We're seeing what I would say a true chess match here in the 3rd round. In this Luta Livre versus Andinos. I'm also noticing a lot of the competitors out of the Luta Livre team And Andino's did this too, but they're throwing the foot sweep, but not initiating any control over the upper body first. They're just kind of looking for an outside foot sweep, loose, almost sort of like calf kick style.
Galbusera playing a very traditional De La Riva hook here. Very difficult control position in no-gi. Rolling through is Javier. And now they're into a very similar position than they began with. But no-gi De La Riva, it's not an easy position to work, but it is effective.
Yeah, a lot of competitors, when they do the no-gi De La Riva, they'll use the opposite side hand to assist because the knee line is difficult to capture with De La Riva to begin with. But in the gi, you have the assistance of like the collar to break down the posture, or you have the ability to grab a sleeve. You just don't have that in no-gi. So the opposite hand that would normally be holding the collar or the sleeve is now relegated to holding the inside of the knee. We've seen Tommy Langiker use that to incredible success in the no-gi scene to continue his Berimbolo game while also being in the no-gi scene.
Kick out and reset there from Javier on top. Lucas Galbusera is pretty confident and pretty comfortable in playing this open guard. But this is something that I'd like to point out again, that a recurring theme in the strategy from the Andino's team. They're very comfortable in playing that open guard, very, very disconnected much of the time. They're not chasing after their opponents on top. They're not hunting for wrestle-up sweeps. They're not, aggressively searching for, rolling toe hold attack. They're not aggressively searching for the reversals. They'll time their reversals deep into exchanges to come on top and in control.
It takes a lot of experience to get comfortable in the guard like that, too. It takes a lot of getting your guard passed, dealing with people passing around, and I think a lot of great jiu-jitsu is found in areas like that because you can't always create your own opportunities, especially as a guard player, especially in no-gi. You have to be patient. You have to be willing to accept the fact that somebody's going to put pressure on you. Somebody's going to try to pass your guard around. They're going to grab your ankles, and you need to have a lot of great countermeasures in response to that. And we see at the highest level of jiu-jitsu, pretty much every champion has the countermeasures. They have the game plans to deal with that kind of stuff.
Galbusera looking for the Berimbolo here. Again, manages to get around. Oh, that's better.
And now
that's good, but nice spin from top from Javier.
Wow, the athleticism to be able to have that idea and do that movement to get out of trouble. He looked dead to rights on the back. If you can connect your chest on someone's back, you're very close to actually securing the 4 points, but what a move.
Yeah, I'm impressed by that spin there. It almost looked like watching Ethan Krallinston, the way he just kind of spins out of that back control. Definitely that style. It's timing, it's awareness, it's athleticism. No small amount of technique as well. Sometimes it looks like somebody just, freaks out and gets out of that position. But you got to know that position well to make that kind of move and not find yourself in a worse spot. I will say this though, we saw some nice passing attempts there in the second match from Gabriel Alves, but we're not seeing a ton of forward pressure from Javier on top so far. He's relying on athletic movements to try and explode past the guard. But we're not seeing a lot of control leading to progressing and advancing through those positions.
I do like, though, the switch of game plan in the middle of a round. Not at the end of a round going into round 2, but for him to switch that sort of style, and I hope he keeps on doing it. There's something special about competitors who can notice how a round is going and switch everything in the middle of the round. It takes a certain athletic awareness to be able to sort of take a deep breath, assess situations, and go, okay, this isn't working. I need to change my stuff. I need to change from plan A to plan B, C, D. And I think that, man, the sport is evolving. The sport's growing, and the competitors are getting smarter. I'm trying to get in on a leg. This is about the first one-sided guard position we've seen, I think, this match. Usually it's Claudine being able to respond, and he responds there as well, but usually he's responding with a guard of his own. He's even sitting on his butt and trying to go for a submission attack of his own.
Yeah, I like the way he's trying to backstep out of it. In the end, he just kicked out and was like, okay, I'm going to reset. Now he's diving in for the double unders. Going to try and scoop those hips up off the mat and try and pass. Interesting, very flexible guard there from Galbusera on bottom. It's almost like he was playing like a no-gi lasso as the time expires. And that is the second round of 3. that has gone to a draw. Let's see what happens in the next one.
Round 2 is declared a draw.
So, second round goes to a draw. Very even matchup so far, this particular match. 2 rounds in a row that have gone 0-0. And in that case, Jake, were somebody to put some points on the scoreboard in this third round, that would win the entire thing.
Yeah.
But if it does go 0-0, and there's no submission at the end of those 5 minutes, it goes to a judge's decision.
Yes, and that, I think, is what every athlete needs to try to avoid, is a judge's decision. Don't make these judges do any more work than they got to do. That's as an athlete, that is a good idea. And that's not for the sake of, like, oh, being a nice guy. That is being a nice guy to yourself. Because when you're competing in a format like this and 15 minutes gets put into play, I mean, who would you pick as the winner of this? It's hard to say. Going into 2 rounds, both competitors have been similarly dangerous. They've initiated sort of the same amount of techniques, and they've both been similarly aggressive. So the pressure is definitely on, and that's one of the things I do like about the AIGA rule set is it puts the pressure on. This third round, we're going to see both of these guys open up because they need to, because the future of their team in this tournament could depend on it.
Looks like we're just waiting for the referees to prepare the scoreboard before we can restart this particular match. Oh, look at that. Ringside, we have the likes of Damian Maya here. Of course, his team will be competing in the next round. All right, third and final round now is underway. In the red, representing Andinos, is Galbusera, and the green, yellow, and blue, of course, the colors of the Brazil flag. Xavier representing Luta Livre Esportiva Brazil. Oh, wow. Yeah, again, the guard pull from the grips. A recurring theme here from the Andinos team. They're really avoiding any wrestling exchanges with the Luta Livre. I mean, it makes sense given their reputation as being a wrestling heavy or very proficient in wrestling. But straight back into this open guard. And I feel, I don't know about you, Jake, but I feel like I'm sensing a little bit of frustration from Xavier at this point.
I sense it too. You could see, I mean, he's really going for a variety of different attacks at this point. He's trying to open up the playbook a little bit. We saw him try to utilize a little earlier, and keep an eye out if it happens again. As Galbusera is able to post on the shoulder in response to the pressure on top, he slams the arm out of the way, kind of like how Dante Leon does a lot. And he finds that shallow underhook. It's kind of hard to see from this angle what kind of bite that Claudine had on that leg. But once again, opting to sit guard in response to the guard attacks of Galbusera.
Yeah, this leg attack sequence is a little bit tricky to see it from our angle here. Exactly what is at play here. I can see that there is a foot hanging out and in danger of being caught in a straight ankle lock. Yeah, Galbusera's had a look there at attacking the lower leg, but Xavier, one thing I got to say so far, Jake, is that he seemed very comfortable in all of these sort of leg entanglements, and he's had an answer and escape for all of them. You know, there were some moments earlier when he briefly had a look at a toe hold and similar, but he's not really initiating any of those leg attack sequences himself, and this is the first time we're really seeing him try to catch the hips and try to aggressively pass the guard of the Andino's representative.
Yeah, and sort of like an impatient look at the double under is the best word I can describe for it, because now he's back on the outside, and this, I mean, as far as the passing attempts have gone, he hasn't been able to pass from the outside, but passing tight is something he hasn't tried yet. So it might be a good idea for him to try to, you know, stay in this position for a little bit and see if he can force a little bit of that physicality, that Luta Livre physicality in trying to go for that double underpass.
A little reset and a walk around just to take a look at his opponents and maybe consider his options. Xavier is maybe a little out of ideas at this point. We've got about 1 minute 50 remaining in this third and final round. Lucas Galbusera from Andino's on bottom, really insisting on playing this open guard from bottom. But again, you know, I'm going to point something out that maybe I've noticed over the last couple of rounds. Whereas in the first 2 rounds, we saw a lot of interplay between the upper body and the lower body. What we've seen here from Galbusera is no upper body attacks.
No, not a single one, huh?
Very, focused on attacking the lower body. No wrestle-ups, no sweeps. Only entries into the legs haven't really been that significant. So I've got to say, Jake, that as we're coming in now, almost, the last 70 seconds of this 3-round match, I'm not seeing a clear advantage from either man, save for maybe the near back attack there that Galbusera had earlier in the match.
But it's a moment that was so fleeting that you got to wonder, are the judges going to remember it?
Right.
It's a 15-minute match, and that was maybe 10 seconds of it.
Less, possibly, yeah. It was just, it was, like you say, fleeting. So very, very interesting, and I think that really the referees, they're going to have to consider very carefully how to score this one. One more leg attack. You can see trying to backstep once again is Junio Javier. Last 30 seconds now. Oh, this is a little better.
He's able to break down the knee line a little bit. But once again,
slips it out.
Yeah, 15. Not a lot of time to work, but he almost gets a look on a sweep. At least
Thought
it's
he was going to go for the 50-50 sweep there, but can't hold him down.
At this point in the match, it's going to be so difficult to net a sweep like that,
Yeah.
But that's another thing the judges are going to keep in mind. And right at the end of the match as well.
0-0 across the board. 3 rounds in a row that go to a draw. The entire match 0-0. So what we're going to have now is a conference between the central referee and the mat side judges, who will need to consider who they will declare the winner, because 3 5-minute rounds, they'll need to decide exactly who will be the winner. Well, they'll bring the athletes back into the center of the mat for the official announcement.
And your winner by decision, out of Luta Livre, Brazil, Alvarenga de Souza. E o vencedor por decisão, representando Luta Livre Brasil, Alvarenga de Souza.
Yeah, so, okay, it's now 2-1. That Andino's, what was a nice, comfortable lead, they're now down to, only one match over their opponents. Luta Livre Brazil are able to get one back, and this time by way of decision. And we'll wipe those mats down and prepare for the second match in just a second. But just goes to show that, over 7 matches, so much can change. The momentum can shift so easily from one match to another. And with Luta Livre Brazil now, we're very happy Junio Javier getting that win by decision in a rather uneventful match, we have to say. But I got to say that when you're a referee and you're a judge and you're looking at that kind of match, you have to not only consider which were the most effective, techniques and the effective attacks attempted, but intention counts for so much. Who was pushing the pace? Who was actively searching to try and finish the match, to try and advance their position, to try and do something effective? And their opinion in that one was that Junio Javier deserved the win. So just while we're dealing with some technical issues, getting our scoreboards working here at Matt's side, just a little recap of the action so far, Jake. 3 matches down now in this 7-match series. Yep. 2 matches won for Andinos. But that last match there, going to Luta Livre, Brazil. You have to think, well, the next match coming up in the 91 kilogram division between Felipe Borada and Nicholas Thorn, I would feel like that would give me a bit of a boost of confidence. You know, if I was coming from the Luta Livre team, I feel like, yeah, okay, good, we're back on the scoreboard, we can do this, right?
Absolutely, and it was early enough, right? I mean, they're down 2, and you think, okay, if they're down 3, that's a problem. Their backs are literally against the wall.
Yeah.
Because even though this is a best of 7, or it's a best of 7, that means that first to 4 wins. And so if you get 4-0, yes, you've already lost. You're still going to fight those 5th, 6th, and 7th match, but you've lost. And so their backs aren't against the wall, and now their backs are definitely not against the wall because it's 2-1. And I think that gives them not only a breath of fresh air, that gives them a little bit of relief, it also gives them a bit of confidence. And I think that a team like Luta Livre is going to ride that confidence coming into this next match.
Just a reminder of how this is going to go. We've got this first team matchup, let's call it. How do you want to call this, Jake? You want to call this an encounter between the 2 teams?
A run-in.
Made up of a run-in. The series, the team series, 7-match series between, well, the first round, let's say, is between Luta Livre Brazil and Andinos. After these 7 matches are done, we'll move on. We have a second round, and that series will be between Team Kasai and the Damian Maya team. 2 very well-known names in the world of jiu-jitsu. Team Kasai, of course, being a superstar team comprised of various athletes from various nations, all coming together, whereas Damian Maya, based here in Sao Paulo. The third series of matches will be between Team Untouchable, managed by Michael Langhi, mostly based with competitors, of competitors from the Alliance HQ here in Sao Paulo, with a handful of other invited athletes. And then they're going up against the Team Vogue Elite. And then the 4th series of matches will be between Team Pyramid, who have really been making their name on the no-gi grappling scene here in Brazil, going up against Team Melky Galvão. So we have 4 rounds in total. Each round will be 7 matches between each team. So plenty more action to come.
Definitely very exciting. But looks like it's time to announce the next athletes to the mat.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next match takes place in the 91 kilogram division.
Música, paga música.
Introducing first, out of Luta Livre Brazil, Felipe Borada. And representing Andino's grappling team, Nicholas Thorn.
All right. 4th match now in this series. In the green, yellow, and blue colors of Brazil, Felipe Borada, representing Luta Livre Brazil, going up against, in the black and red, Nicholas Thorn from Andino's grappling team. And already we're seeing a lot more wrestling in this match than we saw in the previous 2, because they've made contact, and in every match so far has been an immediate guard pull from the Andino's grappling team, but a little bit different so far in this one, Jake.
Yeah, a lot of footwork immediately by Nicholas Thorn, just trying to utilize those collar ties, and then as soon as you say that, Howell, he sits guard. You looked away for 1 sec.
There's a team strategy at play here. They've discussed this for sure, right?
Oh, look at this, though. Right off the bat, Luta Livre gets the pass.
Chin strap. Looks like he could be going for a guillotine attack here. Yeah, he does. Sits through for it, but nice step over the legs there from Nicholas Thorn. And now he's on top. Oh, and he's on the neck himself. Wow. Okay, we got a match in our hands here, Jake.
AIGA Champions League. This is what it's all about, Howell.
Borada had a really nice pass attempt there, using the head for control, getting that chin strap and throwing a throwing a guillotine shortly after. But I got to say, I was very impressed with Thorn's defense in jumping over those legs in that transition. And look at that, going for a guard pull off the kind of like an Imanari style.
Yes.
Oh,
look at this arm drag to the back.
Nice reversal. That does happen in the first 2 minutes, though. So even though he scores the reversal, no points on the board because that came within the first 90 seconds. And the first 2 minutes, only takedown points will actually score. But still, a very different approach to the guard here in this match than we've seen in the previous two.
We've seen a lot of activity on top and bottom right off the. I mean, it's hard to think. It's only been like 2 minutes in this match, Hall, and so much has happened already.
One thing I will say that I've noticed so far in each of these matches from Andino's versus Luta Livre is that the Andino's guys, being on bottom, they're really the ones who are looking for something. And in response to the heavy top game and stuff, but a very defensive game from top from the Luta Livre representatives.
And here we see from the Andino's grappling team representative this body lock style passing, which we've seen so many people like J-Rod, Nicky Rod use this down in the United States. Very effective way to immobilize somebody on their back. It rounds the lower back in a way that is contrary to playing guard effectively. It's very difficult for you to utilize any sort of hip movement or hip strength. It is just a difficult thing to overcome. And even if the underhook's employed, like you see right here, Felipe Borada does have a left arm underhook, it's still difficult for him to even use that underhook because his arm is being constricted, and it allows the top competitor, Nicholas Thorn, to begin to bring his knee out, as you see right there.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to get that good old-fashioned kind of tripod-style pass through that half guard. The knee briefly cleared it. Now he's looking to use the left hook on the inside of the thigh. But as he does that, underhooking and scooping the near side leg was Borada, but the leg's free. The leg's free.
The body lock.
He's around the legs and the hips, settling inside control. That is a very clear 3 points there for Nicholas Thorn.
The body lock was kept in. It was hard to see from our angle, but he kept that body lock the entire time, and that stopped a deep half guard. Never let it go. And when you have the body lock like that, Hal, it's so difficult for you to do anything other than address the body lock. It's like dealing with the double underpass. You have to address a double under before you engage any sort of offense, typically.
Yeah, good work there from Nicholas Thorn in really just stapling Borada to the mat. But look at that, the referee straight on it saying, hey, you know what, you scored your points, you got the side control, but you can't hang around. You need to keep working, you need to keep attacking. And he gave the warning, and that has made Nicholas Thorn open up a little bit. He's kind of back into a half guard, yet he is now straight back into half guard. But hey, if he was to pass here again, Jake, he could get another 3 points on the board.
Yeah, and at this point, I'm sure the control is more worthwhile than the possibility of getting another pass, other than for anything
back
like
to
getting
his feet is Borada. A little nod there from Borada, kind of like, yeah, okay, yeah, good. You know, I felt that, not bad. It's my turn now. Let's see what he has to respond with. Borada was put in a very defensive position there. He was never really under any threat, though, in side control bottom. He was held in position, but he was never in danger of being submitted, right?
No, he wasn't. And the body lock, again, is something that you use to set up a guard pass. Actually, the body lock, a lot of people are of the opinion that it should lead to mount. It should lead to more of a mount position than side control. And you've
Time. That is the end of the round.
Oh, interesting. So that's going to be a win on that round.
Yeah,
for
that's
Andino's.
round one there for Nicholas Thorn. He gets that 3 points to 0.
Round one. Round one goes. Round one goes to Andino's grappling team.
All right, just a few seconds now until the start of the second round. The competitors will come back into the center of the mat after getting some instruction from their teammates in their corners, the coaches in attendance here at Matside. That is one of the unique things about AIGA, isn't it, Jake? Is that, you know, when you've got your entire team, your friends, your coaches, and everybody right there on the side of the mat, to get that real-time feedback, come back out for the second round now, and to go for you know, attacks based on what you learned in the first round, so valuable and very unique.
We talked about this a little bit in the pre-show, how this is sort of a paradigm shift in terms of jiu-jitsu competition. I mean, we've strayed away from just traditional tournaments at this point. It's not like that anymore. We have events like AIGA. And AIGA's doing a special thing.
Yeah, half guard now. Oh, that's not a bad crossface, but he doesn't have the underhook. Borada is putting a little bit of pressure, but it's just not able to control the upper body. And, you know, the one thing, if you want to pass the half guard and you want to do it close range, you really need to make a very solid, secure upper body control before you can deal with the legs. If you want to go for that long range style passing, kind of back out, go, you know, kind of knee cut right style, that's an option too. But if you're going to go forward, you got to have good control.
Absolutely, and that's why Nicholas Thorn was
like
able. Oh, look at this!
Like this, on the neck, on the arm and neck. Got the arm in. Front headlock series here. He's got options.
Yep, Nicholas Thorn is having to resort to bringing that leg up, trying to get a little bit of space, but that chin strap. Oh, look at that!
Opens up the pass, and there is a nice recovery from Thorn. But I'll say this, Jake. I feel that he was in real danger there, and that it caused a violent reaction. Those reactions only come when people feel threatened.
Yeah, I wonder what Nicholas Thorn did as the bottom competitor in that situation as well. It looked like maybe he had some sort of a lock on the arm, and he was able to force Felipe Borada to stop attacking. I mean, again, it was really hard to tell.
Open half guard here. We've come into the points part of this round now.
Borada has had success as well with controlling the hip with his right arm and stepping that knee through. It's a very awkward look at a knee cut from my perspective, but, I mean, it is working. It's giving him an opening. One
thing I'll say that I've noticed is that when he's had an attack in the first round, an attack in the second round, in both instances, it's been as a result of very good control of the head. So if I am Nicholas Thorn on bottom, I'm thinking to myself, you know what, don't let this guy grab my neck. It seems to be where Borada is strongest.
At least what we've seen in this match, right? I mean,
So
the
far.
closest submission attempts we've seen have come from situations like that. This has not been like the matches before here where we've seen, you know, flash submissions here and there. The flash submissions we've seen were really the headlock from a sprawl and looking for a chin strap to a guillotine potentially. I'm interested to see if Nicholas Thorn is going to change his game plan as the bottom competitor. Maybe start looking for K-guard or looking for some of the positions that take advantage of, you know, the Luta Livre guys. They don't typically seem to pass the close guard by trying to stand up. They seem to pass from the knees. That could be something that I think can be taken advantage of.
Oh, there's another pass attempt. Oh, that's good work from Borada. He's forced to turn to turtle.
Oh, perhaps sits a little too soon, though.
Oh, no, he throws Thorn down. Now, this is not going to be a guard pass. He doesn't have the back on the mat, but he does have a really good path to the back here. So it looks like he's got a seatbelt grip. Yes, he does, but nice escape there from Thorn. Infling himself up and over the top, spinning out, and now they're back to their feet.
Wow, a very athletic movement, and at a crucial time, too, to be able to get out of that position like that.
1 minute remaining now in this second round. It's still 0-0, but I've got to say, I feel like this is a very different Borada than what we saw in the first round. And look at that, a lazy shot from Nicholas Thorn has put him in this position, and I feel that this is where Borada has showed that he's the strongest. He's basically giving him his head. He's going for the anaconda, Jake.
Yeah, certainly it seems like an interesting choice by Nicholas Thorn to be able to shoot in like that. That is the position where we have seen Felipe Borada do the most work. And now a shot from Felipe!
That's going to... Oh, no, he doesn't. Look at that. He kept his hip free.
Thorn trying to end up on top on the back end of that.
That was some nice takedown defense. Looking to sit out is Borada. Jake, Nicholas Thorn, I thought that he was about to concede takedown points, but manages to get his hips out and put himself in this position. It's really, totally different.
Really great strength in the hips in that situation, right? I mean, very, and that's going to keep, I mean, that effort that he gave to defend that takedown is going to turn this match, that round 2, into a draw.
Wow, okay, so we have 2 rounds that have both been 0-0 draws. But you know what, Jake? Not for a lack of action. Plenty of action in both rounds, but still a draw.
Round 2 declared a draw.
And once again, we're in this situation where round 3 comes around in a match like this. Both competitors are forced to open up a little bit more. This last 5 minutes, you can't afford to let it go to the judge's decision because, again, it's close.
I'm going to give my analysis as we got just a few seconds left in this rest period, about 10 seconds. I'm going to score it. I thought that Thorn took the first round. I thought that Borada took the second. So if there are no points and if there is no submission in this third round, if I was a judge, I think that whoever does the most in this one's going to take it.
Absolutely.
Because I feel it's 1 round apiece so far. All right, third and final round.
I would agree. Here we go.
Yeah, pulling to guard now. And I feel like you can just see that the speed of the guard pull now is so much slower. You know, you have Thorn sitting to guard, whereas before he was pulling to guard very quickly, quite athletically. I think that fatigue is starting to be a factor here because, you know, they fought hard for 10 minutes in total. Yeah, they've had two one-minute breaks, but these are intense 5-minute rounds, Jake. They're not cruising during these rounds. They're basically, you know, they're expending a lot of energy.
And, you know, a lot of competitors haven't fought in a rule set like this. You're essentially doing 3 rounds with the same person, 3 fights with the same person in a row, and it's counted as 1 match. Where I think a lot of times, if you go to a tournament where there's 5 minutes, after that 5-minute period, whether it's win, lose, or draw, that match is over. You're not fighting that guy again, and you're going to get at least 30 minutes before your next fight. You have 1 minute before your next fight, and it's against the same guy who's going to make adjustments. It's different, and a lot of people haven't been exposed to it, but they're going to now that AIGA is doing everything it's doing.
Very different strategy there. Oh, he comes up to his knees, and again, Borada is on the neck.
A little more urgent here.
He had the arm triangle closed there. He did try and roll through for the anaconda, but I feel he tried rolling a little prematurely. But again, you know, if there are no points, intention is what matters, attacks are what matters, effective aggression is what matters. And that will have made an impression on the judges.
Absolutely.
Close guard from Nicholas Thorn on bottom here. And the Andino's team have really had they've you know, displayed the preference for fighting from the bottom throughout the entire evening. I mean, 2 of their matches, they finished with arm lock attacks, you know, initiated from the bottom position. And that whole attack sequence in the first and the second round, they all came from bottom. But this 4th round, so different. And this is the interesting thing as well, isn't it? That when we get a series of matches and team versus team encounter, you will often see very different styles employed at the different weight classes. Mm-hmm. You know, you'll see in the heavyweights, you might not see a lot more pushing and shoving, upper body attacks. In the lower weight classes, you may see a lot more guard play and leg lock attacks. And like in this one, which is a 91-kilogram match, you know, you'll see a little bit of everything.
Well, we know we remarked this in the beginning match with Alan Magenzo from Andino's grappling team. The highest weight division of athletes that come out of Melky Galvao's instruction is special.
Next match takes place in the 60-kilogram division. Introducing first out of Luta Livre, Brazil, Gerlán Magalhães. Próxima luta, na categoria categoria até 60 quilos. Representando Luta Livre, Brasil, Magalhães.
And in the blue corner, representing Andino's grappling team, Tomás Rodrigues.
E o seu adversário no corner azul, representando Andino Grappling Team, Tomás Rodrigues.
All right, so referee is about to get things underway now. This is the under 60 kilogram division. So if I have any advice for you is don't blink, because, you know, these lightweights, they are just so fast. Really, the speed at which they compete is next level in the... Ooh, there is a guard pull there from Thomas Sanchez representing Andino.
Oh, look at this.
On a leg attack
My
is
gosh.
Gerlen Magalhães representing Luta Livre. And I said don't blink.
I
right?
didn't.
I warned you.
It's just crazy. It's just how fast they're moving. And, you know, Tomas Sanchez came out to the mat with such gusto. I could tell right off the bat, all right, the energy these guys are bringing is something else.
Big slam there from Magalhães. He lifts Sanchez up and throws him down. But it was off a guillotine attack. So the judges are kind of conferring here as to whether they're going to score that as takedown points. What do you think about that, Jake?
All I know is that does play into the minds of the judges. It happened so fast. How
it is 2. Magalhães gets 2 for that sequence. I agree with that. The way that he threw Sanchez through the air. I mean, this is a combination of both speed and power.
It was incredible. I mean, it seemed like he was in a dangerous position and situation with the guillotine when he stepped in, and Tomas was able to throw that guillotine over the top. But for him to be able to step forward, get his hips underneath, and lift with that kind of strength, that's a scary level of strength. And at the 60 kilogram division, too.
Now, he's in a really good position here on top. It's in the half guard. He has a guillotine, arm-in guillotine control from this half guard. Now he's actually going on the neck. This is a single arm guillotine. I think he could have a good grip here. Oh my goodness! A full-on suplex style throw just off the head and neck control. Jake, all right, we can tell you right now that Magalhães physically very, very powerful. And he is just throwing Sanchez around.
He is putting on a show here in São Paulo, Brazil. I mean, that was insane. He went past the idea of a guillotine to throw him in a, I don't even know what to call that.
And that was a real submission threat there as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely was.
And now he's going for it again. Look at this.
Here is big crank on the neck here from this top half guard position. Got to be careful he doesn't lose the position. Now he's framing on the face and backing out. But man, that is a lot of pressure through the neck, especially after getting thrown through the air bodily. Yeah, Magalhães, wow, what a little powerhouse.
Well, there's something about the way he applies pressure.
Yeah.
You can see it. He is rock solid.
And he's very comfortable in his top half guard position. He's shutting down the underhook. You can see that Sanchez is doing his best to stay on his right side. He's trying to dig an underhook with his left arm. But that is a heavy frame in front of his face, the forearm on the neck. It's going to make it very difficult for him to make the connection and control that he wants to be able to attack from this position.
Yeah, from this position, a really simple way to think about approaching the guard pass is keep my head away from his head. Unless I have a head control underhook, then I bring my head close. But I don't want to give my opponent on bottom any opportunities to get their underhook or get their head control. You can even see him responding to the underhook attempt of Tomas Sanchez by getting this overhook and trying to put pressure on the elbow. That's to dissuade the bottom competitor from trying to get closer. In this forearm on the neck, he wants to control the space and the distance and look for his own pass attempt.
Yeah, and something that I'm noticing, which is quite curious as well, is that he's let it go now. But from top, he was employing a really strong overhook of the sort of the underhooking arm as well. And now he's actually separating the arm away from the body. He's got wrist control. He could attack here for an arm lock, Kimura, but he's got control of the neck as well, Jake. He could go for all manner of attacks here.
Absolutely, and the more he leans that left side and gets his shoulder closer to the mat, the more of the angle he gets over the top of the right shoulder of Tomas Sanchez, the more pressure he can put on that guillotine, and the more of a threat he can bring on that potential Kimura armbar situation that we're looking at.
I like this arm control here. I like the way he's pinning the wrist to the mat. I like the separation between the elbow and the upper body. you know, that basically kills that side of the half guard completely. And now,
there we go, like you talked about.
He's freed up his arm from around the head. He's looking to thread it through. He's gone double top wrist lock, looking for the Kimura here. This is possible. It is definitely possible to finish it from this position.
Yeah. It's hard to get this. It's hard to get the full extension on it because Tomas is doing a good job of bringing his left shoulder to the mat. He doesn't have a lot of time to work here, but he's trying to put the match away.
Magalhães he's staying heavy with his torso on top of Sanchez's chest. He has not let go of that wrist, Jake. He's still controlling it now as he's gone forearm across the throat. Very heavy forward pressure driving through. And really, Sanchez can do nothing here but hold on from bottom and hope that he can stay nice and tight and see out the remainder of this round.
You see him looking for
right
a wrist
there.
lock attempt right at the end of the round there.
2-0 to Magalhães, who actually a nice display of sportsmanship in helping up his opponents.
Round 1 goes to Luta Livre, Brazil.
So, Gurlan Magalhães, very powerful, very heavy on top. Strong use of those guillotine and front headlocks in throwing his opponent around. Now, we've said here a number of times about the, the opportunity to develop and the strategy and the game plan coming into this second round. And I do wonder, Jake, after that, let's call it what it was. That was a rough round for Sanchez. How he's going to come out in the second round and make sure that he doesn't get caught in those rough positions again.
I think pulling guard is a good idea. I think that we have seen in two separate scenarios that Magalhães has the tools on the feet to be pretty active and pretty aggressive. Now, you see Tomas, he's able to pull guard. And you see he has to pull guard with a grip. That is an AIGA distinction, is you have to pull guard with a grip.
Well, it's pretty common in most competitions, I think, right? It's common in most competitions that, that you have to make. I think it's only really ADCC you can pull without a grip, which, is quite unique, actually. But, yeah, you can see that, again, we're into this kind of half-guard position. This is pretty much a replay now of that first round. And Magalhães is straight back into this. Let's call it what it is. Quite often, Luta Livre guys, they do things differently. And it's a very different attacking posture from top half guard, but he's gone on the neck again. I think that's what he wanted all along.
It's just a little deeper. He has the arm in, so it's going to be difficult to finish from this position with the kind of posture he has now. He'd have to get himself into a position where he's a little more square. But he did snatch on that head pretty quickly. Now he's got the arms connected without the arm, and look, very
like
smart.
He was going high elbow from top there, actually.
Well, it's smart of Tomas Sanchez to actually reintroduce his arm in that situation.
Yeah.
You don't have the same
a little
ability.
bit of pressure off, right?
Yep. We were talking about game plans at the start of this round, too. It's puzzling to me that Tomas Sanchez would opt to, I would say, pull guard into the same position that he so struggled with at the end of that first round.
I 100% agree. I think it was very interesting that he's decided to do that, considering how tough a time he had in the first round, how tough a time he's having now in the second. I would have thought he'd avoid that position as much as possible, but then you also have to consider that Magalhães kind of forces that position a little bit as well, right?
For sure. You can tell that there's definitely a very studied and practiced game plan to put the forearm on the neck and to continually overhook or post on the hip with the other hand. There is an element of distance control that we're seeing out of Magalhães in this match.
He's trying to go guillotine grip now after... He's going for high elbow here. That's a lot of pressure on the neck.
Oh, if he's able to find the connection, that is a lot of pressure.
He's trying to kick his leg free at the same time.
That's the strength of the guillotine pass, Hal, is the ability to go for the choke and the pass at the same time. You really put your opponent in a catch-22.
Well, let's consider the position that they're in for a moment. When you're trying to pass the guard and you're in no gi, you only have a certain number of effective handles that work. And that head is a big handle to grab hold of, which enables you to pass and to establish some kind of form of control. And he definitely has a preference for going for it, but again, you can see he's trying to dig out that. He's trying to dig out that right arm briefly. The left arm, the underhooking arm. He's trying to go for the wrist control again. But I think that Sanchez is doing a much better job this time of being aware where his left hand is going and making sure he's not leaving it out and vulnerable to attack.
And once again, looking
Switch the hips.
Body control this time, but almost gets swept.
Well, Sanchez does come up on top. That's going to be 2 points if he can just hold this here for a second.
Interesting,
he does.
though.
Sanchez gets points. And now they're up and out.
Oh, look at diving forward.
All right, we've now got 2-2. Magalhães briefly concedes 2 points, but he comes straight back up and puts Sanchez down. When he switched his hips, Jake, I thought Magalhães looked solid, but Sanchez actually used that moment to come up on top.
Yeah, good timing, because when Magalhães switched his hips, he did so in such a way that was so fast that Tomas Sanchez was able to carry through that momentum, and I think that he just timed it very, very well. Good on him. He's definitely shown some aggression.
Look at this scoop that he has of the leg from this close guard position. It's a very unorthodox control. It definitely compromises the base of Magalhães. Can use it for a leg entry, but Magalhães backs out and he's back into that half guard position that he enjoys so much. So it's 2-2. It's a draw, and we've got just over a minute remaining.
Maybe trying to go for a body lock. Yep, initiates the body lock from the half guard. And you got to think with the power that, well, look at this, using his forehead against the belly in the body lock.
Magalhães, again with that forearm in the throat, really uncomfortable. You're never going to force somebody to tap with that, but my word, you can make their life difficult.
And Tomas tried to go for that same thing again.
Oh, on the neck again it is. Magalhães, he's so insistent. He's really always looking for that. And Sanchez, I'll tell you this, regardless of the result, he's going to have sore neck tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
But we have to consider that, you know, Andino's could make it through in the next round. They could come back tomorrow and have to fight after, 3 hard rounds today with a sore neck. Could compromise his performance.
That's one of the things about the AIGA Champions League. You got to be ready to fight across the rest of today, maybe the rest of tomorrow, right?
All right, end of the second round, and that one is a draw also.
Round 2 declared a draw. Segundo round é declarado empate.
So we have round 1, win to Luta Livre, thanks to the takedown points. Round 2 was a draw. It actually was 2 points to 2, based on the sweeps that both men scored. So this third round, if it's a draw, the match goes to Luta Livre. If we get a point scored by Tomas Sanchez, then it's going to have to go to a judge's decision. Because 2 rounds apiece and then 1 draw, it'll be the judges who will have to score that one. Of course, a submission can end the match at any time.
Every competitor from Luta Livre, from the point of the last match forward, the hope rests on them. That's the thing. And I think that Magalhães knows that. I think he's fighting with that sort of security, like, okay, I won the first round, but I need to be careful in these next 2, but I got to maintain this victory. At the end of the day, I got to maintain this victory.
Big power up there from both men. Magalhães, he's looking energized, right? You can see that Sanchez gets a penalty because he pulled without effective contact. And that was well spotted by our referee there. So starting the match at a deficit like that, yikes. That was a major tactical error.
Absolutely. And in this situation, it's even more so, right?
When a match is as close as this, 100%, because that penalty could come back to haunt him later.
Kind of the inverse situation for Team Anginos, right? Like, they want to put this to bed. They want to guarantee their spot in the next round. And so every fighter that comes in, they kind of have the opposite responsibility. Hey, put this away. Whereas the competitors from Luta Livre, they have to be, hey, keep us in this.
Interesting to see that Sanchez was playing briefly there a moment ago, a little bit of knee shield and trying to control the distance a little more effectively from that bottom half guard position. But again,
now
you
a
see
good
that
angle on it,
Magalhães is going high on the neck, and he's forced to roll through back into the half guard, but he's so good at catching the neck from that top half guard. And there again, you see the knee shield in play from bottom from Sanchez. But anytime his head gets close, Magalhães just wraps it up.
And that's that distance control, right? He's letting
Yes.
he's letting the hand get in as he feels comfortable. He's letting the head get close, or he's slowly encroaching on the space of the Andino's grappling team representative so that he can get that guillotine going. One thing I want to think about, though, Hal, is he has gone for maybe 4, 5, 6 guillotines with that left arm. Continually with that left arm. And look,
add another one to the count.
is the efficacy still there? Is his arm getting burnt out? That's a legitimate question. Now, I think that in this format, with him going for it again and again, and now being in the lead by 1 negative point, you know, might not matter as much. Now he's sort of switching up the game plan a little bit. Looked for a knee cut there.
Yeah, we're into the points period now. And really, Sanchez, I got to say, I question his strategy at this point in the match, because going once again to this kind of half-guard position that he's struggled with so much. You know, he had one brief moment on top, sweeping from there. He wasn't able to really establish position very long. You know, it was shortly after he was awarded those points. He was put right back down into a similar position. And we've really seen no deviation from his game plan. And I got to say, I am calling out Sanchez a little bit for this one, Jake, because I feel like Magalhães, of course, will respond to that guard pull, will respond to the half guard, the entry, by grabbing what he must. But we're not seeing any deviation from that game plan. Oh, and there we're seeing the guard pass now. Look at this. Magalhães is going around the legs.
Tomas Sanchez getting his knee free a little bit, opting to push him right back in. Magalhães now still holding around the legs. He could pass one way or the other, but not a lot of time. Or at least we can't really see the time right now, but
there's just over a minute and a half remaining. And Magalhães, now he's going long range. He's trying to get around that guard.
Back in the guillotine.
They're going to go back into the center, restart in the same position. And you see Magalhães is saying, come on, let's go. 1 minute 27 remaining in this final round. It's 0-0 with one penalty against Tomas Sanchez. If he does not score, Jake, this is in the bag for Luta Livre Brazil.
Speaking of scoring, it looks like Magalhães is finding some more opportunities. Seems like there's a little bit of a download complete coming out of Luta Livre. Perhaps he understands something about Tomas Sanchez's guard here late.
He seems to be picking up momentum as we're going in this match. You know, we are deep. We're over 14 minutes of grappling action so far in this. You know, the final 60 seconds now. And Magalhães just looks as strong and as fresh as he did in the very first minutes of the very first round.
Which is impressive because he's put on a lot of powerful displays here. It usually zaps your energy to be as explosive as he is, especially to do giant takedowns like the one that we saw at the very beginning of the match. I mean, it's impressive to see how good his cardio is. All that being considered.
He's doing a really good job of wrapping those legs. All Sanchez can do is frame and try to recover his guard. In the final 20 seconds, and Magalhães again switches. If Sanchez can just score, if Sanchez can do something in these last 10 seconds, he'll go to a decision. But right now, with 5 seconds remaining, Magalhães looking so strong on top. That match is in the bag. On points, the winner, Gerlen Magalhães. All right, so now we're down 5 matches, Jake. 3 of those matches have gone to Andino's. 2 of those matches have gone to Luta Livre Brazil. If the next match also goes to Luta Livre Brazil, everything will rest on that final match. But if Andino's can take this next match, which is, you have Marcos Paulo Monteiro from Luta Livre going up against Lucas Canto of Andino's, then, well, that is it. Andino's will go through, but not over yet.
Our next bout takes place in the 65-kilogram division. Introducing first out of Luta Livre Brazil, Marcos Paulo Monteiro. Marcos Paulo Monteiro. And the loser representing Andino's grappling team, Lucas Hosato.
Yeah, you said it beautifully earlier how, like, this is really starting to heat up. If Luta Livre is able to get another win here, our first team encounter of the evening will be razor thin like that.
Yeah, it really is. So we have now in the 65-kilogram division, representing Luta Livre in the colors of Brazil, the blue, the green, the yellow, is Marcos Paulo Monteiro. In the red and black, representing Andino's, is Lucas Canto. And they weighed in. I mean, Marcos Paulo Monteiro was just a few grams underneath the limit of 65. And only 63.45 was Lucas Canto, so maybe a little undersized for this division. You know, most guys are coming in right at the weight limit that's required of them. Somebody's coming in, over a kilo and a half under that. You have to think, okay, that's, his natural weight class is what he walk around at. But they don't look too dissimilar in terms of size and stature. But, what's it like, Jake? 1 or 2 kilos doesn't sound a lot, but it can make a difference when you're on the mat, right?
Well, it could be around 5 pounds. And 5 pounds of muscle, I mean, all these competitors are coming in very in shape, right? None of them are out of shape. So when you are as lean as these competitors are, very low body fat, mostly muscle, 5 pounds of muscle is a lot. It's a lot of size. And I think that with that size and with that strength can come a physical advantage, yes. And I think that what we're really fighting for, Howell, is because the skill level is so close, we are fighting for that physical edge. And even a slight physical edge can be a huge benefactor. It can be a difference in between winning and not winning. That's why strength and conditioning is so important.
So this is interesting to note that again, our 6th match of these 7, in total. Once again, the Andino's representative has pulled guard. They're playing an aggressive open guard. Canto is looking for a leg here. Oh, Jake, what is this?
He's got the knee line captured. This is an outside heel hook attempt.
He's got a pretty good bite of the leg there. It doesn't have the heel is not threatened just yet.
Oh, look at this Aoki lock on the other side.
Inside. We may even see him go Z-lock here. He is. He's going Z-lock, Jake.
This is such, actually, one of the people who pioneered the Z-lock is actually coming up next in the Kasai grappling, Junio Casio.
Yeah,
that is
sure
a
he's watching
violent
this
submission.
Okay, so he's managed to switch sides. That Monteiro is managed to clear his knee line, and he does manage to get through. He's not out of danger yet. Canto is insisting. He's managing to maintain a decent control. But the leg in its current position, there's a lateral knee bar there as well. Yeah, he did briefly look for it. Now going back to that. He's got double attacks here, Jake.
Oh, and using that left foot to bend the knee further so he can straighten out this Aoki lock. So creative.
It's not an Aoki, it's straight ankle from the look of it. The heel hasn't been slipped out.
But he was using his left foot on the bend of the knee to get the ankle out earlier. Now he's back on the straight ankle lock. Earlier, he was using the bottom of his foot on the bend of the knee to force the ankle out so that he could twist it for the Aoki.
He's attacking the straight ankle on the free leg. What you may see here, because this is one of those, double trouble kind of style positions, he's attacking on that straight ankle, and you may see him attack the trapped leg, which would be the left heel. There it is. There is another look at the Z-lock. Man, Montero is he's in deep water here, Jake.
I mean, you have to defend the free leg first. That's the tough part in this situation. You have to get the leg that you need in order to escape out of there first. But with the Z-lock, and this is the lock that really makes a Z-lock dangerous, is when you can scoop under the leg. When you have both legs caught in the leg entanglement, the leg that is not necessarily reaped all the way through has to be your second priority, and that's so dangerous. And that's what makes this position so powerful. A little bit of an arch on that leg. Not even a reaction on the face of Marcos Montero.
Yeah, you know, from this like cross-ashi position, he's just really hunting for both legs at the same time. And Montero, I think he's done really well to stay as calm as he has in the face of such threats. With 30 seconds remaining, I mean, he's still very much in trouble, but I think he might. I mean, if he keeps his wits about him, Jake, he might be able to see out this round.
The position can be really tough to get the ankle lock from, because the ankle lock does require a little bit of a separation or an ability to create distance. And when you have the leg entanglement, when you have the knee reap, you're not exactly creating distance with it. You're close in.
Well, I like the way that Kanto disengaged and came back up. He wasn't going to waste energy on, you know, hunting after legs when a certain point passed. And that is now a draw, that first round. And there's the referee having a bit of a word with the Andino's team. I'm wondering what that was about, Jake. I couldn't really see what caused that.
Yeah, it's really tough to say. I think that Lucas probably thought that he did enough to get the sweep at the end. But the referee must have seen, okay, this was no longer a motion where you initiated a sweep. Tough to say.
That 1 minute break in this round is going to be very important. You know what it was? I see, actually, I'm looking over at the Luta Livre corner, and they're complaining that the Andino's team member talked to the referee. They're saying, hey, that shouldn't be allowed.
That is very interesting.
It is, right? They chose that to focus on.
Well, coming into this next round, Marcos Montero needs to be very aware of the leg entanglements of Lucas Kanto.
As soon as he made those grips, just palm to palm, he was able to scoot underneath, and he's in this open guard once again. Turning his foot all the way down so that those toes are pointing down to the mat to make sure that that hook has some kind of tension behind it. Marcos Paulo Montero. If I was him, you know, after that first round, I would do everything in my power, Jake, to make sure that I don't leave my legs hanging out.
You can see already a little bit of the change in that, in leaning towards that game plan, though, Howell, because he's got his legs behind him. Now we see he's stuck in a different situation, more of an upper body threat, which is what you're opened up to whenever you're defending the leg attacks.
Going very high is Lucas Kanto. This isn't rubber guard style. Going really, really high, it seems. Trying to get that upper body, but yeah, they're trying to build posture aggressively as Marcos Paulo Montero. Oh, now that's pretty good, actually. That Lucas Kanto has a pretty solid overhook with his left arm. But Paulo Montero ripped it. I mean, he recognizes the danger in that position. He just rips it out.
And the severity of the situation.
That high
Can't
guard,
afford.
though, that's a rather compromising kind of position, right? When you have somebody in that kind of position, you know, that broken posture all the way forward, hands on the mat, and no gi, you really don't want to be there too long.
Well, I think that Lucas Kanto recognizes the threat of his opponent standing up in the closed guard, and when you throw that high guard, your opponent's, their posture is compromised. They can't stand up comfortably, and if they do stand up, well, now their legs are open. So I think what he's doing is he's playing a very smart guard game. Now he opts for sort of a traditional look at the butterfly guard with the overhook, getting the lift.
Oh, look at that. He's going for the close guard. It looked like he was going to go for the close guard buggy, but yeah, he's throwing up all sorts of attacks here from bottom. He's staying very active, very busy. And what a difference this second round is compared to the first. You know, the first round was exclusively lower body attacks. This second round is exclusively upper body attacks.
And I think that's in response to the danger that Lucas Canto promoted. But look at the triangle attempt over the top.
Tried to get it up and over, couldn't quite finish, couldn't quite land in that pit stop position. Montero is, he's exclusively defensive in this posture, but he's defending intelligently, he's defending well, right? Unfortunately, it's not effective. He's not able to counterattack because when you're in the closed guard, there's not a lot you can do. You can make posture, you can try and stand, you can try and open the guard when comfortable, when you feel safe. But the rest of the time, you just have to really just shut down your opponent's attacks.
Important to note that Marcos Paulo Montero just got
clock.
He's on the stalling clock, and he has a negative point already. And I believe he just got another penalty.
So there are 2 penalties now against Montero. Kind of rough, because he's in a very difficult position on top. He's exclusively defensive, but he also does have to try and make posture. He does have to try and escape the closed guard. It's not enough to just bury your head down. That's not advancing your position, right?
No, it's not. And the time is winding down now. Now he's got a round down, and you got to think round 1, even though it was scoreless in the minds of the judges, assuming this does go full 3 rounds, it's clearly in favor of Lucas Canto.
100%.
And so, yeah, there's a severity going into this third round if we do end up seeing this third round.
Well, we have less than a minute remaining now. Oh, they're trying to build some height there. Was Lucas Canto. And again, the stalling clock has been called against Marcos Paulo Montero. And I think that's right, Jake, at this point, when he's been given as many opportunities as he has to try and open the closed guard. And he's going to get hit with another.
It might. And what it could be, Howell, too, if I had to make a conjecture about it, it could be that he doesn't want to deal with the leg entanglements again, and he understands if I try to stand up right now, he's going to go for my legs.
It's an open door. It's an open door to the leg attacks, right?
Yeah, so in this third round, I think his strategy needs to be, don't let him close the guard. I need to initiate my passes. I need to pass the guard. I need a submission, really, is what he should be thinking. But he has to be thinking about that.
Well, that is the end of the second round. And Lucas Thomas Canto will take that one on points as a result of 3 penalties against Marcos Paulo Montero.
Absolutely.
Round 2 goes to Andino's grappling team. Andino's grappling team.
All right, so again, this is like, third 5-minute round. We could have a very different match indeed. But given that the first round was a 0-0 draw, given that the second round was the 0-0 but with 3 penalties against Montero, gives that one to Lucas Canto, then I really feel that Marcos Paulo Montero has no option but to submit his opponent here, Jake, because even if he were to score a lot of points, even though it was 0-0, I would score that first round to Luis Canto.
I would agree. I think that Lucas has been in the driver's seat pretty much this entire affair, and now pulling guard. It looks like he's going to pull guard again, which he does, which is good for him. Eliminates the possibility of Montero getting any sort of takedown. Montero now, his goal is...
Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that posture from bottom. Lucas Canto just hanging out there, almost baiting almost baiting Marcos Paulo Montero to come in.
Oh, look at this, in on the leg. Maybe he can turn this into a leg entanglement of his own. He does. And the inside heel hook. Good defense by Montero, bringing that other foot inside.
Yeah, Montero did well, actually, to extract his leg from that position there. And you can hear the corner of Marcos Paulo Montero. I'm looking over and I can see the well-known figure from the world of Luta Livre, Alexandre Pequeno Nogueira, and he's saying, you have to get him. You have to get him. You have to submit him. We're not seeing a lot of effective forward motion here from Marcos Paulo Montero. I mean, compare this match, Jake. You know, compare this kind of posture, this kind of forward pressure from Marcos Paulo Montero compared to his teammates, Gerland Magalhães in the second round. Very different.
Well, look at this. This is very interesting.
Looking
Marcos
for a leg
Montero
attack.
sits down, looks for a leg attack, but gives up the pass. It looks like this could be mount.
That was a big tactical error. And he's in a mounted triangle kind of attack here, Jake.
Absolutely. I mean, understandable tactical error, right? He's getting desperate. Time's winding down. He knows that this is the third round. He knows the situation and what's at hand.
But only now a point's awarded. So even though he's given up position, he didn't concede any points in that entire sequence.
Perhaps he knew that. Perhaps he knew, okay, this could go poorly, but I need to go for a submission.
How are you going to submit somebody from bottom man, Jake?
I don't know. Well, now he's not. Even before, maybe. I don't think bottom mount was a part of the ankle lock attempt.
I'm messing with you. But you're right. He could concede position and drop him back for the leg lock without the worry of, you know, conceding sweet points.
Yes.
But I'm sure that he didn't plan to put himself in this position.
Well, we'll see. You know, maybe there's a mount buggy choke we don't know about.
Maybe. You never know. Yeah.
You said closed guard buggy choke earlier. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Oh, that's a real thing.
I know it is.
Yeah.
I know. I never, you know.
I know.
Go back 10 years, you wouldn't hear anybody say that.
I mean, buggy choke, what even was a buggy choke 10 years ago? It's amazing how the game is just always evolving so rapidly. I mean, you know, look at this. We see Luis Canto going high, putting a lot of pressure through the face. I mean, this is something that up until a year and a half, 2 years ago, we never used to see. Smother chokes, right?
Yeah. I mean, he could just be using it to separate the arm from, like, separate it further to create an armbar attack, which we see him switching the leg right now on that right side. He could be going for an armbar, could be trying to switch to omoplata. Not omoplata, sorry, triangle.
But that pressure from the top mounts in Nogi was something that, you know, Gordon Ryan, he put it on everybody's radar. And then after that, you've seen guys like Big Dan just rack up so many victories by smothering his opponents from top position like this. And we're seeing all weight categories using it now. And it's so effective, not only in putting your opponent under extreme pressure, but then also, as you said, opening up opportunities to attack.
Well, Lucas Canto was definitely going for a smother choke right now. You could see him putting the pressure on, engaging his hips, bringing his chest forward. I would ask him probably later, hey, were you going for a smother choke in that first match? I imagine he would say yes.
I'm looking at the clock here, and wow, can you believe they've just called a stalling warning against Lucas Canto in top mount, Jake? Just a reminder, you've got to stay busy.
Yeah.
You've got to attack. You know, you've got to do some effective jiu-jitsu, even from positions of control. Yeah, gets a penalty against him, even though he's in. Well, this is like Kaynan Duarte. You're on top, and you're getting penalized for being in control.
Yeah,
he only needs 8 more. It'll be just like Kaynan.
That was, you know what? That was definitely the Kaynan Duarte situation was definitely puzzling, as a fan watching from the side that day, actually.
20 seconds remaining now in this third and final round. 2-0 on the scoreboard is Lucas Canto, even though he does have 1 penalty against him. Doesn't really matter at this point. And I think we can safely say, Jake, as we come down into the dying seconds of this third and final round, Andinos will advance over Luta Livre team, even though there is 1 match left in this series. And you can see the Andinos seem very happy with that one.
Yep.
Because they understand the significance of what that win means.
They're moving on.
And your winner by decision out of Andino's grappling team, Santos.
Representando Andino grappling team,
That match
Well, this last match is really a formality, Jake, but of course, you know, it will still take place. The 76-kilogram division, Jefferson Pontes of Luta Livre Brazil against Paulo of Andinos. And that match will still happen. But the Andinos team, I mean, they are celebrating, and rightly so, to go through against the very tough opponents of the Luta Livre Brazil team. Well, one more match coming up next.
Our next match takes place in the 76-kilogram division. Representing Luta Livre Brazil, Jefferson Pontes. O próximo combate, categoria até 76 quilos. No corner vermelho, representando Luta Livre Brasil, Jefferson Pontes. And the blue corner representing Andino's grappling team, Paulo. E no seu adversário do corner azul, representando o Andino's grappling team, Paulo.
So final rounds. And I wonder, Jake, with Jefferson Pontes, whether he is going to have a little extra motivation to go out there and just, you know, fighting for basically pride at this point, you know. But then you have to feel as well that Paulo is going to have, nice little roll through for the Imanari there, but Paulo is going to be feeling so good, full of that sense of achievement that his team have made it through to the next round. You know, maybe that added boost of confidence will help him. Let's see how this one goes. A very interesting match, even though the overall victory has gone, you know, by the way of, you know, to, let's say, the Andino's grappling team.
Interestingly, Jefferson Pontes, he actually pulls guard immediately in this match.
That is the only time that we've seen somebody from Luta Livre Brazil team beat the Andino's grappling team to the punch on that one.
It looked as though actually Paulo was more interested in trying to engage in the stand-up, though. Look, he actually he let the guard pull happen. You know what's so interesting about AIGA as well, Hal, is if the matchup results would have stayed the same, right? And we had Claudinei de Souza, Jerlin Magallanes go first, then Luta Livre would have opened up 2-0. And then maybe the matches would have happened differently. Who knows, right? But just the way it all shook up, matchup by matchup, it's just interesting to think about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of interested to see that this is the first time we've seen somebody from the Luta Livre Brazil team play from bottom. First time we've seen them to play any real effective guard at all whatsoever. I mean, we did see, you know, Felipe Borada put on his back and, you know, have to fight from the half guard position. We briefly saw Gurla Magalhaes on bottom after a sweep.
Oh, look at this.
Didn't take him long to get up on top.
Trying to pass to the side.
Yeah, but we're seeing some open guard here from Jefferson Pontes, but Paulo seems more than comfortable to pass.
And when he was passing around at the side, he was controlling the ankles too. Keep an eye out for competitors to be looking continually for control over the ankles. It's something that a lot of people at the high level are doing in no-gi right now. And it's a great way of preventing your opponent from getting in on the legs. And look at this, Paulo trying to go to the side. He had a good look, a nice underhook on that leg momentarily, but a great recovery by Jefferson Pontes.
Oh,
big
look at
underhook.
That knee cut. Wow. That was a big, athletic, and explosive long-range knee cut. But almost a little bit too much. You know, they were so explosive. He went so far forward. Did give an opportunity for Jefferson Pontes to kind of go underneath him and put him right back in the guard. Okay, so we have 2 minutes left in this round. And there's still 0-0. Paulo, you know, this is the 76-kilogram division. But you can see he's very physically compact, very strong from top. And Jefferson Pontes he's been very active from bottom. This is a really good open guard from bottom, but he's just not been able to really grab hold of anything meaningful so far, right, Jake?
Yeah, there's been a lot of, I would say, not all the way committal pass attempts, and that's why you see so much space on these knee cuts. I think he's trying to create movement to the outside, the top competitor, Paulo, but it's not exactly a tight look at a knee cut. And look at this. Jefferson Pontes utilizes that overhook to get up on a single leg.
Oh, on the neck, though. Look at the response. Look at the response here from Paulo. Yeah, I think the threat of that made Jefferson Pontes think twice about, really getting too deep and committing so much to the, nice arm drag there.
This is what I mean about wanting to be on the feet. I think that Paulo's very confident on the feet.
He is. And they have about 50 seconds remaining. Trading leg kicks.
Yeah, that was
really
that was an inside leg kick.
Yeah, and you see, look at that. Well, that was a straight up shin kick then, but runs him down with a single. Whoa!
Oh, and right off of the stage in front of the camera.
You know what, Jake? It's a good thing that we are on an elevated stage, but it's only about 3 feet off the floor. Luckily, not too much of a calamitous drop. But wow, I gotta say that was a great look there from Jefferson Pontes. And you know what? In a round as even as that, I'm wondering if that made an impression on the judges. Because with it being a draw, what do you think, Jake? That was a pretty good takedown attempt.
I think that's a big takedown attempt. I think that's a really close score. Now, you could say that Paulo did have some of those pass attempts as well. I mean, but as close as it gets to scoring, I would feel like that's a pretty close score.
Very physical. Ooh, look at this. That. Paulo tries to run him down with a body lock. Nice whizzer there. Pontes, yeah, he uses that overhook, and they're going to go through to the next round. You know what a couple times I've noticed is that Pontes has looked over at Paulo like, okay, this is getting chippy. You want to be physical? I'm going to be physical in response.
I love that.
Yeah, I got to say, one thing interesting about Paulo is that, there was a moment there when he threw a foot sweep. There was basically a leg kick, caught the inside of the knee. And, I mean, Pontes stopped. He bent over and he rubbed that leg. And then there was a moment when they were aggressively hand fighting, and there was it looked like a collar tie, but it was a slap to the head, and it caught Pontes on the ear. And again, he kind of put his hand up and rubbed that. It shows you that Paulo is being... There's bad intention behind everything that he does.
Yes.
I think that could go one of two ways. It can basically make Jefferson Pontes mad, or it can fire him up and it can motivate him. Let's see how it goes.
Talking to each other a little bit. Hard to tell what they're saying, though.
Yeah, I don't think Pontes is too happy with his with his opponents, and he's like they're baiting each other. It's like, well, come for a takedown. Let's go for it. Come on. Oh, look at that.
Look at the strength in the right leg of Jefferson Pontes.
Yeah, see what I mean about the kind of the the bad intentions, let's say, the chippiness, and
referees,
they're basically
mom and dad have to get in the middle.
They're warning Paulo.
They're warning both of them.
Yeah, they're warning them, but they're basically saying, you do that again, and you're going to get penalized. They were head-to-head there for a moment in the center of the mat. There was some confusion. Our referee, Max, is going to have to be really on top of the action in this one. He can't let this one escalate out of control.
Interesting that the only match that they get a little chippy is the one that's a formality.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's still a lot on the line. Jefferson Pontes is not going to roll over and just let his team, go home empty-handed.
Absolutely.
He wants to get some, a little, come out of here with his head held high, shall we say. Definitely escalated briefly there. they have settled down. But at the same time, they both seem rather hesitant to go forward. Oh, there's an eye poke. Yeah, Pontes is he's rubbing that eye. I think he's okay. Nothing too serious.
Gotta wonder if that picks up the intensity a little bit, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. I think it just did. Oh, there's a shot on a single. Going to try and run him down. Katakaruma attempt there. On the single now is Pontes, but he gets run down. Heavy hips from Paulo, and
taking the back.
There is the back.
Oh, he's got a choke. It's underneath the chin, Howell.
I think he's got this. He may have this.
Oh my goodness.
It looks to be a one-arm rear naked. Can't quite see if he's got the second hand. I can't quite see from here if he's got it close. There's a lot of pressure on that. Pontes is surviving somehow. Oh, he's managed to relieve the pressure from around his neck, Jake.
Oh my goodness. That was under the chin so deep that he was able to regather hooks with it like it was a grip.
Oh, he's got smother. He's got the smother going, and he's got one arm trapped as well. This is not a good position for Jefferson Pontes.
Yeah, he could very easily transition this to under the chin, utilizing his hand like a blade. You see that?
He's digging it in. He's trying to dig the hand in under the chin. He could get the rear naked with a one arm here.
Still has the lock on the arm. He needs that if he wants to continue to go for the choke. Wow, Jefferson Pontes gets out of there.
And not only does he get out, but he's up, and he nearly throws Paulo off the mat and back into on top of his teammates.
Tomas Sanchez actually redirected him. He did try to throw him into the team. Jefferson Pontes tried to throw him into the team, and it was Tomas Sanchez pushed him back onto the mat.
Well, neutral restart standing.
Kudos
no,
to
they're gonna restart with the single leg.
That's interesting. There was definitely a deliberate effort by Jefferson Pontes.
Pontes runs him down, as he should. That's the legit way to finish that takedown when you've got that foot up high. Just blast him forward. They nearly go into our referees table, and the referees are able to prevent any calamity from happening. But here's the question. When they get stopped on the edge of the mat like that, are they going to restart them in the same position? Are they going to award him takedown points? Because right now, the second round is 3-2 in favor of Paulo. So with 2 points and just over 2 minutes on the board, if they do give Jefferson the takedown points, or if they restart him on top, then you know what, Jefferson's still in it.
I think that they are going to reset them exactly in this position. Renato Sugino not messing around at all.
No,
our referee on the mat side.
Our officials are right on top of this, and they're not going to let them get away with that. But you know what? Jefferson is fighting hard to chase the back. Paulo rolls through.
And completely off the stage, and that's what we talked about with this elevated platform. Thankfully, Renato Sugino was there to gracefully catch him.
That was some good work there. But you can see Jefferson Pontes is asking, well, where are my takedown points? You know what, though? Did he establish control? That's the thing. I don't think he did. I think Paulo, even off that restart, was up and out and active. He grambied out. There was a moment when his back was at danger, but he never settled in a position that would be considered a fully completed takedown.
Well, there needs to be consideration for your space on the mat when you're going for takedowns like that, because you have to know you're going to get reset. I mean, you're on an elevated platform. There's no way you're not going to get reset as a competitor. And so you have to time your takedowns. You have to appropriate your takedowns to match the map you're on. You can't afford to go, like the lumberjack takedown, the one where you bring it all the way over your shoulder. It's a great takedown.
It really is.
You need to watch your space. He went for that twice, had 2 opportunities to score with it, but you go off the edge of the mat, and there's not much you can do about that. And there's so many rule sets that are just like that.
Right. I got to say, you know, with just over a minute remaining and Paulo 3 points up, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because Jefferson Pontes probably has worked the most in this round, and yet found himself in a bad position as a result. Is really, you can see he's really mad and confused as to why he didn't get the takedown points. He keeps looking at the clock.
He's lobbying for it pretty hard.
Pretty much, yeah. And I think he's aware that, hey man, you know what, I'm not sure if I want to risk another big attack this stage when I could potentially cruise through to the third round, save some energy. It's like I said, you know, I said it early in the match as well. Paulo, you can tell that physically very compact, physically very solid and strong. And so far, you know, Jefferson Pontes has basically run into a brick wall.
I mean, I think that there is definitely a difference in comfortability on the feet, where I think Paulo is very confident. I do think Jefferson Pontes is very dangerous. He's obviously has the ability to take the match to the ground. And look at this, back up on this thing, and he goes for the same takedown again, and once again off the mat. And this is what I mean. This is not intelligent. At some point, the takedown has got to be a bad idea, because now look, trying to maintain the top position off of the mat. But you go for the same takedown 3 times in a row. You go off the mat every single time. You have to change the game plan with that single leg.
So we've got 12 seconds remaining. There's going to be another conversation about what happens with the restart here. I feel like Jefferson Pontes actually landed in top half guard, and they both slid off the mats in that sequence just because of their forward motion, their forward momentum. But
this is not ADCC though.
It's no, and this is the thing. It's so subjective. But they're going to restart it on top. They weren't in close guard, but it doesn't matter. It's a formality. There's 10 seconds left. Jefferson Pontes finally gets his takedown points, but 3 points to 2 for Pontes.
It's like hashtag Pontes 2 points. He's lobbying for it.
All right, so round 1 was a draw. Round 2 is 3 points to 2.
Round 2 goes to Paulo of Andino's grappling team.
So we'll go into our third round now. And, you know, this is a hard-fought match, Jake. This is a very, very physical match, a very tough match, I imagine. I mean, I'm just looking at the physical condition of both of them here. The body language says so much, right, about what kind of state they're going to be in going into the third round. They've both expended a lot of energy in those first 2. Jefferson Pontes, in search of that elusive takedown, pushed as hard as he possibly could, ran down Paulo, tried to throw him down to the mat. Had such a hard time in securing the position. Paulo had that very, very deep choke attack, got 3 points for the back control, but really came close to finishing the match with that submission. That was a legitimate submission threat.
Yeah, I feel like a lot happened just in that second round. I feel like that second round felt like the length of an entire match. It was a lot happening. A lot of good jiu-jitsu, and honestly, a lot of good television.
Yeah.
Aggressive collar ties by Paulo.
Jefferson Pontes slowly pulls the guard. I feel like, you know, you've only got so many explosive bursts in you in a match, right? And sometimes you got to be aware of that, and you got to know when to save them. I always remember Keenan saying, everybody's got about 2, maximum 3 big explosive bursts, unless you're Buchecha, who just can burst and never gets tired of those bursts. That was a nice sweep there.
Yeah, very, very good.
Doesn't establish the position, but just remember, of course, you know, this is still in the period where only takedown points will score.
There's definitely a battle of who can showboat who as well. If you notice, Jefferson Pontes got this. We've got up and literally turned his back and walked away.
Yeah, there have been some mind games definitely in effect in this match, right? The psychological warfare is sometimes it's an important component of any match, and there's been plenty of it in this one. Pontes is playing this kind of very loose, very open half guard. I'm wondering what his strategy is here, Jake, because, you know, he's had his most success when he's wrestled, right? He's wrestled from standing. But a couple of times when he initiated those shots, he actually ended up being knocked down and then, in effect, wrestling back up from guard. So maybe he's going to look for a wrestle up from here. I'm sure he'd love to be on top.
I think that is really the crux of this matchup and why it's so interesting to watch, because both of these competitors want to be on top. Like, neither of them want to be on their back, and Jefferson Pontes has had to sort of be reserved to going on his back because of the lack of, I would say, extreme wrestling advantage. Like, Jefferson Pontes has definitely had the most wrestling attempts, the most takedown attempts, and each of them have been a takedown that ended up on the side of the mat. But when you go for takedowns and they essentially, like, even if they work, they don't work. That can be a little mentally draining.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Paulo took that last round 3 points to 2. But I have to say that, you know, if you're looking at effective grappling that was displayed over a longer period, Jefferson Pontes was putting it on him. Just wasn't able to secure the position long enough in any of those attacks to get those points. And that speaks volumes as to Paulo's sort of late-stage defense, right? Because sometimes you can almost allow your opponent to expend energy in those attacks. And if you feel comfortable enough that you can just pop out at the last minute, that's all good, right?
Wrestling exchanges are heating up a little bit here now. Little clash of heads. Jefferson Pontes tries to go on the inside.
Oh, he's
met with his head control.
Hanging out. It looks like he was going to go for a Kataguruma fireman's carry, but they're going to be taken back into the center.
Our referee, Max Kuznetsov, is, man, working overtime for this one.
Yeah. No, I think he deserves a rest after this match. It's been a tough one. Still 0-0 with just less than a minute and a half remaining now. Jefferson Pontes kind of stalking forward. Paulo has not initiated any effective attacks yet in this round. There's a single leg from Jefferson Pontes. And they're trading leg kicks again, Jake.
Calf kicks. It's making its way into jiu-jitsu as well, it seems.
Yeah. I don't see why people bother with those. They are not takedowns. You're not going to take somebody off their feet with one of those.
Another attempt stuffed. And, you know, Paulo is keeping his arms really low as well. That's one thing I want to note, is that whenever Jefferson Pontes is going in for a takedown, typically his arms are down. And that's smart.
Oh, another roll through for Imran style from Pontes, but he pops straight back up. Last 35 seconds. Pontes giving his head a little bit of a shake. Oh, there's a penalty against Paulo for being overly defensive, and I think that's not unfair. Oh!
Another single leg. Oh, and they're coming towards the other side, and that is a good take to look at that. That is a great way to sit your opponent's butt on the ground. Now he needs to get his left arm around, control the hips.
Pontes is doing his absolute best. Gives up another seatbelt here in the process. There's just over 10 seconds remaining. Paulo is able to keep his hips up off the mat, deny him the takedown, and he's got a Kimura here.
Trying to roll through, but Jefferson Pontes defends that as well, and now he finally gets him down.
You know what, Jake? That was one long extended takedown sequence, but as he literally hit the mat with about 1 or 2 seconds remaining, I'm not sure if Pontes, no, he's not going to get the takedown points, but the penalty against Paulo means that it was a draw in the first round, points to Paulo in the second, and then one penalty against Paulo, 0-0, but one penalty against Paulo. I think this match overall may go to Jefferson Pontes.
And your winner by decision, out of Luta Livre, Brazil, Jefferson Pontes.
So the first round was a 0-0 draw. The second round went to Paulo. The third round went to Jefferson Pontes. And that meant that the referees had to pick a winner. And they chose Jefferson Pontes.
Andino's Grappling Team.
Senhoras e senhores, a equipe vencedora que avança para as semifinais, Andino's Grappling Team.
Athletes shake hands with the other team as a show of respect.
Cumprimente a outra equipe por respeito.
Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep. We ain't getting no sleep. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she in her past, keeping her pad in her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past, now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting. Said she wants to get it, and said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute. She wanna play for a minute. She wanna stay for a minute. And now I'm all up in it.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin our next round. Out of the red corner, Team Kasai. We would like to invite the managers of Team Kasai to come to the mat.
Senhoras e senhores, vamos agora ao segundo combate de hoje. Chamo primeiro a equipe representando o corner vermelho, Team Kasai.
Introducing first in the 60-kilogram division, Edwin Junio Casio. And in the 65-kilogram division, Dorian Olivarez. In the 70-kilogram division, Fabricio Hokage Andre. In the 76-kilogram division, Andrew Pirulito Tacket. In the 83-kilogram division, Sebastian Rodriguez. In the 91-kilogram division, Pedro Marinho. And in the above 91-kilogram division, Roberto Jimenez.
Just try to stop me and you'll drop dead missing. I'm on my way to the top now, listen.
And their opponents in the blue corner, Damian Maya team. We would like to first announce the managers of Damian Maya team to the mat.
E os adversários representando o corner azul, Damian Maya team.
And first in the 60-kilogram division, Howard Enriquez. In the 65-kilogram division, Anderson de Oliveira. In the 70-kilogram division, Gabriel Souza. In the 70s, in the 76-kilogram division, Leonardo Domingo. In the 83-kilogram division, Lucas Barros. In the 91-kilogram division, Lucas Suarez. And in the above 91-kilogram division, Elias Jose.
That you haven't seen the rest of me. I can guarantee that this shit's gonna be my destiny, and I will never shit hot. Oh, I'ma light the shit up. Yeah, I'ma make the shit hot. Oh, I'ma light the shit up.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first bout will take place in the 60-kilogram division.
Senhoras e senhores, o primeiro combate na categoria até 60 quilos.
All right, so we're back at it now, and this is our second team encounter. We have Kasai on bottom. A little bit confusing because everybody's in black, Jake.
Yeah.
But on bottom is Junio Casio. This is the 60-kilogram category. And on top is Howard Fernandez. He's representing Team Damian Maya.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the technical issues during the ring announcing portion of that last one.
It's live TV, it happens.
Yeah. But yes, Junio Casio on bottom.
This round 2 of the teams. And immediately you can see, there's a different pace going on right here, right? The first match of 7 total matches between the two teams. And I think they're both eager to get a win here, to get in the lead quickly, because every victory counts here at AIGA, right? You have Junio Casio, something of a veteran now of the game on bottom. He's a no-gi world champion. He's a veteran of many super fight shows. And one of the best-known leg lockers in the game. And just look at that, the way that he's able to go for this leg lock sequence here.
And his ability to hold the toes is something Junio is so good at, is holding the toes and forcing the heel hook, just like that.
At 1 minute and 25 seconds of the very first round, Junio Casio gets the submission for Kasai.
Just like that, Howell.
Yeah. Well, I mean, wasting no time. That's Junio's style, right? If he grabs a leg, it's pretty much a done deal. And that, I mean, you could just see the energy over there in the corner of the Kasai team. Junio is pumped up, celebrating with his teammates. And rightly so, because an early lead counts for a lot.
Absolutely. Well, let's get this next match underway, Howell.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Jake, that this is one of the matches, and this is one of the athletes that I've been most excited to see in action here. It is Dorian Olivarez on top. Now, this teenager from Houston, Texas, who exploded onto the jiu-jitsu scene by winning the ADCC East Coast Trials, the North American Trials. A teenager, I think a purple belt in jiu-jitsu at the time, beating multiple veteran black belts along the way. He is a national high school wrestling champion, ranked #1 in the country in his weight class, 146 pounds, I believe.
Passing, look at that guard pass.
Didn't take long. Now, of course, just a reminder, this is the no-point section of this match. Only takedown points score, but you can submit your match at any time, and He's moving into the north-south choke here. Dorian is looking for the neck.
the manager of Kasai, Rich Buer, just absolutely having a ball in the corner.
Oh, look at that. They're going to restart back in the center of the mat, but I like the way that Olivarez circled around. He's kind of landed in like top side control with the near side arm trapped between his legs. Very powerful pinning position. And you know what, Dorian, we've seen in matches in the past, he's got, as you would expect from somebody with a very strong wrestling background, he's got great front headlock sequence attacks, guillotines, but he also has a very powerful kimura, and he will snag those arms. And you can see the way that he's trapped that near side arm, Jake. Intentions are clear here.
Well, what's so scary about Dorian is that he's already got the incredible wrestling prowess, right? Like, taking him down is going to be difficult. Preventing takedowns is going to be difficult. But he is growing at an insane pace. Look at this guillotine attempt that he might just have a tight choke here. And his ability to reorient himself.
That is a seated katakatami. That is a very powerful arm triangle choke.
Oh, and he gets a tap! Dorian Olivarez!
151 of the first round. Dorian makes it 2-0 to Kasai. Winning with a katakatami choke.
And your winner by submission representing Team Kasai, Dorian Olivarez.
Representando o time Kasai, Dorian Olivarez.
Wow, that did not take long at all. High-paced match. And once Dorian Olivarez was able to get into that top position, he passed the guard. I mean, he was looking for all manner of attacks. You know, he was going for the arms, he was going for the neck. And I love the way that he actually wrapped up that kind of, the beginnings of that control position. And he basically dived over the top and to force his opponent to go to his knees to lock in that seated katakatami. Beautiful.
It's just cool to see him reorient himself in the middle of scrambles like that and stay true to the submission. That is the mark of a locked-in competitor. And you had talked about that a little bit, too. Watching him train, watching him even preparing here in Sao Paulo, he is locked in. I'm excited to see him the rest of this tournament.
Our next bout takes place in the 83-kilogram division. Introducing first out of the red corner, representing Team Kasai, Sebastian Rodriguez.
Categoria até 83 quilos. No corner vermelho representando o time Kasai, Sebastian Rodriguez.
And his opponent out of the blue corner representing Damian Maya team, Lucas Bajo.
No corner azul, representando Damian Maya team, Lucas Bajo.
All right, so you can see there with the red ankle band on, pulling guard immediately is Sebastian Rodriguez, the Costa Rican grappler now based in New York. On top, on his feet with the blue ankle band is Lucas Costa Barros, representing Damian Maya team. You know, Sebastian Rodriguez, IBJJF World No-Gi Champion, who's #1 veteran, competing here in AIGA for the first time. And, it's so interesting, isn't it, Jake, that, we've talked about the sort of the team strategies, and we saw it in the first team encounter between Luta Livre Brazil and Andino's, that there was a definite, sort of consensus among the majority of the team, the Andinos, that they knew what to do at the beginning of the match. Well, we've got three, this is our third match of 7, Kasai versus Damian Maya, and we've had 3 very different grapplers. And so far, Sebastian has pulled guard as well, but you couldn't have 3 different styles, 3 different strategies, right?
The entire team of Kasai is just, they're all abundantly different. Yes. Even in some of the ways that they're similar, they do it in a different way. One thing that I was thinking about while you were talking, Hal, is AIGA does this really cool thing where it puts a manager of a team of people usually from different gyms. Like typically they're all from a different gym, and yet they're supporting each other in a team format, and they're becoming close-knit in that sort of a way. Look at Sebastian Rodriguez getting up, now initiating this bottom, this lock around the back.
I like that. That was, in effect, a wrestle up just very calm, didn't overly expend too much energy in fighting his way to the top. We're still in the no points period, so that reversal didn't score. But I like the way that he just snagged the leg, built height, and then, you know, calmly put his opponent down. But at the same time, you have to ask, maybe Damian Maia, team representative, Lucas Costa Barros, you know, he was aware that he's not going to concede points in that period. Maybe he was like, yeah, I'm not going to freak out and defend. I love this guard work. And looking for the crab ride is Sebastian Rodriguez. Nice defenses so far by Lucas Costa Barros. One thing you can definitely say about him, he's been really calm in the face of everything that Sebastian Rodriguez has been offering so far. This is a guy who, you can tell, I'm sure, very experienced, because that kind of mat time counts for so much.
It really does. And, you know, we're talking about a lot of competitors who are very well known in the States, right? But we're not, we may not know. I might not be, you know, as somebody living in the United States of America, I can't possibly keep up with everything going on in Brazil, right? So, man, these competitors are very well versed. They're very dangerous. Now we see Sebastian in on a leg.
He's looking for a leg lock, but he's going to turn it into a wrestle up. Snags the legs. Bill tight. Got to be careful of a guillotine here. He's leaving his neck out. I like the way he escaped his hips there. Lucas Costa Barros, chin strap guillotine, but Sebastian grinds through it, and that's going to be 2 points for the reversal. Nice, calm, controlled reversal there from Sebastian Rodriguez. You know, often you see wrestle-ups, and a lot of people think, oh, a wrestle-up has to be explosive. It has to be, you know, a big sort of, you know, burst from bottom. That was a technical wrestle-up right there that was calm, was under control throughout, and probably, you know, saved him a bit of energy in the process.
It was a wrestle-up with the energy of a sweep. That's how I would think about it. And you know, Sebastian does have this sort of cerebral approach to his jiu-jitsu. I mean, he is very capable of the athletic movements. He's very capable of the big, powerful wrestle-up. But he's a technician.
He's smooth. He's very smooth. Yeah. Trains out of Unity Jiu-Jitsu with Murillo Santana there in Manhattan, New York. Sebastian Rodriguez really made a name for himself in the last couple of years. And he's the first ever grappler from Costa Rica to win a black belt world title, becoming the IBJJF no-gi world champion. That's got to feel good.
Yeah. The same thing at Pans as well. First Costa Rican Pan champion.
There you have it. Getting one on for the Ticos. Kind of unusual half guard posture there on top from Sebastian Rodriguez. Can't quite see the hand fighting battle here to see exactly what was happening there, preventing him from passing around. Oh, he's going to backstep. Oh, that was nice work there from bottom, preventing that backstep.
Possible look at a guillotine, we'll see.
Lucas Costa Barros fights up to his feet here now. There's just over 20 seconds remaining. You know, I think he's proven to be a bit more of a tougher opponent than maybe Sebastian was expecting, because Sebastian did score 2, but very tough indeed, and now he's on his own front headlock. Lucas Costa Barros in the dying seconds sits through to that guillotine right as the clock runs out, but that one 2-0 goes to Rodriguez. No.
Yeah, sorry. Round 1 goes to Team Kasai.
Well, we have just over 20 seconds remaining of the rest period now, and you see Junio talking to Sebastian between rounds. Of course, they're training partners. You know, Junio trains every day with Sebastian there at Unity. Also, William Tacket is in the corner giving technical advice to Sebastian Rodriguez. You got Roberto Jimenez, you got Renato Canuto, you got Mateus Lutz, and waiting in the wings, you've got Andrew Tacket, Fabricio Andre. Man, what an amazing team Kasai put together for this. Sebastian pulls guard early here, and immediately going for that inversion underneath. Trying to go for a leg lock here. He's not worrying too much about the sweep this time. trying to get the heel, but the knee line does look a little bit out. Hanging on to it very well, though. He adjusts.
He's got the knee. Oh, and he gets the tap.
Lateral knee bar. And Sebastian Rodriguez with a submission in only 24 seconds of the second round.
And your winner out of the red corner, representing Team Kasai by submission, Sebastian Rodriguez.
Yeah, that lateral knee bar is such a powerful attack. It doesn't look much, but man, you feel that pressure on your knee and that angle, and you don't tap quick, that thing's going to explode. That was a nice, you know what, I wonder how much that the coaching from Junio and William Tacket between rounds helped Sebastian find that position so quickly, because he came back out in that second round, and yeah, he was able to get the knee bar, get the win in only 24 seconds. Very impressive.
Our next bout takes place in the 76-kilogram division. In the red corner, representing Team Kasai, Andrew Tacket. And in the blue corner, representing Dee and Maya Team, Leonardo Domingo.
And now how Damian Maya team finds themselves with their backs against the wall.
If Andrew wins this one, then it's done. The team has been eliminated. Kasai will go through. Oh, immediately Andrew Tacket blasts through for a double leg takedown. Nice counter there by Leonardo Domingos, and they're back up to their feet. That is what we expect from Andrew Tacket. This is the Andrew Tacket show right here now. Look at this.
The athleticism that he's able to display off of these little transitions. Look at that guard pass.
Wow.
My goodness.
We are less than 30 seconds into this match already, Jake. We've seen so much action. And Andrew Tacket is on the attack.
He's grappling like he has somewhere to be. Leonardo Domingo is now trying to go for a
that is really
interesting
unorthodox.
side control arm triangle.
Really unorthodox arm triangle. Katakatami choke from bottom side control.
That looked like it was bothering Andrew Tacket, though.
It would bother me if I was in that position, I got to say. I mean, it caused a... Yeah. They're in Kazakhstan as part of Team Rodolfo. Had a very hard-fought match against Gayabek. Ibragimov of Dagestan lost that one on points in a tremendous match. I think decision, actually, excuse me. But Hokage, I mean, I think he's a fan favorite, right? He's one of those guys people love to watch Hokage.
Yeah, he's got, I call it jump scare jiu-jitsu, where just you'd be watching it and you have, man, no idea what he might be thinking. He explodes so quickly into positions.
He wants the flying triangle. You can see the way it, oh, nice shot there. You know, the way that he kind of had that shin dug into the thigh. He had the overwrap of the wizard with the knees. Oh, there's that wrist snap. Oh, he loves that wrist snap. He almost manages to get him down. Ankle pick. Oh, Fabricio
Very
Andre,
good.
So smooth the way he collected that ankle.
He's been doing that a lot lately, too. He does that from the seated position as well. Likes to get the ankle pick, gently leads the fight to the ground.
That's going to score. That was just under less than 90 seconds in. That's 2 points for Fabricio Andre.
And look at the quickness. This is what I'm talking about. His quickness and his precision to be able to get to these positions. And once he's there, he stays there. This is a development that I love to see. Is less than just competitors, getting that quick pass to the side and, forcing a scramble. He forces the scramble and then stays. And he settles. And he makes it, he transitions from the around passing to the tight passing.
All right, so it's now points. That means we've just passed the... Ooh, nice escape there. I like that. Gabriel Souza was able to find his way out. I think he's going to be a little wary of getting too tangled up with Fabricio Andre at this point, though. I mean, Fabricio Andre is just very calmly stalking his opponent. Oh, he's looking for that wrist snap again. He's looking for a jumping attack as well. You could see the way that he was like, oh, Andre calling Souza forward.
Really trying to get that takedown in response to Fabricio, but big slam by Fabricio Andre.
Oh, and he invites Souza back up. I think Fabricio Andre wants a wrestling match.
He wants a highlight.
He does. Fabricio Andre, I'm calling it now. He wants a flying submission. I mean, we saw what he did at ADCC trials here in Sao Paulo just a couple of months ago. Got some really, really beautiful moves there throughout that incredible run. And, hey, he's here in Sao Paulo. It's his adopted hometown. There it is, flying attack. He's from Manaus in the Amazon, but he came down here to Sao Paulo. He's training at Alliance HQ now. And here in Sao Paulo, man, he wants that highlight reel finish in front of his friends. I almost feel like there's a little bit of can be.
And your winner by submission representing Team Kasai, Pedro Marinho.
One minute 53. That was a lot of action for less than 2 minutes. You know what? As far as clean sweeps go, that is one of the most impressive I've ever seen. Team Kasai blew through Team Damian Maia. And they'll go through to the next round. What a run. Check.
You guys have somewhere to be? I try to be like professional. I understand.
And your winner, Team Kasai. A equipe vencedora classificada para a semifinal, Team Kasai.
I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I'll make mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'll go get it. You hear me loud, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin our next contest. In the red corner, Team Untouchable. We'd like to invite the managers from Team Untouchable to the mat.
Senhoras e senhores, vamos ao próximo combate de hoje. Chamo primeiro no corner vermelho a equipe Team Untouchable. Chamando o manager da equipe para subir ao tatame.
First in the 60 kilogram division, Juanes Nasib. In the 65 kilogram division, Iago Siqueira. In the 70 kilogram division, Juan Alvarenga. In the 76 kilogram division, Romulo Rocha. In the 83 kilogram division, Fabio Caloi. In the 91 kilogram division, Fernando Hayes. And in the above 91 kilogram division, Gustavo Enrique. And their opponents in the blue corner, Team Volk Elite.
E os adversários no corner azul, Team Volk Elite.
In the 60 kilogram division, Guilherme de Oliveira. In the 65 kilogram division, Jonathan Frazão. In the 70 kilogram division, David Mateus. In the 76 kilogram division, Nicolas Ramos. In the 83 kilogram division, João Assis. The 91 kilogram division, Gabriel Broad. And in the above 91 kilogram division, Elionai Souza. These are your teams. Our first bout will take place in the 76 kilogram division.
E para o primeiro combate, categoria até 76 quilos. Demais atletas podem se retirar do tatame.
Okay, we're live, back for our third team matchup, and this is, wearing the red, Team Untouchable, going up against the Team Vuk Elite with the blue, and immediately pulling guard is Homosa from Team Untouchable. This is, of course, in the 76 kilogram division. On top with the blue is Nicolas Ramos.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate. A lot of the kits for the teams, they're all just straight black. Yeah,
that doesn't make our job any easier, huh? Just a reminder, of course, the way that these matches, the order of the matches. Oh, nice pass.
Oh, look at this.
Jumping over the top.
Very exciting.
No points for a sweep, though, because, of course, this is in the first 2 minutes of the match. Only takedown points will score. But yeah, these matches were decided by random draw last night, right?
Yes.
You know, because it is possible to strategize.
Look at
there,
this.
Anaconda sitting through for it. What do you think, Jake?
I mean, it looks like it's tight. Definitely a big reaction out of Jaime Lahocha. Oh, this looks like it could be tight. And
oh, he's out. Oh, he taps.
Nicolas Ramos.
Wow. Nicolas de Souza of Vuk Elite gets the win by Anaconda choke in, wow, can you believe it? Just 1 minute and 23 seconds.
What a submission. My goodness.
Round one sub, love to see it.
You know how if competitors keep on grappling like that, we'll be out in a tight 15. That's their grappling like I got somewhere to be.
Yeah, I'm not against that. I don't have a problem with getting out of here early tonight because, you know, that means that the fans are getting a spectacle. We're getting non-stop submissions. That's a great thing. That's what we want here at AIGA. We want hard-fought matches. We want entertaining matches. And hopefully, we want great submissions. Just like that one.
All right, well, let's move on to our next match.
Our next bout takes place in the 65 kilogram division, representing Team Untouchable, Shagas.
Howell, did you see how high that man just jumped?
He got some really nice
some
hang time on that, yeah. Okay, so with the blue. Wait, I think that do they have the right color? I don't think they do.
The red is, yeah, no.
Renato, tá usando cor errado.
Yeah, they need to switch the colors. They have the wrong ankle bands on.
Sorry, that's my job. I'm supposed to be the color commentator.
Oh, zing!
Here we go.
Good one, Jake.
Yeah, you're
I
welcome.
like that. All right, start of the match. With the red is Iago Shagas. With the blue is Jonathan Frazza. This is Untouchable versus Team Vok Elite.
And look at how light on the feet Jonathan Frazza is.
Yeah, he's
bouncing around like a boxer.
Yeah, he's just got, I don't know, must have crazy fast twitch, something, you know. I wonder if that will translate into a possible. You know, one of them is waiting for the moment to pull the trigger and just, you know, shoot like a very fast blast double leg or something, or, you know, try to pick up a single, but long range rather than short range. Yeah, they're going to get a restart into the center.
And a penalty apiece to boot. Oh, big shot, but immediately stuffed. Oh, look at this.
Going high, almost had like a triangle beginning there, but that's...
In on the leg.
Yeah.
He's got a good bite on it, Howell.
He does. That's a pretty deep entry. Look at that. He's all the way very high on the thigh. I think he lost it through that roll there, though. You know, they're going to roll back into the center. They're going to maintain this exact same position back into the center of the mat.
This is a very important reset because if he resets the knee is actually a little bit deeper than it was before, or vice versa, that could drastically impact this this next little bit. Oh, but he resets and he doesn't even have the knee collected at all. That's very interesting.
Ooh,
beautiful transition to the false reap, going from one leg to another.
Nicely defended. Not out of danger yet. I mean, if he can get that left leg free, he could go straight to the knee bar.
Look at him utilizing that left hand as a brace to keep the false reap strong. That was very, very creative. But now he finds himself, you know, in the midst of a sort of a leg lock shootout.
He's answering with an outside heel hook, but there's nothing happening on that far leg like that. Shagas really is still in control in this position right here. Frazza, he needs to disengage. You know, he's in real trouble here. That false reap is still very, very active. Look at that. Oh, now that's a little bit better. He slipped the knee.
Man, he's still got that right arm so deep on the leg. Very impressive from Iago Shagas.
Yeah, sticky, right? Sticky on those legs.
It's
so
difficult.
impressive.
Honestly, like, it's very difficult to stick with a leg entanglement, especially in the modern era.
Yeah, he's still maintaining it, and now he's getting the heel. That's going to
that could be it! Untouchable rallies back.
Wow, Iago Shagas gets the submission win. Okay, we got a competitive bout on our hands right here.
All right.
Yeah, this is okay. This is not a clean sweep like we saw in the last one. It's now one apiece for Untouchable and Vuk Elite. So it was Vuk who managed to score the first one. Nicolas Souza winning that match by Anaconda choke. This time, Iago Shagas beats Jonathan Frazza via heel hook. Both first round submissions. Yeah, competitive match in our hands right here. Okay, we got a heavyweight match coming up next. Gustavo Santos going up against Eli Braz in the over 91 kilogram division.
Our next bout takes place in the above representing Team Untouchable, Gustavo Enrique Santos.
O próximo combate, categoria acima de 91 quilos. No corner vermelho, representando o time Untouchable, Gustavo Henrique Santos.
And representing Team Vuk Elite, Eli Braz.
Esse é o adversário, corner azul, representando o time Vuk Elite, Eli Braz.
Keep your eyes peeled on this one.
Yeah, Gabriel, excuse me.
Immediate takedown. 10 seconds into the match.
I couldn't even get my words out. You said keep your eyes open, and as I'm trying to speak, bow.
It's not often that I'm
Eli
right.
Braz just drives Gustavo Enrique Santos down to the mat. And I was about to say, you know what?
For one, there's a build-up and a post-fight interview and all of that. But there is an element of super fight.
So this, of course, is the over 91 kilogram division. You have Gustavo Enrique Santos on bottom, representing Team Untouchable. On top is Elioenai Braz. We call him Eli Braz. That's kind of how he goes by. He's a black belt from Petropolis in the state of Rio de Janeiro, training with the very well-respected figure of Crezio de Souza, who is a coral belt, and one of the OG Carlson Gracie team from way, way back. But Eli is kind of like that next generation of grapplers we've been told to keep our eye on. And, you know, a little bit tricky because he's going to get hit with the stalling call now. After hitting that early takedown, going 2-0 up, kind of stuck in this closed guard. He needs to get busy. But we saw that earlier as well in some other matches, right, Jake? That, you know, on top in closed guard, it's not always an easy position to be.
It's not, and you have to make the decision to stand up. You have to do it safely. And what we see now is Eli Braz was able to, he was able to stand up, but now he's kind of stuck in this, I got to pass tight. And what I really like, actually, is that he has the knee captured behind his left arm. So he was able to stand up in a safe way. A lot of people are opting for that right knee in and leaning back to be able to force your knee through. But look at this, right back in the closed guard. Great recovery by Santos.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of, you know, smart for Santos. If you've got a big, strong guy on top of you who's, you know, opened your guard and is putting pressure on, man, it's best to just shut them down and try and tie them up and slow them down and get something going. But I think, to be honest, the best thing of all would be just not get stuck underneath somebody like Eli Braz.
Yeah, and it's a tough situation he's in as well because he's down 2-0. He's got 2 minutes left. You know, is he willing, based on how he's feeling in this first round, is he willing to allow this to be one down for him, you know, with 2 more rounds? Right now, Eli opened up that last round with a big takedown, like immediately decided, I want to get this fight to the ground now, and just did it. What does that mean for the difference in wrestling? We don't know. We only saw 10 seconds of them on the feet.
Yeah, I gotta say, if I was Eli Braz, I'd probably feel a bit frustrated just to be kind of stuck inside this closed guard right here. But I would be equally frustrated if I was Gustavo Santos because, man, it's like, you know, it's not a great position to be. You open your guards, there's the threat of getting past. Try climbing guard high. The guy's going to throw those legs past. Doing his best to wrap up an overhook on the right side. Trap the left arm of Braz, but Braz gets his elbow clear. He gives a little look at the clock.
Eli's still dealing with that stalling call, too.
Yeah, he is. He's going to get hit with a penalty for that. There's about 45 seconds remaining in this first round.
Oh, but look at this. Eli Braz opening up that guard a little bit. Looks like he might have a tight pressure pass going. He's got his right knee over the leg. Possibly.
Yeah, that's better. Body lock as well.
Yeah, realizing the weight of getting a penalty, I think. Maybe getting 2 penalties.
Oh, he's got past the hips, steps over now. If he can get the shoulders flat, not only can he get the points of the pass and the mount, but there's an arm triangle here.
Oh, my goodness.
Katakatami's coming. It's coming.
Could this be it? That looks tight. And that's it.
Wow.
With seconds left in the first round, Eli Braz.
Submission win at 4 minutes and 51 seconds, Jake.
Man, talk about not coasting to a first round victory. You don't see that very often, Hal.
You don't. I mean, he could have just, like you said, coasted. He could have just chilled out, but no, he worked for it.
And your winner by submission representing Team Hope and Lee, Eli Braz.
Seu vencedor, por finalização, representando o Team Hope Elite,
You know what? 3 matches in. It's 2-1 in favor of Team Vogue Elite so far. But 3 first-round submissions, Jake.
Absolutely. I mean, and if this is any indication, who knows? Maybe Fernando Hayes wants to rally back again. This looks like a very tightly contested team battle.
It does. You know, after a very long period of just getting nowhere, being stuck inside that close guard, such good work from Eli Braz in passing the guard, and interesting that he was setting up that arm triangle choke way before he even settled into the mount. You know, the points of the pass and the mount were formality. He just, you know, settled down into that submission. Nice job.
Yeah, it's very impressive that he was able to get the submission towards the end of the first round. A lot of people, I think, would coast and just go, all right, round 2's coming up, we're good. Not Eli Braz.
All right, well, next match coming up. Take it away, Jake. So, this is the under 91 kilogram division. With the red ankle band on is Fernando Hayes. Oh, looking for a fireman's carry in response to that front headlock attack from Gabriel Broad. Gabriel Broad thought he was going to go for the anaconda off that sequence there. Look at, they are going for it, Jake.
My goodness.
What a start.
And he slams him down to the ground.
Nice mat return there from Gabriel Broad. Yeah, they scored it too. That is very interesting. That was, you know, just around 30 seconds in. And Broad gets the 2 points on the board, but You know, I can tell you right now, Fernando Hayes has got a great half guard. I've seen this guy in action, and, you know, in no-gi is a little bit different from this backstep position. You have to be careful, but Fernando Hayes has a lot of really nice sweeps from this kind of unorthodox, like almost reverse half guard position.
Oh, look at that.
Right? It's very comfortable from here. Very, very comfortable indeed. You know, a lot of people, they backstep from this top position. If Braz can, you know, get a leg entanglement going, you'd think he's good, but Hayes is extremely proficient from fighting from this half guard. And as you can see, look, he just looks comfortable, right?
Now switching the hips a little bit differently this time. One thing that's interesting, Hal, is that in the corner of, I believe, the red corner, Melky Galvão.
Oh, no, he sat among the VUC Elite team.
Okay, so the VUC Elite team. Hard to tell which corner is red and blue here.
Yeah.
But look at this. Interesting development.
Very interesting indeed. I mean, Fernando Hayes, there's a small risk of back exposure here. He's still got an ankle trapped. But look at this. He sweeps. Swept him, comes on top.
Oh, but now look, he's got this look on the
Straight
arm bar. That could be it.
Straight arm.
The hand was up the tap momentarily.
Gabriel Braz follows through, but Hayes manages to fight his way out from top. Now, I'm going to say something right now, Jake, as we come into the points portion of this match. Michael Langhi said to us during our pre-show, pre-event studio show where we would talk to him, we said, is there anybody we should keep an eye on your squad? And he's like, absolutely, Fernando Hayes. And this is why. Because the guy does have a very, very deceptive jiu-jitsu, very sneaky kind of game, very effective. And not only was he able to score a great sweep, but even in the face of attacks like that armbar from Gabriel Braz, Fernando Hayes, man, very, very, very solid. Looking for a leg entry now is Braz from bottom.
Yeah, good job by Hayes, just bringing that right knee down to the mat heavy. He can't afford to really take the pressure off of that right now. He has to continue to bring that knee forward. I like that he's trying to deal with that knee in front of him as well.
Yeah, you know, the posture is just so solid from Fernando Hayes on top that not only is Braz unable to get underneath the hips and get in on a leg, but kind of carrying a lot of weight as well, right?
One thing that he was doing a little bit earlier, Hal,
Oh,
now he's under the leg.
That's better. 50-50.
Switches to 50-50, going to look for the heel hook now.
Ooh, it's exposure as well. That heel is kind of hanging out there. It's floating. It's there for the taking.
Oh, and the heel's there.
Ooh, this is dangerous.
This could be trouble. Just like a minute to work from this position. He does have the heel exposed. It's just how tight of a lock does he have?
Fernando Hayes seems to be hand fighting. The foot is still very much in danger. Okay, now he's free. Yeah, he's hand fighting well here. Fernando Hayes, that heel was dangerously exposed there for a second, but he looks to be fishing for a leg lock of his own from here.
Looks like maybe he's dipping back for a toe hold.
No, he's got his heel hook of his own. Ooh, he slipped off there. That he was going for it. He slipped off. They're in a shootout right here, Jake.
Love me a good heel hook shootout.
20 seconds remaining.
Oh, and here we go, Gabriel Braz. Maybe in on one last good look before the round.
Yeah, we're going to... it looks like it. I don't think the Braz is going to be able to catch that heel now. Doesn't stop fishing for it, but he looks up at the clock, and there it is, end of the round. So 2-0 to Braz for that one. Yeah, that was a beautiful takedown from Braz in the first round. And I mean, that was just a wild scramble right there at the beginning of the match. But after that, I mean, Fernando Hayes, you know, he really changed the pace of the match, right? He slowed things down. He really shut down all the attacks of sort of set the rhythm of the match from then on. But hey, this is the thing about these 5-minute rounds, that it gives Braz an opportunity to reset, back on their feet. He can score again. You know, he can change his strategy. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, that is totally right. It is so fast. Seems like something happened on the side of the mat here.
Yeah, I think they're going to just wipe down the mat. There's some water on the mat, I believe.
Oh, no, that's not water. That is actually the sweat from Gabriel Braz. I saw him
hunched
over. It might be, I mean, he might have dumped water on his head.
Yeah, could be.
But it could be sweat, too.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, they're working hard out there under these lights.
We're in a hangar in Brazil.
These bright lights here in Sao Paulo. Braz definitely had the advantage in that wrestling earlier in the early stage of the first round. And I'm wondering if he's going to come out and try and get another 2 points in that period where only takedown points score.
Near side underhook with the left arm.
Braz really pushing forward here. Oh, Fernando Hayes pulls. That's interesting. And he really accepts that kind of position, right? It's a half guard position. You know, a lot of guys, they'd be half past. But he's very much in the game in that kind of spot. The thing is that, you know, to be good at half guard, you've got to be comfortable in some very uncomfortable positions. And sometimes, you know, even on top, you think, yeah, I'm great here. And against a good half guard guy, you're not great. I mean, even here, like, you know, he's got a very deep underhook crossface. Gabriel Braz is putting a lot of pressure on the face of Fernando Hayes. And I guarantee that Fernando Hayes has been here 1,000 times, probably more. And he's like, yeah, no problem. I know what I'm doing right here. I've got a way out.
I think that's the real thing about the half guard position is it comes with the necessity of accepting pressure. It's not like other guards, like let's say Spider Guard, De La Riva. You learn those guards, and when you learn them statically, you're not responding to pressure. But when you learn half guard, you have to get smashed a little bit. Like your process of understanding that guard fully will come with you getting cross-faced. It will come with pressure being put on you, just like this.
Yep.
And that's why Fernando Hayes is able to remember to push on the hip with his left arm, remember to engage a lockdown slightly, bring his right knee down to the mat further. But that being said, Gabriel Braz is putting a ton of pressure. And he also, he does have the deep underhook. The nature of the what's good about Braz's position doesn't change just because Fernando Hayes is good at half guard. It just makes it very difficult for Braz to finish the half guard.
Yeah, Braz is, I mean, against anybody else, he'd be close to passing a mountain right here. But Fernando Hayes, it's amazing how he can be in such a compromised position. And yet, you know, still able to defend, able to withstand that pressure. See, Braz is kind of looking up at the referee, looking at the clock, you know, even had a bit of a stalling warning, but he's driving forward.
You're shading that lockdown once again, if anything, just to mitigate Braz coming forward.
Oh, and that's interesting. You can kind of see the way that Fernando Hayes has put his left hand through the legs. He almost looked to try and put his hands together and try and come underneath into a deep half. But that far side underhook from Gabriel Braz does make it difficult. But look at this, Fernando Hayes, if he can build up onto his right side here, Jake, could find a way out.
Great position for Fernando Hayes to be able to turn this into one of these unconventional half guard options. But look at this, now he's got the underhook back in the negative position.
Oh,
this time switches.
Nice. Yeah, back step from Gabriel Braz. I mean, there's an opportunity to go for legs here. He doesn't dive on the legs, though. You know, there was even a moment when Fernando Hayes' legs were open. And anybody else, I think they would probably go straight for it. But against Fernando Hayes, I kind of wonder what traps he has there.
think it's also just the feeling of giving up a position that you worked really hard for as well. If you're Gabriel Borada, I mean, you have been fighting for this half guard for the better part of 5 minutes, and just to give it up in search of a leg, when you already did win round 1, it's kind of like, okay, let's play the long game here. I have, you know, less than a minute to go. I don't need to hunt for a submission right now. Right? If I win in this situation, then that puts Team Voc Elite 3-1. But now look at
Fernando
this.
Hayes is coming out in the back.
This is very important.
Look at this. He's almost in the back right here.
Wow,
Oh,
the power.
Braz kicks out, back up to their feet. I mean, that was nice work from Fernando Hayes. Very, very skillfully almost had a look at the back, but Braz was able to pop up to his feet. Looks so comfortable as well.
And it's hanging on the head of Fernando Hayes, just putting a lot of pressure on the neck and shoulders. Even leaning in with his head and keeping his hips back, but Fernando tries for a shot. And again.
Nice seatbelt there
Wow.
from Braz. Gets that turnover from the seatbelt. But, end of the round, no points scored, 0-0. That's a draw.
This round has been declared a draw.
Last round coming up. Our 4th bout in this 3rd. I like calling it an encounter. We can call it an encounter.
Yeah,
a run-in.
These team face-off, these team encounters, these team.
It's gang versus
duels.
gang.
Yeah. It's very interesting, you know, because you have multiple matches per round, and each match with 3 rounds. It's a lot of jiu-jitsu over the space of 2 days. Of course, this is only day 1. These are our quarterfinals. We go through into the semifinals, and we have our first semifinal. We have Andino's versus Team Kazai. Of course, this is the second half of the bracket, the 3rd of our 4 quarterfinals. Right now, it's 2-1 in favor of Team Voc Elite. And going into this 3rd round, round 1 went to Braz via takedown. Round 2 was a draw, 0-0. So round 3, if Fernando Hayes can score, then it'll be a draw and it'll go to a decision. But of course, if Braz can score, then it's a win for Voc. And that's an important win, because that would then make it 3-1.
Yeah, Gabriel Borada definitely not in an area of comfort, I would say. Not out of the woods quite yet.
No, for the team, definitely not. No. You know, when it's 2-1, you know, a win here would be great, but even still, it wouldn't cement the overall victory. It's definitely a very well-balanced and pretty competitive encounter between these two teams. And we saw 3 first-round submissions in the first 3 matches, and this one, a very different affair. This is our first match in this team versus team that has gone to the 3rd round.
It's our first match in a while that's gone to the 3rd round. I feel like we had like 7 or 8 matches in a row.
Well, every match from Kasai versus Damian Maia ended via submission. Only one of them went to the 2nd round, so you're right. It's been a minute.
Oh, look at this. Gabriel Borada in on that straight armbar once again.
So
got the leg over. This looks tight, Howell. Oh, but once again.
So good at that straight arm lock from that position.
Fernando Hayes responds by going to this upside-down guard position, ends up on top.
Fernando Hayes is just rock solid. Even when you think he's just in really, really dire straits, he somehow finds a way out. He'll be like 90% have his guard passed, and then the next thing you know, he's out and he's attacking the back, you know? He'll have his arm completely locked out, completely hyperextended, and yet will just very calmly just, you know, change the angle and pop out.
It's a never say die attitude. And the technique to back up that attitude.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, you know, Fernando Hayes training at Alliance HQ with Michael Langhi here in Sao Paulo. Guy has so much experience, and no wonder that Langhi considers him one of the strongest members of his squad. just
Broad
over
spinning
the
underneath.
just over the halfway mark in this third round. Still 0-0.
It is interesting. Melky Gonvon is audibly coaching from the side of Team Voc Elite.
Well, we were talking about this earlier, right? That some of these teams, they're not made up of just guys from one gym.
Absolutely.
Or even, let's say, one extended network, a number of gyms that all belong to the same family. No, like, some of these teams are made up from guys who have no relation to each other whatsoever, but they've got the call up, to make part, or take part in this event. Nice kick from Gabriel Braz. And that sometimes puts very, very different athletes together, and they all come from different backgrounds. They all have different coaches. But yeah, it is curious to see Melky Galvão coaching Gabriel Braz, considering that I heard that Gabriel Braz was and also a student of Cresio de Souza from Petropolis, but I could be mistaken.
Interesting. Fernando Hayes collects both legs underneath his hips.
This is a nice position from which to pass.
1 minute, 10 seconds.
He's basically, this is like power ride stuff, the way that he kind of, he turked his legs briefly there and had like knees stuck together.
Once again, Broad just able to powerfully kick to create distance.
You know what? I think that's a really underused technique. There's a difference between kicking and pushing with your foot.
Oh, yeah.
If you watch Wagner Hoxha, it's a kick. If you
with
watch
Jasmine Hoxha, it's a kick.
With Jasmine Hoxha, it's also a kick. But if you've already making contact with the body with your foot and then you explosively push, it's not a kick, it's a push. And I think a lot of jiu-jitsu people are a little bit too nice to use it, right? Because let's be honest, it's an aggressive technique. Oh, there it is again. But interesting, the Braz doesn't fight his way up to top. He kicks and takes the weight off, but then he goes back and he accepts the weight on top of him again. That was a curious backstep from Fernando Hayes. What do you think that was there?
Just going for broke. I mean, he understands he's down. It's only 5 seconds left in the match. And look at this. Gabriel Braz is going to end the match, and he's going to win it.
All right, 0-0.
Team Voc won.
Yeah, out of the 3 rounds, first round went to Gabriel Braz on points. The second and third rounds were 0-0. So that means that Gabriel Braz of Team Voc Elite takes the win.
And your winner by points representing Team Voc Elite,
That was an interesting, tough match.
It was a physical match for sure.
Very physical, yeah. And I'm so impressed with Gabriel Braz, but at the same time, the unorthodox game of Fernando Hayes just really is quite eye-catching, right? Such an unusual style, an unusual approach, and so effective as well. It's really, really interesting. Now we got 83 kilogram division coming up next. And we'll get started in just a second. Right. With the red ankle band, Fabio Kooy. And then you've got Miguel Hosato stalking around the outside. Kooy is a very experienced grappler, a no-gi specialist out of the Alliance HQ here in Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo native. One of the better known no-gi competitors of the current Alliance team. Look at that. I mean,
yeah,
high
very
from
quick.
Morato. Yeah.
Arm wasn't quite in the right angle.
If you're going to attack for something like that, it's best to do it now while they're dry.
Yes.
Because, wow, trying to catch omoplatas later on in the match when everybody's sweaty, that's not easy.
Some of these guys get so warmed up before they go out there for the first match that they're not dry.
Yeah,
They are soaked.
Yeah.
Like Pedro Mourinho,
not
he gets that warmed up.
However, let's be clear, it's not like there's any, artificial lubricants being used, it's all, purely sweat.
Who would ever do that?
It happens. It's happened, for sure. Kooy cycling through those attacks from bottom, but yeah, Miguel Hosato is so far looking pretty solid from top. Considering that Team Untouchable is primarily made up of athletes representing or out of Alliance team here, especially the ones based at Alliance HQ. Of course, some of them are a little bit more spread out, but most of them are from there. It would be a big win for Team Vogue to beat a team, from there. Could be really significant for them.
Yeah, they've looked fantastic in this matchup. They're currently up 3-1. So definitely in a real great spot here. Of course, Fabio Kooy, an excellent gatekeeper for that to be prevented. Such a technical competitor.
Yeah, really calm from bottom here.
And as we saw earlier, capable of throwing a submission very quickly. So Miguel Hosato needs to be very careful.
Yeah.
And it's difficult because you see he's trying to use his right hand to throw sort of like a leg weave pass, which a lot of times it's used in gi competition. It's used in no-gi competition as well, and it's great for fending off leg attacks and stuff. But he's having such a difficult time passing because Fabio Kooy just has this insane hip flexibility. He's able to keep his heel pinched to his butt and relieve that or at least take that pressure while keeping his knee bowed out. Just going to be difficult to put any pressure in a comfortable way on Fabio Kooy, I feel.
Kooy almost looked like he was going to go arm drag and try and wrestle up, but the moment that he scooted back to try and make a bit of space, Santos was putting on some pressure. Long range. Yeah, Kooy wants to get underneath, right? He wants to try and get the hips. He wants to try and make some kind of meaningful contact.
Now trying to get underneath. Fabio Kooy looking for this heel hook. Oh, switches to the power heel hook.
Nice grip there.
Able to switch that left arm through. And now look at this.
Oh,
takes the back. Fabio Kooy potentially.
Looking for it. Lands it back into this. Well, they're 50-50 now, but that's all started as a result of Fabio Kooy getting underneath and catching a leg, going for a heel hook attack. And, well, they cycled through the positions, and, Kooy was going to try and do his best to stabilize and come on top, but Hosato did a really good job of sucking the leg into this 50-50, and he avoided conceding the sweep points, but
going to the outside heel hook, Miguel Hosato. Good response by Kooy. He's going to try to force this to a back take, it looks like. Stepping back through, great awareness. Now in on a butterfly sweep.
That was good elevation. Oh, he's on the neck. Ooh.
Only round one.
Took a head to the chin there, but that was a great sequence. There was a lot happening there. Very evenly matched, these two. .43 seconds remaining in this first round. The Vuk team, half of them are on their feet, Jake.
Absolutely, these guys are fired up.
They are. They're really getting behind their guys because But I mean, if they win this match, that's it. They win the duel. They win over Team Untouchable. So this is a significant match for that reason. You know, a lot rests on the shoulders of Fabio Kooy to make sure that Team Untouchable stay in it. But Hosato he's aggressive without being
nearly going off the stage into the big screen. That big screen is a beacon for people to try to take each other down into.
I was going to say that Hosato is interesting, right? He's aggressive without being overly aggressive and opening himself up to counterattack. Like, Fabio Kooy is having to work really hard to find any openings here.
Yeah, and I like that even with these last 10 seconds, he's really, it looks like he's really trying to set up an actual takedown attempt, as you can see right there.
Yeah. 7 seconds remaining. Still time to score. Well, it's the end of that first round, and that one's 0-0. It's a draw, Jake.
Waiting in the wings, Juan Alvarenga.
Oh, yeah, he's coming up next. And then after that, we've got Nasib Santos, or Juanes Nasib, excuse me, who we've also been told to keep an eye on. The Nasib brothers, there are two of them. They're both here on Team Untouchable this weekend. So Michael Langhi was like, yep, these guys are also pretty special. So lots of very promising, talented athletes here this weekend. You know, that's interesting, right? That Hosato was back into the center of the mat with still over 30 seconds remaining in the rest period. He's like, I'm ready to go. And Fabio Kooy is enjoying every second of that rest to hang out in his corner before being summoned back to restart.
He heard everything he needed to hear. Ready to go back in the center. And we're ready for round two. Now looking for the double unders. That's another thing we see. I expect to see a lot in this tournament series. Crafty gets the inside heel hook. You were just talking about it too, Howell.
Yeah, he was very smart there. Instead of coming up and going after the sweep, I mean, Hosato already proved that he was very difficult to hold down. So what did he do instead? Drew the leg back in and got the heel hook. One 1:13 of the second round. Fabio Kooy. It wasn't easy, but we've talked about this time and time again, that very important 1 minute rest period gives you an opportunity to assess what happened in the first round, adjust the game plan, come out with a different strategy, and
could have made all the difference.
The results speak for itself. So now it's 3-2 in favor of Vukalit. And we're up now with our next match.
And now, presenting representing Team Untouchable, Alvarenga.
All right. You know, we mentioned this earlier. I'm going to say it again. Public service announcement. Do not blink, because this guy right here who just shot with the red ankle band on, Juan Alvarenga, is legitimately one of the fastest grapplers I've ever seen in action. He's going up against David Mateos dos Santos of Team Vukalit with the blue ankle band. And I got to say, Jake, heavily taped up ankles.
Yeah, you got to wonder what happened coming into the training camp. Juan Alvarenga in on the neck already.
That is a very tight attack there. He's on the neck. Guillotine. One arm. Manages to pop the head out, but this is why I was saying don't blink with Juan. He's that fast.
Alvarenga,
that fast.
And he had that same sort of speed on display at ADCC 2022 Worlds. He is an ADCC vet, went against Gabriel Souza, and nearly had Gabriel Souza in a guillotine.
Yeah, a little bit of a controversial restart that led to that match, being stopped, and Juan Alvarenga was unfortunately denied what he thought was a rightful win. But look at this.
The speed is definitely something to behold, and he's doing a good job of finding the opening. You notice that he has the hand on the ankle. He's able to create the opening. He's able to know and feel where the leg is going and where the leg has the tendency to react. He might give one look one way, one look the other way, and he feels the reaction of his opponent and formulates his passing based off of those reactions. He conditions the opponent. That's, I think, one of the keys to Ruan's speed, is that he gets a read on what's going to happen if he does a certain stimulus, and then he's able to move really fast in light of that.
When Alvarenga kind of camping out in this long-range passing position, but look at that, now he puts the pressure on. But I'm impressed with the flexibility of David Mateos dos Santos from bottom. He's showing that he's comfortable being uncomfortable.
Alvarenga just got a negative point, Hal, for stalling from the top. So now only in a lead of 1-0.
That is curious, isn't it?
Don't mean to interject, but that was an interesting development.
No, it is important, actually. It's kind of interesting because, Juan Alvarenga has been so busy, and yet it's got to be meaningful. It's got to go forward. You can't hang around on the outside too long without doing anything.
Now, if Juan Alvarenga is able to make this happen, then it will put Team Untouchable and Team Vocal at 3 wins apiece. Yeah. And that will make everything rest on the shoulders of Juanes Nasib and Guilherme Oliveira, which is our final battle of the evening in the 60-kilogram division.
It's going to be the anchor match.
Final battle of the evening, final battle of this round.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens because, nice footwork there from Alvarenga.
And notice he lifted the head as soon as he got to the side. Now, he disengages, but as soon as he got to the side, he lifted the head. And what that does is it prevents your opponent from being able to lift their hips in any sort of strong manner. You have to have your ability to put your head on the mat to give a strong bridge. And so when your head is off the mat, it's a common thing that people do to pass the guard, and it's very effective.
Yeah, Alvarenga's acceleration is really, really impressive. I mean, you have to pay close attention to this guy, and I've got to say that David Mateos, his flexibility is something that's proved very useful in this match, because Alvarenga has come really close. There he goes again, explodes by. Again, there's the...
Oh, look at this.
Explosively kicks his leg out. He's got absolutely no intention of hanging out in any leg entanglements. Juan Alvarenga resets the position. Putting some pressure on from top now as Alvarenga basically sprawled on top of that bottom leg. And again, he's actually hit with a warning, or no stalling call. Actually, the clock is active.
This makes things very interesting.
Yeah, because, now that should be taken off. What's that warning? Okay, a little bit strange. Not sure what that conversation was about, the warning, but Juan Alvarenga has now fainted a couple of times, but it's really obvious at this point that David he's doing his best to try and make contact so that he can pull without conceding takedown points. And Juan, I think, very aware of that, is denying him grips, but...
Oh, and on the leg, and that same style of escape as earlier, just jackhammer kicking his leg out of there.
Yeah, I mean, It's a clash of styles here. We have a guard player stroke leg locker going up against wrestler, guard passer, stroke headhunter. And it's really interesting. You know what? When Juan accelerates, when he goes to pass the guard with that kind of, you know, amazing footwork, I mean, you can hear him. It's like a Thai boxer hitting the you know, the exhalation of air. It's like the physical effort that he puts into that. It's like a sprinter come off the blocks. It's like a Thai boxer hitting the heavy bag. Wow, side to side, changing directions here.
And every time he puts his hand on the hip, Mateus dos Santos is very quick to bring that lasso over the top of it.
If anything, oh, it was a nice guard pass, though. If there's anything, though, that every one of these, it's like a boxer just throwing haymaker after haymaker, you know? I'd love to see him maybe chain some passes together, get some combinations going, like link those guard passes to maybe finally settle into a position. But the problem is, you know, that everywhere he goes, that, you know, his opponent is able to put something there, an obstacle. There's a leg that finds its way in between them again. Legs everywhere.
Juan a little bit disgruntled, perhaps. Seems like a little bit of frustration.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I was in his position, I'd be frustrated as well. I mean, he's been trying to pass the guard for 8 solid minutes now combined and has had, you know, not that much success. Has not even really come close to settling into a control position. Oh, that's a little better. Look at the top
but look at the leg.
Yeah, it's always there. And the problem is that, you know, his preferred attacks are, of course, guillotines and rear nakeds. And how do you get to those positions if you're not even able to get past your guard? You know, every time he tries to go around, I mean, David's able to put his shoulders on the mats.
This is a little bit of a change. Both hands on the ankles, trying to go for that sort of hovering around type guard passing.
I would dread having to train on a daily basis somebody like David.
Okay, near side underhook. This is a little bit more interesting. He's able to get double underhooks. That right leg of David Mateus is still in there. But double underhook is about as tight as Juan Alvarenga has gotten.
That is better. That chest-to-chest control is really, really powerful. The problem is that the legs are active. The butterfly hooks are active. If he can maintain that torso-to-torso contact now, he's let it go and he's starting to frame again now.
And Alvarenga didn't want to let go of that. He didn't want to let go of the body lock, but he had to. Now trying to pass around to the guard one more time.
That's better, actually.
Lifting the head.
He does that so well, right? Cups behind the skull and lifts it up, but oh, look at this. That's a possible beginning of a leg entry. Oh, no! Oh, no, I think that David left himself hanging open a little bit here.
Back in the closed guard.
He managed to recover the closed guard.
See if he has one big attack in him now that he has kind of wrapped up.
He's still got grip of the leg. You know, that's the interesting thing. He's still got an underhook behind the knee. Alvarenga's leg is definitely in danger, but there's just over 20 seconds remaining here.
Wow. Just immediately extricates his leg.
Yeah, Alvarenga just takes a quick look at the scoreboard. He sees that it's still 0-0. He sees that there's, you know, just seconds left in this round. He can work a little bit, but they're going to go through into the third rounds, Jake. That's another draw. Well, excuse me, I said another draw, but the first round, of course, was a points for Juan. The second round was a draw, so let's see what happens in the third round. If David can score, that means that they'll go to a judge's decision. Of course, if there is no score, then the points victory will go to Juan. But David, if he can win this match by submission, or if he can win a decision by doing something spectacular in the third round, he can win it for VUCA Elite. But I don't know about you, Jake. I feel like David is playing it safe against Juan Alvarenga because he's not opening himself up to too many attacks. I think he understands how dangerous somebody like Juan is. But
think
at the same time, you know what? He's got to do it for the team. He can't just cruise.
Yeah, I think that's a little more what it is him being a little more aware of the danger. And it's hard to open up when you're aware of, wow, if I open up too much, this guy will pass my guard in the blink of an eye. That's the kind of competitor Alvarenga is.
But I'll tell you something, Jay. You can't win a match by solely defending.
Nope.
And so far, he's been very defensive in the face of Juan's aggression.
Sort of counterpunching and playing a long game, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now it's time to not counterpunch. You don't have time. You don't have the ability.
He's got to get on the attack.
Now, will that be judged? Will not be judged a takedown.
I don't.
Oh, look at this!
So, but he's getting
Alvarenga
around.
Getting tight. Will the right knee of Mateos be able to get on the inside?
I think this is the absolute best look that Juan had at trying to pass the guard, but somehow he manages to sneak a foot in between them again and recover the guard.
That's unreal.
Yeah, like I said, I would absolutely dread having to train with this guy. It was so frustrating. Oh, that's
another big
good
pass
again.
attempt.
But he's done this so many times, and look at that. The leg is between them again.
Tries to hip up to clear that leg out of the way, but Alvarenga has figured something out, it seems like. He's getting closer than he ever has in the past two rounds of this fight.
Yeah, he's doing his best. He really is, but...
Both athletes given a verbal warning.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's unfair. You know, you need to see meaningful progress from both sides. Juan is just, you know, constantly searching for an opening, constantly pressuring for an attack against primarily defensive opponents. It's a really tough task. I would be very frustrated if I was in Juan's shoes right now. You know, he does his best to try and clear the legs. He does his best to try and control the head, but every time he does, it's like shoots and ladders. He makes some progress and just, you know, straight back to square one, right?
It's got to be so frustrating. But he's staying true to the game plan, right? He's continuing to look for these passes, staying safe on the outside. Even when he goes in, look, he dives right back in, but he hasn't really been put in any substantial danger.
No.
Every time a leg entanglement seems to happen, he's able to pull his leg out very strongly.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, this is not a bad grip behind the knee from David Mateos on bottom, but there's no threat of a submission.
But
It's not even a submission entry.
Well, Alvarenga is blocking the possibility of the false reap, which I think is what David Mateos actually wants out of this position. But look at the right-hand grip on the ankle.
Yeah, controlling the left leg, the top leg.
Yeah, because that right arm, why else would that right arm be all the way through? I don't think he's going to try to wrestle up. I think he wants that left leg. You can see it right there. He's trying to bring that left leg across hip. If he's able to do so, well, then now we have a little bit more of an interesting situation. But I think Juan actually completely understands that. Now even switching the grip to where it's a little bit stronger for him to push it down. Oh, but there.
Slips it out. And we've got just under a minute and a half remaining now. It's still 0-0. This is the third and final round. Oh, that was a nice pass attempt to just throw in the leg by.
He's mixed it up pretty well between pinning the hip and dancing around and actually just throwing the legs.
Yeah. Crazy to think that Juan, he only really had one look at actually attacking the neck of his opponent, and that was all the way at the very beginning of the first round. Explosively looking for the underhook. 20 seconds remaining. It's still 0-0.
But with Juan Alvarenga winning that first round of the fight.
It's incredible how David's just able to get those legs back in between them.
He's going to make it 3-3 heading into this seventh match of the round.
Well, Juan Alvarenga, the first round, he won by points. The second and third round was 0-0 draws, so that means the overall victory will go to Team Untouchable.
And your winner by points representing Team Untouchable, Alvarenga.
Well, Halatik, that makes it 3-3 heading into this final round.
It does. So this means that everything rests on this showdown between Juanes Nasib of Team Untouchable against Guillermo Oliveira of Team Voc Elite in the under 60 kilogram division. That is a lot of pressure. That is a lot of responsibility upon their shoulders.
Yeah, it all comes down to this.
It does. Well, everything comes down to this.
This match decides who moves on to the next round. Will it be Team Untouchable or Team Voc Elite?
In the red, or with the red ankle band, is Juanes Nasib. With the blue is Guillermo Oliveira. This is Untouchable versus Voc Elite.
Oh, big shot right off the bat. Juanes Nasib. Returned by Guillermo Oliveira. Not exactly right off the bat, but man, very quick attempt.
You know, I can imagine, you know, as much as these guys want to go forward, as much as these guys want to attack, that knowing that the overall result of this team encounter rests on the result of this match, it's got to leave them cautious. It's got to mean that they're going to be careful in the face of taking too many risks. But it's Oliveira who manages to get the match down on his terms. He pulled the guard off that shot. Now it's on Nasib to engage.
Well, in regards to that, Nasib looks very confident. He looks very loose. And I think that's an appropriate response. You got to remember that, man, putting more pressure on yourself than what's already on you doesn't do you any favors as an athlete. And overcoming those mental hurdles is, I mean, it's tough. It's easier said than done, for sure.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how Nassib decides to approach this guard here, this seated guard. Right now, he's playing on his knees, which I think is smart. You know, obviously, standing passes open up leg entries and such. Now he changes up. Now he's going standing, passing.
Engaging the De La Riva, pushing the De La Riva hook low. Oh, may give
K
up a leg
entry.
entanglement here.
K-guard entry, spins through. It's a pretty decent entanglement there from Oliveira. Good posture from Nassib.
Trying to push that leg out to potentially open up that 50-50.
Nassib staying heavy on the right foot as much as he
can.
can.
He exposes the
Now
heel,
he's exposed.
and that's it!
Team Vogue Elite get the overall win with a first-round heel hook submission.
Oh, and it looks like the knee of Juanes Nassib is actually, man, Guilherme Oliveira makes it happen in a big way here in São Paulo, Brazil.
A first-round heel hook submission. 2 minutes and 43 seconds, and he has left Nassib in a bad way on the mat. That's how fast that heel hook went on. Wow. What an amazing result. Of course, we don't want to see anybody get hurt, but there was a lot of intention behind that heel hook, and Oliveira, he wanted to leave no doubt whatsoever. He didn't want to leave any escape, any opportunity for escape. And you can see a huge smile on his face. Big win for Oliveira.
Big moment, too. I mean, the pressure was on, and he was able to find the submission. I'm sure that a win on the stage would have felt good, but it's got to feel extra sweet being the guy that punches your team's ticket, you know?
Absolutely. Well, that's the end of that encounter with Team Vuk Elite. Narrowly 4-3 winning against Team Untouchable. Amazing scenes here in Sao Paulo, really.
All right, we'd like to invite all the athletes back to the stage.
All right, so emotions are high. Excitement is... Oh, wait, we need a red ankle band of the guy, but oh, okay. We're just going to get started. Representing Pyramid, Jonas Lisboa. Representing Team Melky Galvão in the all-black, Rafelson Tarcísio.
At least it's black versus white. It's not as hard.
Helps a lot. I'm glad everybody's not just in pure black. It's definitely was pretty challenging. And I got to say, if there is an award for the snazziest team outfits, then Pyramid definitely won, because I love this print that they have.
The zebra print?
I love it.
Love it.
So this is in the 60-kilogram division. This is the first match between Team Pyramid Grappling Association and Team Melky Galvão. This is the final of our 4 rounds here in the quarterfinals of the AIGA Champions League qualifier here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The winner of this, that was
gosh,
big impact. Big impact.
Wow.
So the winner of this team versus team encounter will go on to face Team Vogue Elite in the semifinal tomorrow.
On the other side is Andino's grappling team and Team Kasai. Haven't seen this too much tonight, this palm-to-palm style of jiu-jitsu wrestling.
Not so much, no.
We've seen a lot more of the conventional stuff, the very traditional approach to wrestling. Oh, but look at that. Very quick look on an arm drag, but easily evaded by Jonas Lisboa.
Based out of the Rio de Janeiro Team Pyramid Grappling Association, they've been really one of the kind of the better known teams on the Brazilian domestic scene over the last 2-3 years, for having focused exclusively on no-gi competition, which is still pretty rare in Brazil, because with the exception of Luta Livre, who is, they are just a purely no-gi jiu-jitsu style of grappling, but they have a heavy focus on MMA.
Oh, look at that, and on the legs.
Pretty much every jiu-jitsu team in Brazil balances gi and no-gi. And what we have here, the Pyramid Grappling Association, they've decided, you know what, we're going to go all in on no-gi grappling. And they've been out there. They've been getting a lot of attention, rightly so. They've been making waves. And this is a big opportunity. If they'd come out here at AIGA Champions League qualifier and advance through, everybody will know that the work, the results, well, they speak for themselves, right? But we have just under 2 minutes remaining, and that's a penalty against each. We've yet to see this match really go down to the mat. We've yet to see any really meaningful grappling exchanges on the mat yet, Jake.
That's interesting, and it's not a lot of big commitments in terms of takedown attempts as well.
Right.
So all the time spent on the feet, you're wondering, are you just gathering information? Are you...
Yeah, there's a lot of feeling out, for sure. A lot of feeling out, especially in the first 5 minutes. Because, if I can just get through those 5 minutes, if I can gather some data, if I can get a feel for my opponent, which side does he like to go? Is he strong? Is he relaxed? It pays off as you go into the later rounds.
We have seen a lot of this,
you could just do the Kasai guys, and you could just try and submit everybody in the first round.
That's true. But I think they had somewhere to be, because they dipped out after they were done. They had a dinner reservation.
Probably did, yeah.
Rafelson Tarcísio is doing this very, he's reaching for the single leg a lot, but he's not exactly committing to it.
Right.
He's sort of like getting the bite, and or maybe getting a very shallow bite and letting go. And that's why I'm tempted to think that maybe he's just trying to collect intel.
Yeah. Oh,
there we go. In on the legs.
That was good. That's a great 2-point takedown right there. Caught both the legs, moved up to the hips, body lock. And that's significant, because there's less than 30 seconds remaining. Pretty much impossible for Jonas Lisboa to score back off that.
Yeah, it's just it's very smart of him to kind of save that big shot for the end of the round. I do wonder if that's going to be something he carries on into the other rounds, or if he'll open up a little bit more.
Right.
How Lisboa is going to try to change his game plan in response to it, because, I mean, that was tactical. That was a very, very smart thing to do.
It was. And if I was Lisboa going into the second round now, I'd think, man, I need to score a takedown quick.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave it till late in the round like he did in that one. So Tarcisio takes the first round on points. First of 7 matches in this series, starting off in this 60-kilogram division. I love the way that these matches, the weights are randomized, you know?
Yes.
Done by a lottery, done by a random draw last night. And, you know, it's just so unpredictable. You really don't know what to expect as a spectator. And then it obviously makes it a little bit of a challenge as well for the athletes and for the teams in, you know, how do you strategize for such. But
Tarcisio's posture coming out to the mat was one of it was almost like he was enjoying himself in such a way, and he's very confident, is what it seemed like. He's very confident coming into the second round, nodding his head, really ingesting the instruction of Melky Galvão as he heads back to the center of the mat.
very similar to the first round so far. Kind of level changing and looking to try and catch a single is Lisboa. But it's very long range wrestling, isn't it? You know, they're not.
Yes.
They're not fighting for takedowns from tie-ups. It's all this kind of head-to-head, palm-to-palm. Not seeing any snaps or level changes really.
Look at the footwork out of Hafas and Tarcisio. Stutter stepping. Oh, stance switching as well. Switching his stance from left to right, left to right. And as soon as he switches to his right leg forward, he does a big double leg shot.
Ooh, interesting. Still, not really seeing any committed attacks for these takedowns.
A big snap down.
Still in the period of the match where, or the period of the round, excuse me, where only takedowns score points. But look at the intensity of the grips. You can see they're pushing so hard against each other.
Yeah, they're shaking.
They are. Reminds me of Hulk Hogan versus Ultimate Warrior. That famous palm-to-palm, fingers interlocked in the center of the ring.
Okay, I think that there is some element of strategy to the lack of activity before the points period, because as soon as points came into effect, Tarcisio looked for a deep underhook. So I wonder if that's part of the game planning of Melky Galvão is, hey, before the points period, let's stay safe, feel like pulling guard cool. I don't know. I'm not in Melky Galvão's head, but if I was, I'd be a lot better at jiu-jitsu.
Well, I mean, we do know from experience that Melky Galvão is a very strategic coach. You know, he's very intelligent in coming up with game plans, and you know that he'll have given his athletes clear directions as to what to do, as to how to get to the preferred positions. Really, it's a matter of, you know, what will we see from these guys? How will it all unfold?
And so far, Lisboa has been kind of relegated to just being defensive with his wrestling. He hasn't been really given any secure setup.
No.
He hasn't been able to set one up for himself.
No, there hasn't been any meaningful offense, for sure.
Even that arm drag, it seems like Lisboa is just kind of on the back end of it. He's not able to get his feet underneath him in any sort of secure way, whereas Tarcissio's attacks seem a lot more threatening in this second round. First round, it seemed like he was really just pawing, keeping his jab out there, let's say, and then throwing for that big takedown.
Right.
But now it seems like a lot of the techniques are a little more committal, maybe trying to really find an opportunity in a little bit more of a profound way.
Yeah, I'd love to see an attempt at really breaking the posture and maybe using snap downs to try and force hands to the mat, or there was a little wrist snap, kind of trying to clear the hands out of the way, follow with a shot. We're into the final minute now of this second round, and we saw that was when the takedown came, right, from Tarcisio in the first round. Will we see it happen again? Because it's so difficult to score back. You know, if he can get a takedown in the last 45, 30 seconds, like he's trying, it's pretty much impossible for Lisboa to score back off that.
He is doing a lot of the same setup I'm noticing too, though. Tarcisio really likes that arm drag double leg. Oh, but Lisboa in on the leg and right near the side of the mat.
Yeah.
That's the closest look he's had on any sort of take. It's the first time he's collected a leg. Oh, but the intensity is kicking up here. 20 seconds.
Still time to score. Oh, look at that double shot. They ran into each other. Lisboa is so aggressive in going forward.
And that's going to be round two. It's a draw.
0-0. So after taking the first one on points, second one 0-0, that means it's wide open as we go into the third and final round.
So in round two, I'd like to see Jonas Lisboa become a, or actually this is round three. This is the third and final round of this first of 7. But in this third round, I'd like to see Jonas Lisboa kind of, I mean, he's going to need to throw caution to the wind a little bit on the takedown exchanges. We haven't even seen this match go to the ground. It's been all wrestling. And with that being said, I'd like to see Jonas, like, he got that look on the side of the mat, so he can get to the legs. That should be a small confidence booster for him going into this third round.
Yeah, he just can't wait to pull the trigger. He's got to get out there. He's got to get busy.
Got to get busy. Zebra print, Jonas Lisboa. All black for Rafaelson Tarcisio. You see that arm drag? It's a constant threat. Ooh. A little bit of an interesting look there.
Yeah, it's like that reverse ankle pick, sort of the inside scoop grip. Brutolos do it really, really well. I've seen J-Rod do it really, really well. Quite an unorthodox attack, but very effective. But again, look at that. This is where mat IQ and, you know, distance management comes into play. It's so important because, I mean, we saw it, you know, earlier. I believe it was when we were watching Jefferson Pontes and Pierre Paulo. Remember, you know, that just all that energy expenditure and the takedown attempts, and, you know, only for it to go out of bounds and to lose the position and not get any points. That's why it's so important to control the mat area.
One thing that Lisboa has to be careful of is he's coming forward. They interlock hands, and then he's pushing forward very hard. That is a prime way to get yourself set up for things like a J-Rod duck under, right? With the double hands, ducking under. We're seeing some competitors employ that. Obviously, it's very difficult. It takes some wrestling skill to kind of understand that fluid motion, but imagine he's able to disconnect his hands and go underneath for a takedown. Seems like something happened on the mat.
Yeah, I think it was a little clash of heads there, actually. But you can see, look at, they're both pushing forward so much. They're head to head, but it's like
met with the double unders again.
It's like rams sort of butting heads, you know, that there's no misdirection. There's no level changes. There's no looking to go around. It's just trying to go through each other, and that's tough, right? They both have a very clear idea of what they're looking for, but maybe they need to change up their game plans a little bit to actually find it. We're not really seeing any angles being cut. We're not really seeing any hand fighting that is leading to openings. No clinching whatsoever. And
oh, Tarcisio on the leg again. Okay, so Lisboa sits.
Jumped for a triangle. That's what he jumped for. One arm is in. Oh, no, he's managed to get it out.
That's a smart idea to overhook the arm like that. It's going to salvage the position a little bit.
There's no points because there's still an active submission threat right here. Lisboa did a very smart job of jumping up for that triangle, but the problem is he doesn't have one arm completely out, but he's got a Borada Plata. He's got a Borada Plata setup right here, Jake.
This could be trouble.
If he can get his right foot on the hip, if he can angle to his left, there is a very powerful shoulder lock right here. Very powerful shoulder lock indeed. It's basically a Kimura with the legs. He switched the triangle of the legs now. I'm not so sure that that is as effective a way of finishing that, but if you know, he could go Tarika Plata right here, the configuration of the arms, I believe. He's got his grip. He doesn't have anything anymore. That's the truth. The arm is trapped, but he doesn't have any real effective attack right here.
Well, what he could do is he could transition this position to a leg attack. You see how Hafelson is having to bring his left knee on the belly in order to kind of create some space. Now, if Jonas Lisboa is able to underhook that leg and turn it into a leg entanglement, he could realistically turn this into a sweeping position.
Go from upper body to lower body, absolutely. Actually, you see the effort on Hafelson's face. Look at this. You know, I think there's a lot of... I think his arm is going to be really dead after this. I think the lactic acid buildup in his left arm after this, man, he's going to need every second of that 1 minute break to rest, because this is a strong position to have to defend from.
And you can see, look, Pieramici in the background just yelling for their competitor. It seems like they're telling him to go for the sweep.
I mean, that would absolutely make the most sense.
If he has the foot scooped, it looks like he has the foot scooped, he might be able to get an off balance to the left side.
Oh, he did go for the leg. He did go for the leg. You called it, Jake.
He might be able to turn this into a takedown. Oh, he loses the position.
20 seconds remaining. Third and final round. 0-0.
And Tarcisio pulls guard. Oh my goodness. Hafelson
Tarcisio got hit with a penalty.
That's going to make this a
draw.
A ref's decision.
Yeah, it'll be a draw and it'll go to a decision, because Tarcisio scored the first round.
What a crucial error.
0-0. This one, now Lisboa is up because of that penalty. It's going to go to a referee's decision, so we're going to have to see which way they decide that, because, you know, they're going to look at the match as a whole.
Yeah.
They're going to consider the attacks from both sides. Who was the more effective over that period of time? Who had the better opportunity to finish the match? I think Lisboa might have stolen that, Jake. We'll find out in just a minute. But based on the criteria and my understanding, I really think that Lisboa might take that one. Wow. The referees are conferring here at mat side. And, right, time for the official decision. The referee will call the competitors back into the center of the mat. Let's find out. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely scary in that last situation. You'd think, you know, Jonas Lisboa could have taken that.
Yeah, he really could have.
Very crucial error there at the end, and I think Team Melky Gonval is definitely going to go back and reassess that part where, hey, you cannot, you will get docked a point if you pull guard in the points period.
100%. Yeah, 100%. I'm sure Melky will have plenty to say about that as we, you know, in the debrief session, let's say, after this is all done.
Now it's time for our next bout.
I really thought that Lisboa could have stolen that.
For sure.
I really do. But, hey, nearly is not enough. It needs to be decisive, and in cases such as that, it could go either way. Can't be unhappy with the result.
Our next bout takes place in the 83-kilogram division from Team Biology Grappling Association, Iago Martins. And from Team Melky Galvão, Vitor Pantoja.
All right, so in the black and white from Pyramid is Iago Martins up against Vitor Pantoja in the all black from Melky Galvão. So Melky Galvão have a one-match lead so far in this 7-match series, and I got to say that, you know, that was a hard-fought first-round match. This is the 83-kilogram division. Let's see if this is any different. But look at, you know, we talked about this in our pre-event preview, that you look at the average age of all of the athletes, you know, on Melky's team, and they're all very young, all very baby-faced. You know, he's got a lot of up-and-comers that have been with him for many years, you know, since they were very young, but it's a very, you know, the average age is very young for Melky Galvão's team. I mean, you look at, you know, even his best-known guys, Diogo Reis, Melky, you know, his own son, Mika Galvão. You know, Diogo's in his early 20s, and, you know, Mika, I think, is still 19, possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a bunch of high schoolers in that corner.
Pretty much.
I mean, it's BJJ College is on all of their rash guards, you know.
Yeah, that's what Melky's gym is. It's you know, a faculty for those who are willing to invest in their grappling progress, and they've been absolutely tearing it up. You know, these guys, even at 15, 16 years of age, will enter the adult divisions at ADCC trials and such, and do really well as well. That's the other thing. They're not just making up the numbers. Oh, look at that. That was some nice pressure.
Pantoja going right in head first.
I like that. I like using the header and passing. You know, I learned that a long time ago, and I used to watch a lot of Leo Vieira all the way back in the day, and he was one of the first guys I saw kind of use, like, you know, passing, using his head and sort of spiking the head and putting his opponent down on their back. I still love that style, so I love seeing it come back.
Head positioning is one of the most important aspects of passing the guard.
It really is.
You have to be able to keep your head safe. You have to use your head to apply pressure. Your head positioning can vastly determine the outcome of a fight, but no time to explain that point. Iago Martins in on a leg.
Ooh, this is dangerous. Oh, this is very dangerous. Thought he had a side knee bar there for a second. He manages to turn his leg, but this is not out of trouble. He is not out of trouble here.
And look at Pantoja able to get that knee line free, at least for the moment.
It's not completely clear. The foot is still very deep, but I do think the knee is clear. But an adjustment there, open the guard.
Inverts once again. Iago back in on it.
Yeah, he's doing his best to try and keep control. Now he's got an arm in inside. That's a little better. He's got something from which to, you know, separate the legs. I like the way that Iago is keeping control of that low leg. Now he's going for the outside heel hook. This is good.
This is an opportunity, and he gets the tap. Iago Martins gets the submission and ties it up.
2:58 in the first round. Iago Martins with the outside heel hook. Well, he had to persist. It wasn't easy in finding the finish, but he got it in the end. Submission win.
Your winner by submission, representing Team Biology, Iago
Well, a first round submission now. And that means that it's one match apiece from Pirimij and Team Melky Galvão. That first match in the encounter, Tarcisio winning via decision. Iago Martin following up with a submission. Well, more action to come right now.
Our next bout takes place in the 91-kilogram division, representing Team Virology, Eduardo Andrade.
Man, I love the energy that Claudio Ribeiro brings to the mat.
Big
always
energy,
dancing,
yeah.
always bouncing.
I mean, both these guys look pretty hyped up. This is the 91-kilogram division. In the black and white is Eduardo Andrade. Andrade, of course, from Pyramid. In the all-black is Claudio Ribeiro from Team Melky Galvão. 91 kilograms.
Some big old dudes.
Yeah, these are basically, you kind of call them like light heavyweights, I guess. It's that weight class where they're not unencumbered. They're not encumbered by their weight. Let's say, they're still athletic enough to be very explosive, very quick, very flexible, but very strong. Because as you do get up into the upper weight limits, sometimes the heavyweights, they are naturally slower.
Man, we're seeing above 91 kilogram competitors playing K-guard.
Well, no, I mean,
It's
don't get me
incredible.
wrong.
I'm saying it's
there
incredible.
are some freaks out there who have flipped the script on what is possible in the heavyweight division. That's for sure. Nice elevation. I think we might see him look. There we go. Single leg X from bottom. Andrade
Throws
is
the
looking
reap
for
all the way
leg.
through.
Ooh,
Heel
outside
hook exposed.
Outside heel hook here. Hand fighting. Ribeiro is taking the pressure off. Going to the other side now. Aye, that's on. Oh, man, this is nasty. This is bad.
Oh, he's got a hook on it. Oh, he ends up getting his leg free for the moment.
A little bit of a heel slip with some aggressive hand fighting. But no, this is on.
Oh, that's a tap right there. Eduardo Andrade makes it happen. Oh, my gosh. This is absolutely incredible.
117 of the first round. Oh, my word. 2 heel hooks in a row for Pirimij. Eduardo Andrade.
Winner by submission, representing Team Virology, Eduardo Andrade.
Okay, so Pirimij take the lead. 2 matches to 1 with a submission. And it's time to introduce the next fighters.
Our next bout takes place in the 65-kilogram division, representing Team Virology, Enrique Durance. And representing Team Melky Galvão.
Okay, so now we're, after a match in the 91 kilogram division, we're back down to 65 in the black and white. Enrique Durance of Pyramid, Rickson Kanwan in the all black.
Oh, look at the activity.
Yeah, I like this. This is some good wrestling. Level changes, forcing, you know, the feint basically forced the level change and led to this front headlock attack. Now let's see exactly what he's looking for. Oh, he gets the pass off it. Nearly gets him flat on his back. Good sprawl on top from Enrique Durance. And you know what? That's what was lacking in some of the earlier matches, Jake. But that wrestling, you know, the feint, sometimes you don't even need to get the legs to get the guy down on the mat.
Yeah, the feints that we just saw were very convincing. I mean, they convinced me. I thought he was going to shoot him for a takedown. And I think at that level of fake. No. I'm aware of who I am, what I'm doing.
Oh, nice peek out on the side there. Didn't even need to sit all the way out. Just kind of threw his opponent off and was able to find his way back to his feet. So just over 1 minute into this match. They're back up, no points. Wow, look at the activity there.
But they are convincing feints,
They really
and I think
are.
that's what leads to takedowns like that. That's probably 2 points, Howell.
That is absolutely 2 points, yeah. And, you know, it wasn't like a tackle, right? He didn't really catch the legs. But the level change, he came up, he had like sort of a loose underhook, and then just, you know, was able to run him down. And very effective technique, and even more so because he landed in top position inside the guard. That this is actually really good because you've seen this again and again in ADCC. It's so hard to score takedown points. And one of the most effective ways to confirm those points, to get those points on the board, is to land on top in guard or half guard.
Yes. Yep. I've talked with John Combs about that on the podcast before, where he had mentioned that one of the things he was preparing for most in his time at the ADCC World Championship was looking for inside trip is one thing that a lot of competitors were doing, so they ended up inside that closed guard position.
Oh, yeah. Points are now active. Durance has a 2-point lead, 2-0 on the board. Oh, look at this. Dig in for a Kimura from bottom is Rickson Kanwan. Staying disciplined in maintaining his position on top is Enrique Durance. Definitely climbing from bottom is Rickson Kanwan.
And Durance needs to be careful not to acquire a stalling penalty or a couple of stalling penalties here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you have to be defensive on top in half guard, right? But you can't just sit there, as we saw in earlier matches. You'll get hit with a penalty. Yeah, still with his hands on the mat. I mean, that's not a great position to be hanging out in inside the closed guard. Because this is exactly what happened. You know, your opponent will be able to isolate an arm and look for an attack. I'd love to see, oh, there you go. Enrique stand up and try and effect a closed guard break some way. He's got 1 minute 20 seconds approximately on the clock. If he was to maybe shove down on those hips, shove down on the inside of the knee, there he goes, it's open. Oh, it's so fast and trying to pass the guard. Look at that.
Wow. Coming forward with a... Oh, and passing around to the side. Beautiful.
Very nice pass. Looking for the back. He's got the seatbelts right in front of the Melky Galval corner. Flattens him out, Jake.
1 minute to work, and that's under the chin.
He's got the choke. It's on.
And that's it. Pinamichi does it again.
The third match in a row that they win by submission. Enrique Durance with a rear naked choke in the very first round.
They're up 3-1.
And Team Pyramid, man, they are starting to steamroll their opponents here. One minute and 6 seconds. Wow. Sorry, 4 minutes and 6 seconds.
Score is now 3-1 in favor of Team Pirâmide.
But that is the third match in a row that Pirâmide finished with a submission in the very first round, Jake.
That's incredible. They're really riding momentum right now. You can tell the team is heavily invested. And honestly, I'm looking at the faces of Team Melky Kovar right now, and a lot of them seem really dejected already.
Confidence is contagious, but then on the other side, so is disappointment. Well, we've got more action coming up. Next up, 70 kilogram division.
Our next match is in the 70 kilogram division. Out of Team Pirâmide, Jonathan Cardenas. And representing Team Melky Galvão, Gabriel.
All right, so let's make it clear. This is extremely important because if Pirâmide can win this one, then they win the entire series and they advance through to the semifinals tomorrow. So, Jonathan Cardenas in the black and white, Cauã Gabriel in the black on the bottom. Oh, and I will say this though, that if you haven't been paying attention to this young man on bottom, Cauã Gabriel, you absolutely should, because he is one of the most promising talents to come out of Melky School, and he's on a straight footlock here,
Oh my
Jake.
goodness! It's a lot of pressure right off the bat. You know, Jonathan needs to be very careful how he goes about getting his foot out, because there could be an Aoki lock on the back end of this, turning the footlock basically the other way, turning it into a sort of a heel hook with the footlock grip.
Yeah, if you've ever been caught in an Aoki lock, absolutely disgusting leg lock to get caught in. Really makes you feel like your entire leg is going to explode to the pressure. But Cauã Gabriel, I mean, this young man has impressed so well. He won the ADCC Open in Brazil. He medaled at the trials, got an invite as a result, and will compete there in just, a couple of months' time in Las Vegas. Huge opportunity. But right now, the focus is, of course, defending the honor of his team, making sure that Melky Galvão advance through to the semifinals, which is still possible, but they need to
look at that.
They need to win the next 3 matches in a row.
But Jonathan Cardenas is doing a great job of, sticking with these flash attacks, right? It's a skill in and of itself to be able to respond to, not a lot of people are going to pass the guard and sit back for a leg attack, right? They're not going to be passing, and then boom, sit back. But the ability to respond to competitors who do that kind of stuff. One thing that I noticed before this match even started was there was some chirping back and forth between the teams of Melky Galvão and Pirâmide. A little bit of tension, perhaps.
The mind games, I love it. That's why I like having these teams right next to the mats during the matches. They're there to support their guys. They're there to... they're also there to get in the heads of their opponents. Definitely slowed the pace down here, with just 2 minutes remaining in this first round, 0-0. Seen a lot of close guard being employed, actually. And interestingly, in the last match, it was the opposite way around, right? That we saw the Pirâmide guy on top stuck in the close guard, and Now we're seeing the Melky Galvao representative, Juan Gabriel, kind of finding himself stuck in a similar position. But no real sense of urgency in trying to escape the close guard just yet. And I think, to be honest, it's very smart, Jake, because, as we've said, you know, one of the most and pretty much the only effective way of opening the close guard no-gi is to stand.
Yeah.
And, well, the Pyramid guys just, in the last 3 matches, they scored 2 heel hooks. So it kind of makes sense. You know what? Don't let them grab hold of your legs.
That being said, I mean, Jonathan doing his best to stay active as a person on bottom. Stands, and that's exactly what we're talking about. You kind of give up the opportunity for leg entanglement. Now from the outside for the first time in a minute now, we'll see how Gabriel goes about passing his guard. And there we see that option once again. A lot of competitors are doing this nowadays. When the person on bottom is framing against the neck, they're turning their shoulder, punching that arm out of the way hard. They are punching it.
Yeah.
And digging that shallow underhook. Then they turn, and look at this!
Reversal. That's going to score for Jonathan Cardenas.
That is a huge moment.
That is significant. That is really significant. You're right. Juan Gabriel, he was hanging out on top in that knee cut position. And I feel like he maybe took a little bit too much pressure off, and he kind of, you know, just hung out a little bit too long distance. And, man, he let that round slip through his fingers.
Yeah, that honestly, I mean, that was a round that you could look at and be like, all right. I think Juan Gabriel did more that round. If you look at the round holistically, he was aggressive. He was trying to pass, right? He had a bunch of submission attempts. But who scored? Jonathan Cardenas. And that's so, it really is something that is a testament to the AIGA rule set. You know you're going to round 2. You want to get one in the hole. And now he goes into round 2. I mean, it's a fresh round. He has a fresh opportunity. What he needs to do is he needs to be aware of the quickness of Juan Gabriel going into the second round, because he opened up fast. It's scary, and he's very dangerous.
Oh, double guard pull. That is interesting. And especially based off, you know, the fact that Juan Gabriel got stuck in the closed guard for a period of time and then even got swept from the kind of the open half. Maybe he feels that his path to victory is just more clear if he was to fight from bottom. I found it interesting that Jonathan Cardenas elected to go into the closed guard there.
Yeah, I find it interesting as well. I think
he really dove into it.
Again, it could be calculated. There is an element of this team building where these guys are actually they're coming together and they're training together, they're talking together, they're game planning it per opponent together. I mean, this is a very dedicated effort by the managers, coaches, and athletes. So it's going to be a negative,
negative against Jonathan Cardenas, yeah. And I think that's right. You know, he hasn't really done anything from close guard. He made the decision to go into it and has, you know, been effectively holding the position. But he's been warned again, and he's been put on the stalling clock again. I think that's absolutely right. Kawan's opened that guard a little bit now. He's getting a bit more aggressive, but he's having a hard time and really trying to hang on to anything. He's not able to control the upper body. He's not clinching. He's not getting the best of the hand fighting exchanges. But you can see that he's trying to scoop inside that the left leg of Cardenas. Pretty obvious he'd love to draw that leg in for an attacker. There he starts to go. I think he's got his hands, briefly had his hands together there, but
yeah, he definitely briefly had his hands together, and now he's trying to pull it back in a little bit. Jonathan's doing a great job of remaining sort of, I don't throw this word around a lot, but anti-jiu-jitsu, right? Where it's just and that is jiu-jitsu even, kind of in itself, but that's a conversation for a podcast or something
not our
like that.
favorite style, but
yeah, no, well, definitely not, right? But what he's doing is very good in terms of like, okay, defending. In other rule sets, maybe he wouldn't get a stalling call.
Oh, that's better.
But look at this.
That's good for Kooy Gabriel. This is much better.
And plenty of time to work to. Oh, and maybe getting this inside heel hook.
He's got 2 minutes to
Will
work
the heel
from
get
here.
exposed?
Plenty of time for which to try and work his way through those defenses, but he needs to be careful in the shootout because we've seen the Pyramid guys are very comfortable in playing the leg lock game.
And to the credit of Jonathan Cardenas, he looks very comfortable in defending this situation anyway. He doesn't look too stressed or worried about Kooy Gabriel getting a proper bite on his leg either way. That being said, he doesn't look like he's going for it as much, though, as Kooy Gabriel. He's very defensive this round.
50-50. They're both trying to separate feet. They're both trying to look for something.
Very interesting. Kooy Gabriel trying to wrap this straight footlock.
Yeah, the right foot of Cardenas has actually passed over the top of the hip now. It's not 50-50 anymore. And there is a little bit of tension on that foot. I don't think there's a whole lot of hyperextension. I don't think there's a whole lot of pressure through the Achilles and through the ankle. But still, with 2 negative points against him, Jonathan Cardenas, if he doesn't try and do something here, he's basically, he's lost this round. 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, if nothing changes dramatically within the next 20 seconds, then that's going to take us to a fully tied up match going into the
1 round apiece.
Third round. And an interesting situation where Melky Galvão finds themselves on the precipice of getting booted from AIGA Champions League Brazil qualifier.
Yeah. If Jonathan Cardenas can take this win, the overall win in the match, then the team battle is secure. All right. That second round, 0-0, but 2 penalties against Cardenas.
Round 2 goes to Team Melky Galvão.
So as we go into round 3, this is the 5th match, of course, between Pyramids and Melky Galvão. Kooy Gabriel can win this round. He wins the match. And that's it. They're still in contention.
Yep. This is fighting to stay alive.
Mm-hmm. And I do feel like Jonathan Cardenas is kind of, he had such a good first round. It really feels to me like he's maybe saving something in the tank for this 3rd and final round.
Well, hold on, because the first round, it really looked like he took an opportunity. He still was on the receiving end of a lot of aggression.
That's true.
The entire round, he really didn't have offense the first round until he did. And when he did, he made it count. That round, it looked like he struggled a lot more to even amount any offense. I think Kooy Gabriel made a little bit of an adjustment, and I think that Jonathan was trying to play it a little too safe, and that's why he got 2 penalties.
It's a great take.
Kooy Gabriel keeping his foot on the gas pedal. Sitting back for another leg entanglement. Getting right down to business.
Yeah, looking for a possible straight ankle, possible like, okay, yeah, that was a great reaction there from Cardenas. He didn't hang around, to try and defend. It was an early stage defense, and I think that's so important.
And there was a kick in the face as Jonathan was trying to keep himself safe.
I mean, that
from
happens.
A leg entanglement.
In the leg lock shootout. That happens, right?
Yeah, that's where I wish we had an instant replay, because those kind of kicks kind of kicks are kind of fun to see. Now Jonathan back on top, this same position where we saw him concede 2 penalty points in the previous round. See what kind of adjustment he makes so as to not incur those again.
Juan Gabriel, okay, he's got his hands clasped. Briefly had his hands clasped. He's scooping underneath the thigh, behind the knee. He wants to go legs, right? But, I mean, he's had...
Oh, Jonathan Cardenas!
This is what I'm saying. Juan Gabriel's had 2 solid rounds to go after legs, and it hasn't worked.
It's interesting
Should
because...
he wrestle up? Should he try and pass guard?
Those are both great ideas. What's interesting to me is that when he's in the closed guard with the K guard and he goes underneath and clasps his hands together, it's almost like he doesn't want his head to get hugged.
Yeah.
Which we've seen in a lot of high-level jiu-jitsu, that hugging the head doesn't matter. It doesn't do a lot to stop the K guard in a lot of instances. It can. If you got a great base, it can stop the K guard, but it doesn't always. And you got to wonder, maybe he's just not as comfortable dealing with that sort of response. And there we see a beautiful leg entry. He might find this.
Yeah, 50-50 though. It's risky, right?
Well, once again, Jonathan doing a good job of hiding his leg.
Kawa goes straight angle on the outside leg, but gives it up to possibly focus a little more on defense of his own. It's the problem with 50-50, okay? You know, you go for your own attack and your feet are hanging out there, you know, asking for an answer, asking for a response, which we're seeing here from Cardenas.
Oh, look at this.
Ooh, this is dangerous. The Pyramid guys are seeing it as well. That inside heel hook could be on.
It's enough for Juan Gabriel to not attack a heel hook of his own. He's definitely responding to it.
Interesting. Yeah, the Pyramid guys, they were out of their seats there for a second. Some of them, they saw that opportunity and they were hoping that Jonathan would take advantage, but just over a minute and a half remaining now. Final round. Score is tied. It's 1 round apiece. Honestly, I would hate to be a judge for this one. It's so even, Jake.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Juan Gabriel being very aggressive to start, and then Jonathan being very aggressive in response. So it's a back and forth, and you got to think, this round's so tight, I wonder if it's going to come down to how the other 2 rounds played out. Now Kawa back, getting under that leg again. Opting for the leg lock approach once again. But look at this, Jonathan having to resort to throwing a footlock in order to prevent the sweep points.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, but they gave the points to Kawan. They've given the sweep points.
And rightfully so. His foot's flat on the mat. The footlock is no longer in effect.
30-something seconds remaining. Kawan got those 2 points. So now it's 2 rounds to 1. Still there's the threat of the heel hook.
Jonathan needs to find this.
Wow, look at that. The Pyramid guys are telling him, you got to get up, you got to come up, you got to go, you got to spin, and you got to come up.
Oh, trying in the last seconds.
He's trying to win that sweep battle, but he can't. Opens his guard and the end of the match. No pass points necessary, but loses on a very late sweep. You know what, Juan Gabriel, that was a tough match. It all came down to that one final sweep. And I think Jonathan Cardenas is kicking himself that he let that one slip through his fingers. Well, only 2 matches remain, not just in this series, but in the entire day of action.
We got more tomorrow.
We have more tomorrow, but we have 2 crucial matches because, well, it's currently 3-2 in favor of Pyramid. If Antonio Asef, the heavyweights, can win this one for Pyramids, then they're through. If Adam Nabawi can take it, everything will rest on the result of the final match in the series. Well, we're moments away from the next match. Take it away.
Our next bout takes place in the above 91 kilogram division. Introducing first out of Team Piramigi, Antonio Asef.
I think for everybody to hit the scales, I think Antonio Asef was the largest man here.
132.5 kilograms, Jake. That is a big man indeed. If you don't speak metric, then 132 kilograms is only 290 pounds.
He's small.
And I think a lot of that is in his shoulders and neck.
He's definitely a very, very big person.
He is indeed. And a practicing doctor, medical doctor as well, believe it or not. Dr. Porrada is his nickname.
Dr. Porrada?
Dr. Porrada, Antonio Asef. GF team black belt, based in Rio de Janeiro. A friend of and recruited by the Pyramid team to represent them here at the AIGA Champions League and doing his best to try and close the distance. And Adam Nabawi of Melki Galvao, who is not small, Jake. He's 98.9 kilograms. He's basically about 215 pounds, approximately, maybe a slightly heavier. Looks like a lightweight in comparison.
Yeah,
Nabawi,
it really is interesting. That's a very interesting fact, Hal. I mean, it just goes to show the sheer size of Antonio Asef to make a 220-pound person look as small.
Right?
I'm interested to see how Antonio opts to fight on the feet here.
Yeah, good question. I mean, he certainly isn't expending vast amounts of energy in level changing and shooting. He definitely prefers to advance, tie up, and he's just content to patiently stalk his opponent, right? He loves those collar ties, loves to try and get body locks, run his opponents down. Because, you know, with a powerful upper body like that, if you're going to get into a clinch with a man like that, that's pretty tough, you know? It's pretty tough to try and lift a man like that. It's pretty tough to try and dig underhooks on the guy. I mean, good luck getting a body lock on him. You know, he's got such a thick torso. You do see in a lot of cases, you know, against very, very top-heavy guys like that, the very low kind of shots, like the ankle picks and low singles and stuff, the sweep singles are very effective. But then, do you really want a guy that big sprawling on top of you? That's the risk, right?
That's a huge risk.
Yeah. Especially when he outweighs you by over 30 kilograms, you know? Basically about 34 kilograms weight difference. 80 pounds, approximately. It's 75, 80 pounds. That's a lot. A lot. And Asef is just, yeah, he's stalking Nabawi. And I do wonder, you know, with Nabawi he's proving to be an elusive figure. They're using the whole mat. A lot of footwork so far. But we're over 3 minutes into this first round, and not a real meaningful takedown attempt from either man just yet, right? Just this extended hand fighting. And actually, I can hear the pyramid corner saying, hey, he's only walking backwards, right? He's not going forward at all. Actually, I kind of have to agree with him on that one. Nabawi is... He's not staying still. You know, it's tough when the guy's stalking you, right? You can either meet him head-to-head, or you can try to go around, or you can move out of his way. But there does come a point when you have to answer with some kind of action.
You know what I imagine is the game plan of Piramigi in this matchup. I wouldn't be surprised if part of it is force Adam Nabawi to get frustrated and pull guard.
Yeah.
Because the chances of Adam Nabawi taking Antonio Asif down, on paper, perhaps not very large.
There
right?
is the only attack. Dropped his level for a second, tried to catch the thighs, and Asif just shrugged that one off easily.
And that's what I mean. One takedown attempt, two takedowns attempts, you feel that you're running into this immovable object, maybe you'll pull guard. Because if it goes 3 rounds of just Antonio pushing forward, and setting up shot, like he's trying to set up takedowns, I could see how the referees might give it to Piramigi in that situation. And that's a very realistic situation.
Oh, there's another attempt at dropping. And the crowd are actually shouting, they're chanting Adam. They really would like to see Adam Nabawi do something here. And he's got double unders, but man, that is just like, that is not easy to hoist a man that large. So that's 0-0 draw that round. So, after that first round, I wonder how things will change in the second, because I can't imagine that Antonio Asif will be too happy with that. You know, he wasn't able to grab hold of his opponent. But at the same time, Adam Nabawi is going to have to be, I mean, you can see they're massaging his arms in between rounds. They're going to have to be very mindful of, like, hey, Adam, don't make any mistakes now in this round, because you're already tired from the first 5 minutes. You don't want to get caught in a bad spot with a guy that big on top of you.
Nabawi carrying the weight of his team on his shoulders.
Yeah, a reminder, if Asif wins this one, Piramigi will advance through to face off with Team Vukalit in the semifinal tomorrow.
And this, I think, is an interesting thing that's exclusive to the ultra heavyweight or the plus 91 kilogram competitors. Anything above 222 or in metric above 99 kilos, you fight anybody. No matter if they're 400 pounds. 400-pound, gigantic, 6'8" person, you will fight them. It's the open weight.
Yeah. And if you're on the lower end of that spectrum, wow.
Just waiting for Brian Shaw or Eddie Hall to enter a jiu-jitsu tournament.
Oh, man, we don't need guys like that in jiu-jitsu.
No, that's...
I'd love to see them dabble, but that would change the game. Very similar scenario to what we saw in the first round. Antonio Asif patiently stalking forward. A little more meaningful tie-ups this time, though. You know, we see Nabawi is not so gun-shy of engaging in these collar ties. I'd love to see him level change. I mean, we saw, remember in the match with, I think it was Enrique Durance and Rickson Kawa, that you can effectively level change, feint, force such a strong reaction from your opponents that you can hit takedowns without even taking them down. It's incredible, right? Love to see some of that, but...
It'd be interesting to see. Antonio's not really giving giant reactions on things. I think he's sort of trusting his base. Big, deep breath out of the big man.
And maybe that's a strategy. You know, maybe Adam Nabawi is like, hey, you know what? This guy's carrying a lot of weight. Ultra heavyweights, they don't have unlimited gas tanks like, say, you know, featherweights or roosterweights, right? So maybe his plan is to kind of avoid any danger in the first 2 rounds, and maybe he'll pull the trigger in the third when he feels that fatigue starts to set in on the big man. Because, you know, these guys, the maximum that black belts usually compete, if they compete in, let's say, IBJJF rules, it's usually 10 minutes. And even though they do get their breaks, if it was to go into the, you know, 12, 13, 14-minute range, well, that gas tank's going to be pretty empty by then. There's a good chance anyway. Maybe Adam Nabawi is thinking, well, that's my time to strike. Let's see. But we've got 2 minutes remaining in this second round. Yeah. Restart in the center. You know, I would... Okay, yeah, there's actually an activity call against both guys. So they will both get penalized. And I think that's fair because, let's be honest, we need to see some action, and we haven't seen any ground fighting at all, Jake.
Yeah, that is a big part of this match. I mean, what happens if the match does go to the ground? If Antonio Asif's on top, we haven't seen his passing. We haven't seen the kind of game plan he would use against Adam Nabawi. Oh my goodness! Nabawi opening up a little bit. Double underhooks, nearly taking him. I would not want either of those gentlemen going out of bounds.
Hey, that was good sportsmanship from Nabawi.
Yes.
You know, they ran all the way to the edge of Matt, but he didn't need to take it off, and he didn't. But man, he tried to pick up a leg, and it just wasn't happening, right?
Melky Compound put his hands up like, don't fall on me. Crowd is coming alive for Adam Nabawi.
There's a lot of Melky Galvao fans in here. Oh, there's another attempt at the single. And again, they're trying to run down Antonio Asif. And
oh, my goodness.
that time, the whole pyramid team scattered. Nobody was waiting to try and catch these guys.
Wow.
Yeah, and they're actually warning Nabawi, hey, you can't push him out of bounds. He takes him right up to the boundaries.
He's able to get the double underhooks on a more consistent schedule now. He's able to get the double underhooks and force those situations. I'm wondering what adjustments he's going to make once he gets those double underhooks.
Last 20 seconds now in this second round. And it is again a draw. So far it's 0-0, one penalty apiece. All right, time will expire in the second round. They'll get 60 seconds to catch their breath, drink some water, talk to their teammates and coaches. And we'll see what happens from here. So, I'll go first. I'll give my opinion.
Okay.
Of what I would do if I were Adam Nabawi, and I'd like to hear yours. If I were Adam Nabawi, I would come out without any warning, pretext, or hand fighting, and I would shoot a low single or a sweep single, catch an ankle, and do my absolute best to run Antonio Asif down as quickly as possible. What would you do, Jake?
Well, that's a really good idea. I don't know that Adam Nabawi has displayed even a tendency to go for anything like that. Now, wouldn't put it past Melky Galvao to have that sort of game plan, right? But if I'm Adam Nabawi, Nabawi, my apologies. I'm going to get that double underhook, and I'm going to stop trying to drive him, and I'm going to try to turn it into sort of a duck under to the back. Look for a body lock, knee tap, and take Antonio Asif down to the ground.
I like that idea.
Oh, snap down!
Snap down!
Oh, but look at this! Antonio Asif in on a leg against the tap! Antonio Asif answers! How unexpected was that? Oh my goodness!
It was about 22 seconds of the third and final round. Nabawi hit the snap down, managed to force Asif to the mat, but in the process, left his leg hanging out, and Asif took full advantage of that opportunity. And that means Pyramids will go through to the semifinals tomorrow against Team Vuk Elite.
My goodness, what a nightmare it must be to train with that man, knowing that he has those leg attacks.
22 seconds, Jake. 22 seconds of the third round. You know, I did predict that Nabawi would come out and try and take the match down to the mat as quickly as possible. But
he got that beautiful snap down.
He was very effective, but he was a little eager. He maybe overcommitted to that exchange on the mat. But he tried to go into the top half guard, and Asif, I'd love to see a replay of that, because he scooped the leg, entered the legs, finished with a knee bar. Not what you would expect from a guy built like that.
Well, he was arching it before. It's sort of like a shotgun blast. You can just arch it regardless of how strong the lock is. I think the lock got stronger as he was arching.
Yeah, it really did.
Talk about excited.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Oh, I mean, the Pyramid guys are absolutely ecstatic, and I think they should be, because, you know, we were talking about it not too long ago about how this would really mean a lot for their team to go through in an important competition like the AIGA Champions League qualifier, especially against, you know, a squad with a name as strong as that of Team Melky Galvão. So, all credit to them for the win here. And Nabawi is limping off. That was definitely a very powerful submission hold.
I can only imagine the pressure.
All right, so this final matchup in this team series, Samuel Rocha of Team Pyramid going up against Nicolas Renier, the Frenchman, who is
big shot right away.
And on a guillotine is Renier.
He's able to scoop the body with the leg. He's still got a lock.
Rocha has passed the legs. And he's taking a guillotine of his own here. 10-finger
look at
guillotine.
that!
Oh,
that could be it.
I think it's on. I think it's on. No, Renier rolls.
He's still got the chin strap. That's still underneath the
Does. He really does. That is not good. Renier's in danger here. He's on his side. He managed just to strip the grip. Chin strap is now off, but still very much in a dangerous position. Rocha is on the attack here. Manages to flip that position, right? He was in a guillotine, manages to jump over the guard, get to top position, attack for one of his own. Now he's in a great position here on top from which to attack at his leisure. I mean, Rocha, you know, we talked about earlier, confidence is contagious. And with 4 wins in the last 6 matches, Pyramid will go through. Of course, this match is a formality, but Samuel Rocha has just seen 4 of his teammates go out there and win really well. You know, 4 submissions. You have to think that he wants to get one too.
Neon belly. Now back to pass the guard with his knee cut. Nicolas Henier. Oh, needs to watch out for this Dars. If he reaches that right arm too far through, Dars is right behind. And look at that. Right elbow behind the head.
Yeah, Renier is very aware of that. You see the wrist control. He's playing that kind of sort of reverse De La Riva open half. Renier is a veteran, you know. He's in his late 30s. You know, he's been around a while, but can you believe he's a 6-time ADCC veteran?
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's been around. He's been on the scene for a very long time.
That's an incredible accolade to be able to say.
Yeah, he's a Luta Livre black belt, has a gym in Paris, France, has another in Rio de Janeiro, and spends a lot of time based here in Brazil, and this is why he's here and part of the team. Melky Galvão, very close to those guys. Melky was in his corner just last weekend in France for his super fight. But Hosha is... I like Hosha's posture from top right there. You know, he was alternating between high kind of framing, the long-range posture, and then he drops down. He's really looking for that DOS, though. It's very obvious what he's looking for.
That's a good bite on it, though.
Really
Interesting he didn't
good.
commit further to that. It's a great way to pass, too. It's sort of a anti-underhook guard pass, right? Because traditionally, you don't want to give up the underhook. But with the Dars, you kind of can give up the underhook. You have to be aware, of course, of letting the underhook get too far, just like with anything. But you're able to dip your shoulder down and really catch that shoulder. A lot of people love using the Dars. I mean, who better of an example to bring up than the Rotolo brothers wrestling up?
That was good work there from Renier and wrestling up to his feet, and he's on a front headlock attack now of his own. That was nice work from Renier in stuffing that. Uh-oh.
But trading guillotine for guillotine.
Yeah, his posture was compromised there. He went too low, and Hosha was able to catch the head, build height, come up, reverse position. And now I feel like this is a much better position for him on top compared to his earlier passing, because he's got a very strong grip of the torso. And even though he doesn't have the far side underhook, it looks like he's got the near side underhook, which is very, very powerful, Jake.
Yes, it is. It opens up a lot, too. That near side underhook.
Passes. Passed into mount briefly.
Just momentarily.
Yeah, foot is trapped again, but that's what you can do with that underhook, right?
Absolutely. The near side underhook can lead you to pass straight into mount, or you could even pass to side control on the complete other side. But
that's exactly what look at this. So he's settled down now. Rocha is in top. The good old-fashioned 100 kilos. And that's going to be pass points. He's now 5-0. Renier is he's had to dig deep for his defenses so far. He's been caught in a couple of compromised positions.
Good sportsmanship shown between all.
Yeah, Renier and Melky are actually having a conversation and laughing and joking with each other midway through this match, which is really kind of something. Nice attempt to go through the mount there from Hosha, but Renier gives him the opportunity to get back to this guard.
What a day this has been. My gosh.
What a day. This is the final match of today, by the way, Jake. And
it's a little past midnight here.
Yeah, it's been a memorable day. A lot of matches. It's been a lot of fun. 28 matches here so far today. It's a lot.
Yeah.
So last 10 now. Going to roll through into the second round, and that is a very clear 5-0 for Samuel Hosa. So, we see the Malky Galvao team talking to Nicolas Renier. You know, I wonder what they're telling him at this stage. You know, it's like, I really feel it's a case of just go out there and do your best. You know, because it is a tough task to go out there and to perform to your, you know, to your full potential when you've just witnessed your team lose the overall encounter. But you still got to give a good account of yourself, right?
Absolutely. And I think that that's one of the cool things about AIGA, right, is because you do have the opportunity to give a good account of yourself. It's like, jiu-jitsu's not really like this, but in football, the MVP of the game can still lose.
Oh, yeah, that's very true.
And that's crazy. Like, that's just how it works. You could be the best player on the field, and it's a team thing. Right now, what we're seeing is like, team-based jiu-jitsu.
Guard pull from Hosa.
Yeah, very interesting. A lot of pressure right off the bat from Nicolas. You can see on the face of Hosa having to deal with that pressure was very strenuous.
Renier is looking for a floating pass over the top. Rocha was looking for legs. That's not bad from Renier. Look at that. He's managed to get kind of brief guillotine. Looks like he was going to try and backstep over it, but yeah, this seated guard, I mean, one thing that we've seen again and again is that the pyramid guys, they're great at entering legs from this kind of position, right?
Yeah, and dealing with it if it happens to them. That's one thing I've noticed, too, is they display proficiency not just offensively but defensively. And that sometimes you see people who are they've got real solid handle on attacking, but when it comes to defending, they're kind of a glass cannon. But what we're seeing with Piramide is it's sort of a well-balanced understanding of the leg lock game.
Rocha sits again. Renier just calls him over back into the center of the mat. I'd like to see him a little more assertiveness from bottom from Rocha. We didn't really see him play anything from bottom in the first round. The brief moment that he was on bottom, he was able to build height and find his way out. It's quite obvious he's looking for legs here.
Definitely a little bit of a slower pace. Trying to elevate again, maybe look for another leg entanglement.
Yeah, Renier is he's being rather non-committal in his approach to Rocha's guard. He's not getting too deep.
One thing from Samuel Hosa's perspective that I just considered is him doing, because this is a formality for him as well, but maybe a little less so, getting the jitters out, feeling out what the format's like. You haven't competed in AIGA before. Feeling even what the atmosphere feels like and performing at your best. Look at that. Nicolas Renier nearly passing in the mount.
He's still passing. He's still got a chance here. He's blocked the near side hip. Good recovery from Rocha. That was nice work from Renier there. All came from kind of a body lock grip from top. 1 minute 50 remaining. It's 0-0 in this round. I think that Rocha should just absolutely go for a takedown. I mean, Renier was able to counter with a guillotine, but wasn't able to finish, and Hosa found his way out, and that's where he scored all his points from. But Renier's on the leg. Nice single there.
Nearly off the mat, though.
Yeah.
Taylor's oldest time.
They got all this mat space, and they still can't stay in the.
It's a big mat.
It is
For
a
those of you guys
huge
watching
mat.
at home, this is a gigantic mat.
It is.
And yet. I blame ADCC. Mo, if you're watching, just kidding. Another big shot for Henier, running him. Oh, completely off the stage, but gently places him on his feet after slamming him to the ground.
You know, that was good work, the way that he was able to throw him, hit the throw by, go to the back, get the lift and the dump. Unfortunately, again, they run out of mat space, but, I mean, with 50 seconds remaining and it being 0-0, oh, not 0-0, Hosato gets a penalty for the guard pull.
That's interesting.
I was going to say that had it gone to 0-0, that Renier, that kind of work counts, and he would have probably, clearly got the decision in that for that particular round. But with the penalty, it's moot, right? He wins on points now.
Yeah, it's interesting because actually it was the first time that happened across this entire day was with Felson Tarcisio of Team Melky Galvão. He sat guard, and he actually gave up a round. He ended up winning the match versus Jonas Lisboa. But
close, though.
In this situation, I mean, 23 seconds to work.
Renier's not he's not going crazy, but when he does attack, when he does look to pass the guard, it's effective. He gets pretty far past, but Rocha is doing a good job of recovering and getting back to his safe positions, even in late stage defense. All right, second round goes to Renier.
Last round of the day.
And the first round, of course, on points to Rocha. The second round, points to Renier. And, of course, it doesn't matter how many points were scored. You could win the first round 20 points to 0, and you might win the second round, the other way, 2 points to 0. And it doesn't matter, because at the end, it's simply who scored the more rounds, not who scored the more points across those rounds.
Yeah.
Every round, in effect, is an individual match.
Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow it's going to be Andino's grappling team versus Team Kasai on one side of the semifinal. Team Vogue Elite versus Team Piramidi Grappling Association on the other side.
All right, let's go. Third and final round, not just of this match, but of this entire event today. Day 2. Tomorrow, plenty more action to come. But right now, we still have some unfinished business. This overall team results has been secured. Team Pyramid will advance through to the semifinals tomorrow, but this last match still a chance for Nicolas Renier to get one back for Team Melky Galvão before they all go home tonight.
Hocha in on a leg.
Oh, nice leg entry. That's a good bite from Rocha. Okay.
Good response, though.
Yeah, Renier cleared that well.
You can really see the experience and how he's not worried, deals with the situation, back to neutral. All right, another guillotine attempt for Nicolas Renier.
Oh, that's the second time he's gone for that and allowed Rocha to clear the legs and move around into this top position. That's something he needs to address in future, Nice guard recovery. deep knee cut position here from Rocha on top. He's really low. I like that kind of low posture. It almost reminds you of like how JT Torres likes to pass the guard, you know, that kind of up on his toes, really driving through. You see with his right leg framed all the way out like that. That low posture, though, doesn't really offer any opportunity to get into the legs. So it's nice. We see that he's got great low posture, hanging out. But there we go. We see now scoop grip on the inside. Can't quite see if Renier has the underhook. I don't think he does. No,
oh,
no,
look at
he
that.
doesn't.
Beautiful work.
Nice. Rocha just very calmly settles down into side control, and that's 3 points.
It was that consistent crossface with the right arm. He was keeping, oh, look at this. Possible roll. Underhook reestablished by Renier. But Rocha he had that consistent crossface, and what that was doing was preventing the deep half guard. And now he finds himself in this position where he might give up a half guard sweep. Look at this. He's run the knee run.
He's going coyote guard. There's a little knee bar action from bottom there as well. Yeah, but there's the DOS choke threat again. It's the problem. You play this kind of guard, coyote guard, in no-gi, and it's such a common response to, you know, that you'll find yourself defending a DOS choke if you're not careful. This is why it's so important to maintain really good discipline with your underhook. If you have that low underhook around the sort of the hips, you have to make sure that your elbow's high.
Big response from Nicolas Renier.
Yeah, that was nice. But yeah, Rocha, man, posture on top, really good. Renier's having trouble getting out from bottom, even when he's playing his coyote guard style.
Now back on top is Samuel Rocha. And he likes to keep this right hand sort of ready to crossface at any moment, but now we see Nicolas Renier opening up a little bit, looking for that arm bar. Definitely a bit of desperation out of Team Melky Galvão, even in this formality match. Oh, but look at this. This is setting up, a lot of people call that the bear trap. Oh, look at this. Little look on potential calf slicer.
That is very unorthodox. That could work.
That looks painful.
Rocha's not in a good spot here. There's only 3 seconds remaining. He should be able to hold on. And Rocha,
do it.
3 points to 0. That puts him at 2 rounds to 1. He'll take the win on points, just further solidifying the overall victory for Team Pyramid. Wow, we're going to pass it off to our announcers for the official result overall and a little bit of information about how things went. Take it away, Jake Watson.
We'd like to invite both Team Domingo and Team Pyramid to the mat for the official announcement. Convido as equipes de Pyramid e Melky Galvão ao tatame para o anúncio do vencedor.
I'm breathless, I'ma stay progressive. She gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson?
And your winner out of the red corner, Team Pirâmide!
A equipe vencedora classificada para as semifinais no corner vermelho, Team Pirâmide!
These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass, keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past, now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the stage has been set. Tune in tomorrow as the last day of the Brazil qualifier here in São Paulo, Brazil, for AIGA.
E amanhã teremos a etapa final da qualificatória Brasil do AIGA, as semifinais e a final.
Tomorrow, Andino's grappling team will take on Team Kasai, and Team Volk Elite will take on Team Pirâmide Grappling Association.
Amanhã, Andino Grappling Team, Team Kasai, Team Pirâmide e Volk Elite.
We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here for AIGA, brought to you by Açaí Republic.
E até amanhã, nós nos vemos a partir das 17 horas aqui.
No sleep, yeah.